Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hope you can all hear me.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, all.
Good morning, everyone.
So good morning, everyone. You're most warmly welcome to this training, the day one of the training. And we are starting off now. I want to, on behalf of the group here at CESTA and the expert train, thank everyone who agreed to be a resource person or facilitate aspects of this training. I know that later on we'll be hearing from the principal investigator. I don't know if she's online. Okay, yes. So Prof
Yes,
is online. And Prof, please, Prof Nodu, please, I would like you to just take a few minutes to quickly just let the participants know what Spark Training is all about before we start with our first presenter this morning. Once again, you're all welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. So you're all
Prof.
welcome to today's meeting. Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for participating in this meeting. I'll be giving such an introduction during my talk shortly. So I just want to warmly welcome everyone and then ask that Manvem start so that we'll be on time. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we did. Thank you very much, Prof.
Okay,
so,
you're welcome.
I want to call on the first presenter, Dr. Manmak Manvem, to give us a presentation. Dr. Manvem, you have the floor.
Mama, put water in bottle for me, drinking water.
So once again, good morning, everyone. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to present this morning. So as you can see, I'm talking today I'm just introducing scientific integrity and the responsible conduct of research as a generally broad topic. So I think as we go along the seminar, we'll have presenters talking about each of the topics individually and in more details. So I'll just give an overview. Okay, so these are our learning objectives. So today's lecture focuses on scientific integrity, which is a cornerstone of scientific progress and societal trust. So scientific integrity isn't just about following rules. It's about a deeply held commitment to honesty, accuracy, and objectivity in all aspects of the scientific process. So without it, the entire scientific knowledge will crumble. So we'll explore the principles and then some common threats and how we can foster the culture that prioritizes integrity. So at this point, I just want to chip in that, you know, this is just, as I said, this is just an introduction. So there's another speaker who will give us some illustrations on real life experiences of what integrity is all about. Because I know at one point or the other, we as researchers, you know, we have experienced this scientific, misconduct in science. So at one point or the other, so it will be good for us to know, knowingly or unknowingly. So it will be good for us to know what is integrity, what is misconduct, as we circumvent our research and scientific world. So it has. So our objectives are, we'll define what it is. Okay. And then we'll list the core principles of the scientific integrity. Then we'll just name some regulations, some regulatory bodies internationally and then here that deal with this scientific integrity. And then we'll just look at briefly some research misconducts, because you can't talk about integrity without mentioning a little bit about research misconduct. So we'll explain the importance of the advancements. Sorry, we explain the importance of scientific integrity for the advancements of public knowledge and public trust. And then we'll now discuss the impact of this misconduct on the society and the individuals. So the same thing. So what is responsible conduct of research? So is the practice of, I'll call it RCR, is the practice of scientific investigations with integrity. So it involves the awareness and the application of established professional norms and ethical principles for all activities that are related to research. So it's a broader sense of ethical principles and practices which is beyond integrity. So education in responsible conduct in research is very essential in preparation for future scientists and engineers. So it's a very, very important aspect of research. You know, in international societies, you cannot do research without going through this scientific integrity or responsible conduct in research training. So everybody must have the training. So going down to our society now, it's also very important for us to have this responsible conduct of research training as part of our, I know a lot of you have been having this maybe in bits and pieces, one point or the other. We talked about this, we talk about how to conduct research responsibly. But now this is like a training now that you really need. It's a course, it encompasses a whole lot of aspects that you definitely need for your research. And when you go through it like this, I think it will make more sense to you what is what and how to go about it. So why do we discuss the responsible conduct of research? It's because we want to develop a common foundation, and then we want to promote best practices, because these are the best practices that have been tested and they're evidence-based. And then we want to comply with regulatory requirements. We have some regulators, as I said, and they have requirements that need to be done, you know, before embarking on these scientific inquiries. And then we want to protect our professional reputation. You know, a lot of people, you know, lately we've been hearing about a lot of papers that have been retracted in very reputable journals. You know, recently I've seen that. So a lot of papers, and all of them were conducted without scientific integrity. There was a lot of misconduct. So let's all be aware so that we will not face similar issues in future as scientists, and then for our own personal values and responsibilities. So we move to the regulators now. The NIH, that's the National Institute of Health, which is one of the major sponsors of this grant, requires that all trainees, all fellows, all participants, all scholars that receive support through any NIH training or career development award, research, education grants, and dissertation research grants, they must receive instructions in responsible conduct of research. So whatever way you can do, they have resources, you know, that are tailored towards this. So everybody that I've mentioned must have responsible conduct of research training. And then the National Science Foundation too, the institutions that are under it, so these are all in the Americas, they are required to verify that all principal investigators, undergraduate students, postdoc researchers, all have this form of training. And then there's the Office of the Research Integrity in America too. They promote this integrity, and then they promote research integrity, and then they respond to allegations of research misconduct. You know, there's what we call like whistleblowing. So like you can report to them, and then they are the ones that will respond. So coming down to Nigeria, it seems as if we don't have regulators, but we do. The National Health Research Ethics Committee is a primary regulator of research misconduct in Nigeria. So like, if we become aware of research misconducts, you know, we are obliged to like take it up, and then it can be reported to the national, the NIH-REC. And then institutions too have their own ethics that, you know, any of these misconducts can be reported to, so they will take it up. So what are the core elements? The ethical principles and practices that guide researchers in conducting their work. So is scientific integrity. So as I've said, is the ethical principles and practices that guide researchers in conducting their work, and it encompasses a wide range of behaviors and considerations. So RCR covers the entire research life cycle, from planning, design, data management, interpretation, dissemination, mentorship, etc., etc. So these are the core elements. Why is it changes on its own? So these are the core elements of responsible conduct of research. And as I've said, this course, each presenter, there are presenters that will present each of these in detail. So I'm just giving a broad overview. So some of the elements of the responsible conduct of research involves like data acquisition and management. So it involves like maybe proper experimentation, accurate data collection, appropriate data security and privacy measures, and then data sharing practices to minimize bias and errors in the research process. So another is the data analysis and interpretation. They are all aspects of responsible conduct of research. You have to conduct them responsibly. You acquire data, you manage your data, you know, for privacy issues, etc. And the RCR has courses tailored towards all this, so that anybody who is, as I said, anybody who is conducting the research must go through all this training and get certification before you can perform any research. And then authorship and publications, we all have rules guiding them. Animal subject research and then human subject research, which is what we, like most times in the hospitals, we have an ethics committee that is, you know, so ethics, this research ethics is one aspect of responsible conduct of research, you know, human research, and then animal research is also another aspect. And then collaboration research, and then mentoring too. Mentoring, you have to mentor people in the right way to do research. Mentoring is a very big aspect of that. And then there's conflict of interest, you know, where those doing research, you have to declare. But as I said, there's going to be big talk on that too very soon. And then research misconduct too. So they are all the core elements of responsible conduct of research. So that's the broader overview of responsible conduct. So scientific integrity is but one part of responsible conduct of research. So scientists should maintain a good integrity, and then they should have that social epistemic practice of science. They should know about it. I've mentioned them in the previous slides. And then the societal obligations to science. So scientific integrity, as I said earlier on, happens in all aspects of the scientific or research process, in utilizing science, in conducting science, in supervising science, in communicating science, peer review publication, they're all parts of a scientific integrity. So, and then there are some core foundations of the shared values. So these are just some introductions. We know what trust, we know what these are, but sometimes like to put them into words is kind of like difficult, but we know what trust is. Trust is like the core ethical value in the scientific pursuit of truth. Then honesty is conveying that information truthfully and honoring commitments. Accuracy is reporting your findings precisely and taking care to avoid errors, while objectivity is let the facts speak for themselves and avoid bias. So scientific integrity, again, it sounds as if I'm repeating it, but I want to repeat it so that it will all stick in our heads, is a commitment to, sorry, please, okay, let me shift. So scientific integrity is a commitment to honesty, accuracy, objectivity, and transparency in all aspects of the scientific research. So it encompasses the ethical principles and practices that guide researchers in conducting their work and reporting their findings. So this means that we are adhering to high standards of rigor in experimental design, in data collection, interpretation, analysis, as well as in communicating and disseminating our results. So a lack of integrity will manifest as research misconduct. So I hope this is clear. And so, as I said, there will be some case examples. It's good as you're talking, you just give some case scenarios, but I think the next, there's a speaker on that who will take that tomorrow and will give you some explicit examples of what and what to do. So you can now extrapolate it to yourself. Some of you will now look back and say, oh, I've committed this blunder before. So now you are aware, okay? So scientific integrity. So the DOI defines integrity as this another. There are various ways in which different bodies have their own definition, but by and large, everything is the same. So it's a condition that occurs when persons adhere to accepted standards, professional values, and practices of the relevant scientific community. So adherence to these standard values objectively, with clarity, reproducibility, and utility of science and scholarly activities, and helps prevent bias and misconduct. Misconduct, FFP, fabrication, falsification, and plagiarism. So again, these are the core principles of scientific integrity. Scientific integrity. Why is it moving? So these are the core principles again and again. Honesty, accuracy, objectivity, transparency, accountability, and trust. You can form a mnemonic with it if you want. So what is honesty? Honesty is paramount in research. We've heard of some people sitting down in their rooms and just conjuring data and then publishing it as. So that's dishonesty. So it encompasses truthfully reporting your data. What you get is what you get. So report it truthfully. Don't change it, don't manipulate it to say, okay, because you are not getting what you expect, a positive, maybe a significant p-value, then you try to manipulate your results. So acknowledge limitations. So you acknowledge, that's why in almost every manuscript that you read, there's opportunity for you to state your limitations. If you don't state it, the reviewers will change it, return it and say, what are your limitations in this study? So there's no study that is like 100% perfect. So you have to state your limitations with honesty. So avoid fabrication, falsification, or plagiarism, which are the misconducts. So it means presenting your findings accurately, and even if they don't support your initial hypothesis, just present it as it is. You know, because some people feel as if presenting an insignificant result is, but if you have an insignificant result, present it honestly, and then you can explain why. You know, it might be significant in one scenario, but not significant in another setting. Then accuracy. Accuracy means you have to conduct research with rigorosity, meticulous data collection. And I'm sure you know how to do this, and you have all been trained in doing this. They're all important, very important. It's not that, oh, why are they pestering you to be collecting data? You know, this must be this, the height must be this, you know, this instrument must be validated, this instrument, you know, so they're all for a reason. They're all part of, you know, do whatever you have to do and report it honestly. Careful analysis are essential, and then errors are inevitable. We are humans, so we're prone to error. But minimizing them through careful planning, replication, and peer review is very crucial. Then for objectivity, objectivity strives to eliminate bias from the research process. So carefully considering potential confounding variable, as I said, there's no perfect situation. In real life, there are so many things that will obscure your results, that will confound your results. So try to get these potential confounders as much as possible and use appropriate scientific statistical methods that will account for them. So transparently reporting all aspects of the study, including limitations and potential sources of bias. You know, we have said this before. And then the role of peer review is also important in ensuring objectivity. Then transparency, open science. Open science practices is the in thing now. Openness is the key. So you should have detailed record keeping. Keep all your records. Don't, because most journals now will ask for your data. So you keep them so that when they ask for it, you can submit them so that they'll be able to replicate what you said you did. So keep all records, and it's transparent. And then data sharing and the methods, they're all things that a lot of journals request for all this now. Okay. Then results allow others to scrutinize the work and replicate the findings and build upon it. So it's not as if they want to plagiarize your work, or they want to, you know, it's good to be transparent and open. When they ask you to bring your data, you bring it if you are honest. There's some that are not honest, and when they ask them to now produce the data now, they will just withdraw their paper, you know, and that is it. So it's just for openness, for transparency, okay, which is all part of scientific integrity. Then accountability. Scientists are responsible for the quality and integrity of their work. So this involves responding appropriately to criticism. You know, at least I know that sometimes in this part of the world, we're very averse to criticism. You know, when we criticize people a lot, everybody's like, what does this person know? What is this? What does, you know, I've had experiences with that too. You know, that some people even seek you out. They seek you out. This is the person that has reviewed my, you know, they actually come to confront you. You know, it's very appalling. So let's learn how to accept criticism, constructive criticism. Let's learn how to give those criticism and how to accept the criticism. You know, it's all the scientific process. Okay. So acknowledging errors and correcting them promptly, and then adhering to the ethical guidelines and institutional policies. A lot of institutions have their policies and guidelines for scientific integrity. We have ours here in the ethics committee. So I don't know how many of you know these guidelines, but they are there. If you want it, you can request for it and we'll make it available. So scientific integrity at the National Science Foundation, we talked about it. They have their policies that establish their expectations and procedures. So it aims to ensure the integrity of all aspects of scientific activities, like proposal writing, reviewing proposals, conducting, managing, and sharing research, communicating about science, and then using, applying, or analyzing scientific results. So scientific assessments and decision-making, such as merit review process and award decisions and oversight. So they're all part of the policy at this institution and also in many other institutions. So we should strive to strengthen our own integrity policy. So what violates scientific integrity? So research misconduct violates this scientific integrity. So the uniform definition is, well, just to mention the components: fabrication, falsification, or plagiarism. So research misconduct does not include an honest error or differences of opinion. So just take note if it's an honest error, but it doesn't mean that you go and plagiarize somebody's work now that you know. So that's why it's very important to know. You copy somebody's work and innocently you say you didn't know. So this is not like honest error. There are some things that there's no excuse for. There's no excuse for doing these things, okay? So how do you address research misconduct? You can report the misconduct to the appropriate quarters. You can investigate the research misconduct if you have the authority to. And then there are some consequences of research misconduct. So we'll look at this. What are the consequences? So if you get reported and is investigated, consequences, so many consequences. Your scholarly reputation will be damaged and there'll be retraction of publications. So as I said recently, we've seen some retraction of some heavy, that publication that said chloroquine can be used for COVID. It's been retracted. Yes, it's been retracted, and you know, and it had so many citations. It misled so many people that so many people took to using chloroquine as a treatment for COVID. Even now, there are still some people that still do it. But that publication, it was in, I think, in Lancet, which is a very reputable journal, has been retracted. So there are so many other publications too. And there was another one in some years back in America, and the person, they lost their jobs. They retracted the papers. They lost their jobs. They lost their reputation as and now he's the one propagating, is an anti-vax. Anti-vaxxer is propagating against vaccination. One of the, I can't remember his name. He's the one discouraging people from taking vaccinations now. He can't practice as a doctor again. And he can't write research, he can't publish anything. So there will be lots of funding. If there's a research misconduct, all the funding that you got will be lost. So, as I said, ignorance is not, it's better for you to know what the misconduct is so that you avoid all these things. There's loss of job. There's expulsion from professional organizations. There's expulsion from the universities, no degrees. The degrees will be rescinded. You see, there are very drastic consequences, you know, and then your self-concept will be diminished, you know, and then this is even a mild one at the grades, you know, the grades will be reduced in universities. You can have your dissertations rejected, and then legal actions can be taken against you. You can go to court, you know, and you have to know what it entails going to court. Because of this thing it will sound so mean to us because maybe in our environment we are not so used to this thing, but we are getting there. We're getting there now that all these things, and you know, we have a lot of collaborations now with international organizations, So we are getting there. Global health is bringing us, we are getting to this stage where, all this research misconduct is coming to us. And, I was just thinking to myself, I'm sure if we go over our own articles or our publications and everything, we'll have so many misconducts that, but let's leave it at that. So the principles of best practices for research integrity. So what are the practices for, I'll just skip this slide because it's the same thing with the previous one. So what are the best practices for fostering scientific integrity? So, there are some things that we need to do to foster scientific integrity, okay? Universal training in robust scientific methods, which is what we are doing now. So we'll train and retrain gradually till we get to we are sound and grounded in these aspects of research. Then we'll encourage reproducibility of research through transparency, being transparent in your research. Gone are the days where people hide what they're doing. Talked about open science where you display everything, all your data is there. And then you strive to establish open science, okay? Then you develop and implement education tools to teach communication skills. And then you identify ways to further strengthen the peer review, because peer review is also another means of checking for misconduct. Then you encourage scientific journals to publish unanticipated findings that meet standards of quality and scientific. So you encourage journals, because most journals now, they only like publishing significant results. So it just makes people feel that, if you do some work and your result is not significant, you want to now, those are the push to making you misconduct. So you're now searching for you now start searching for P values that are significant, just to present, to meet up the standards. So journals should be encouraged that even insignificant results too should be published. And then you seek harmonization and implementation among journals of rapid, consistent, and transparent processes for correction or retraction of published papers. Then you design rigorous and comprehensive evaluation criteria that recognize and reward the highest standards of integrity in scientific research. Well, it's more or less like what I've said. So if you have a rigorously done research, rigorously done, and the result is not significant, so at least there should be standards that say, okay, this thing is rigorously done, let's publish it. So we encourage, we have journals that should encourage that. And I'm sure most of the big journals now, there's even a journal, there's even some journals that only publish negative findings, just to encourage people to be publishing. So these are still strategies. Of course, we've mentioned education, monitoring of research protocols. You have a research protocol, there should be a body that should be monitoring it to see that you are adhering to the standards, you're adhering to the protocols. Then enhanced peer review. We have a lot of predatory journals now that, you submit a paper and then in the next 1 week, they've accepted without even going through any proper peer review. They're all over the place. All those ones are for making profits, making money. They just deceive people. So we should be wary of that. We should have a good peer review system, okay? And then there should be protection of whistleblowers. Whistleblowers is encouraged that if you detect any research misconduct, you should report to the appropriate quarters. So we know generally that Nigerians are afraid of talking, of exposing one another. I think I don't know if it's like our culture. People know that this thing happens, but they're afraid to go and report it because of what the person might do to them. So we should develop this culture and protect whistleblowers, okay? And then I've talked about predatory publishing. We should avoid them. And then we should support open science. Let's not be apprehensive of it. So let's support it and do what we have to do. It encourages transparency. So how can responsible conduct of research be implemented at our universities? So provide leadership in responsible conduct of research. So I don't know if the ethics committee will be able to do that, but for the leadership in terms of training, you know, like most institutions abroad have an office dedicated to that. They have an office, you know, a big structure, like these are the basic, and they are responsible for training everybody because that's their requirement. The granting bodies have required that this is what is to be done. So those offices that are set up by the universities and the institutions should be solely responsible for, and everybody that does research must have these courses. And then they expire after some years. So they keep carrying, they develop the courses, you know, that's just their work, education and training in responsible conduct of research. So we'll facilitate productions, interactions between trainees, postdocs, and faculty members. You know, like those who are, like now we have master's programs, we have PhD programs in medical sciences. So we should interact with one another and update ourselves. Okay. So and then we'll advocate adherence to rules regarding the conduct of research. And then keep providing training to both faculty mentors, junior scientists, and students tailored to their respective needs. So students too are not exempted. And I'm sure community health departments, you give students training, not only on research ethics, but responsible conduct of research is the broader term, okay? And ethics comes under it, human research ethics, animal research ethics. So we think we should develop curriculums around this responsible conduct of research. So in conclusion, scientific integrity is not a mere set of rules that are there on the board. It is the lifeblood of scientific process. It requires a commitment to what? Honesty. You can join me. It requires a commitment to honesty, accuracy, objectivity, and transparency from every member of the scientific community. So by understanding the threats to this integrity and actively promoting a culture that values ethical conduct, we can ensure the continued reliability and trustworthiness of scientific knowledge, which benefits both science and the society as a whole. So in conclusion, this is what I'll say. So any deviation undermines the very foundation on which our understanding of the world rests. So let's strive to uphold the highest standards of scientific integrity in all of our endeavors. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
So questions and comments? Just briefly. All the time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Man. That was a beautiful introduction. So we'll quickly just take questions. So you could type into the chat or indicate by raising your hand, and then we'll ask you to unmute and then ask the questions. So we're just going to take a couple of questions for the next 10 minutes before the next presentation. Hello, Professor Okocha, please unmute yourself and then ask your question.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. I want to thank the presenter. Thank you for your lucid presentation. I have a question. So if you publish an article and then later you discover you made a mistake somewhere, that doesn't totally invalidate your work, but it's something that needs it will need to be corrected to some degree. But the journal that published it, nobody is talking to you, nobody raised any issue. What do you do under such circumstances?
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, sorry. We didn't get you well. Okay, so can you please repeat the question?
Okay, so my question is, if you published an article, you sent it for peer review, it was reviewed, nobody raised any question that you didn't answer, it was accepted, it was published. But you look again at the article and you found that you made a mistake somewhere. Now, this is self-introspection. There's nobody that is pointing it out. And it does not invalidate the work completely, but you yourself feel a correction actually needs to be made. What are your thoughts? Do you write personally without anybody prompting you? Or do you just say, well, since nobody asked, let's just leave it? Or do you write that say, I think I need to make a correction here?
Okay. So did you hear the question? You just said that if you write an article, you have written an article, it's been peer reviewed and it was published in a journal. And then you now realize that this paper you did a mistake, even though the work was well done, but you now did a mistake somewhere. So what do? That do you write back to the journal or do you just keep quiet? So I think the best thing to do is you write back to the journal and tell them, and they can always publish correction or an addendum. I've seen many journals, many publications like that, where they publish it in another edition and then they tell you that this is some correction to the previous papers. So I think it will be better if you just notify them. Don't just leave it like that. It will be better to notify the journal so that if they can do that, they will do it. So an editor who is well-grounded will know these issues and will accept it. So do you get my point? So I think you can go ahead and tell them that this is the mistake that you've done, and they will publish it and let the public know that this is this. There's room for that. I've seen many articles like that. Okay,
thank you so much.
All right. You wanted to ask a question? Ijeoma. Ijeoma, come. Okay. Okay, I have a question. Okay, before she goes. Okay, that for those who work in research-based institutions, how can they access training? Like this training is just this training that is going on. At least the notices, the information was spread all over in so many forums so that anybody who has access. It's just the communication and the just advertise it, and then you can inquire. You can inquire from those institutions, and then there are many resources. You can go online. There are many resources online that can provide you with such training, like the CITI. I think I think I put some resources. Well, a few resources, but I didn't. There's a CITI. There's there's this other popular one, so many that you can get the responsible conduct of research training and get certification. You know, but if you want physical ones, you can contact the academic institutions, you know, and organize research trainings from time to time. It's not going to be, you know, it's not going to be grounded. You know, before they were far and in between, but now we are becoming aware of ethical conduct, responsible conduct of research in Nigeria. So there's a lot of efforts and a lot of funding that is going into this sort of training. So that's that. Are you satisfied?
Yeah, I also think that Professor Olopade is online. Ma, good morning.
Yes, yeah, good morning.
Morning,
Good
Ma.
morning. Good morning. Yes,
Morning.
good morning, and I just wanted to add to the comments. I'm sorry, I joined a little bit later than I wanted to, but the question about whether you can make corrections and what editors would do when you make corrections to your paper, and the comment about how that process works, I think is really the fundamental core for where research is going now. So one of the areas when you're talking about ethical research is to also think about, is the paper that you are publishing, one thing is to make an error that you can correct. The other is to make an error that is actually falsification and fraud. And I wanted to just make sure that there are a few things that all of us should learn about a difference between making well, you know, research is about, you have a hypothesis, you want to test your hypothesis, you do experiments, whatever it is, and you publish. But once you publish and your name is on it, okay, this is why they ask everybody to sign and to say they verify that the work that you are presenting is actually factually correct. So the fundamental for every researcher is to actually avoid having to make any correction on a paper that they have already published. That is so fundamental to the public trusting research and to the scientific community holding themselves accountable. I just wanted to say that when you are asked to correct an error in your research, it is the worst shame and that can happen to a scientist or to a researcher. And people have lost prestige as a result of that. So I just wanted to just make sure that, yes, or if you forgot somebody's name, or you use the wrong address, or you didn't write something that you should have written, that is okay, you can correct that. But if you fundamentally commit fraud and publish a paper that has to be retracted, so this is what we mean by correction versus retraction. It is egregious in the international community. And I just wanted to just add that as we begin to discuss ethical conduct of research, and as all of you are beginning to think about how to start your research and sustain your research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that. So very grievous to have a paper retracted. Okay.
I wanted to know whether it is possible to have different mentors for different research projects. As a comment, I do feel mentoring in research is key for the outcome of the scientific research, especially young research.
Having different methods, as in, no, you first of all talked about having different, oh, is it mentors? Mentors. Okay, for well, I think it's okay to have many mentors, but don't make it too many. Don't make it too many and get confused. There's a difference between mentoring and supervision. So we have to take note of that. So if it's supervision, then yes, for each different research, maybe that there's a supervisor that is in charge of that research. Yes, somebody supervising you. But for mentoring, I don't advise having too many. You can have, of course, you can have an academic mentor. You can have a mentor that will guide you through so many other things. So what's, I don't know, does anybody have any comments? What do you think about having several mentors on different projects? Dr. Maxwell, what do you think?
Regarding that, I think there's a presentation on mentorship coming up, and that should be addressed more explicitly during that time. I think Dr. Fakuri is on the call. But I think Prof is still, her hand is up, so she will give us experience. Professor Lopade.
Yes. So I think we'll have a good, we'll have a good discussion during the mentoring. But I think maybe what this investigator is trying to ask about is the possibility of, let's say you are a clinician now and you want to do research, but you need a biostatistician, and a biostatistician will help you with the statistics. Then, of course, you need what we call multidisciplinary mentoring, where a clinician will mentor you about, okay, you are doing research in cancer. Okay, this is what cancer means. This is how you do it. But if you want to analyze your data, somebody who actually can help you analyze the data may teach you how to use software to analyze the data. So in that instance, you are having a multidisciplinary mentoring. And when we talk about the different career development grants, you will actually see that it is a requirement that you have multidisciplinary mentoring, because they know one person cannot teach you everything you need to be a good researcher. That is one project, multidisciplinary mentoring. Now, if you have 10 different projects and you're looking for 10 different people to mentor you, that's bad because you will never make anything of the 10 different things that you are trying to do all at once. So that's the distinction between multidisciplinary and focused intervention, okay? So that's how you should look at it. So if I want to learn how to analyze images, if I want to learn how to do other things, I will call people who are experts in that area, and I will tell them to mentor me on how to do it. So you are learning different ways that different members of the healthcare team actually do research. I hope that clarifies that.
Should I respond?
Other questions that I would like opinions, different opinions on. So go ahead and
thank you very much for the presentation. Please, I would like to know if a publication has been widely cited and eventually retracted, is there a means to look back and trace all those that cited this paper to know whether their own publication was also flawed due to the initial citation? Then secondly, for the multinational companies, especially the drug companies that engage in experimental studies, like drug trials, I would like to know, are they mandated by law to publish their methodologies in line with this idea of trade secrets that they wouldn't want to share with other multinational companies? Thank you.
So I would like your opinion on that too. Like the paper that has been retracted and has been cited so many times. So are you obliged to go back and do some? What do you do about it if you cited the paper that has been retracted?
Well, if I can weigh in, I'm President Tapo from Ghana, Kumasi. Yes, please. Good morning, everyone. I think that if you cite, let's say, a landmark paper in your publication, it depends on the extent to which your data or the context in which you cited the work. So, for instance, if you cited the work in your introduction, it's not a problem. That was the current evidence available to you as a methodology, and the methodology was flawed. Then it is likely that your results may also be flawed. Then in that instance, you may have to sort of look at that data correctly and also ask yourself whether following the same data, that same approach that was flawed, you can use or make conclusions based on your work. But then again, once it's not a methodological issue, but you are making reference to that paper in your discussion. Yes, it's a paper that has been retracted, but it doesn't make yours as well flawed. I hope you get what I'm saying. You can cite a retracted paper. You didn't know it was going to be retracted, but that was the current data available to you after the time that you're writing your paper. It can be cited in the introduction of your work. It can be cited in the discussion of your work. It can even be cited in the method session. But if you followed, if the flaw was in the flaw leading to the retraction was in the methods, that is where there may be a problem. But I don't think that if you cited in the introduction and the discussion session, there's a major problem. So those were my thoughts. Over.
Okay, so thank you very much, Prof. Safo. We are running out of time. I can see there are 3 hands up, but so we'll just take 2 of them. Shola Adeyemo, please, can you quickly ask your question, and then we'll take Oluwole Yelotan last, because we need to go to the next presentation.
Okay, it's a comment that I have actually. Can you hear me?
Comment.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you. Shola, go ahead.
Okay, so it's a comment that I have on the issue of citing a paper that has been withdrawn. Like the previous speaker said, though, if it's just making a reference to a point in that paper, I think that can still stand. But if your hypothesis is based on something that is faulted in the paper that has been withdrawn, if it's the backbone of your research, then it's like saying you're putting your building on a wrong foundation, on a weak foundation. And I think that will not stand. So anything that aligns with the principle or the hypothesis or the findings of the paper that have been rubbished, those things are rubbished by themselves. But like you said, it depends on how you cited. If you're just making a reference to it, which does not invalidate the work you have done, then that would be fine. Then my second comment is on the issue of mentoring, multiple mentoring, that Protocol they already explained it. But I think one of the things we should have in mind is if you have a collaborative work, for instance, with Chicago, that requires you to go there to work, you will need a mentor there that will guide you and lead you and help you to navigate through the system there and to do your work, both technically and otherwise. So you can still have another mentor there, even though you have 2 mentors there, because you are doing something that has sociology input and has laboratory input. So you have a sociologist and a lab scientist who is supervising you on site. Those are my comments. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Prof, you're most welcome. That was Professor Jembede. He was showing up as Mr. Shola. Thank you very much, sir. The last question was Oluwole. Are you still?
I don't have any questions. I don't have any question. I'm together with Prof.
Okay, so thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next topic. Thank you very much. Once again, we want to thank Dr. Manven for that presentation and thank everyone for the discussions thus far. So we're moving on to the next presentation, and it's going to be by Professor Benjamin Aribisala. He's a professor of computer science from Lagos State University. Prof, please, you can go ahead and share your screen.
Thank you very much, sir. I just carry on to share my screen. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you can share your screen.
Okay. I'm trying to share.
Quick comment from Professor Nnodu, just a quick comment from Professor.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. And I want to thank my mentor, Professor Olopade, and I want to thank Professor Aribisala for gallantly rising to the occasion to take this presentation only within a few short hours. So please let us appreciate him. Thank you very much, Prof.
I'm trying to see. Am I audible?
Now you are. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Brilliant. Okay. That's great. So I'm trying to share my screen. Let me just be sure. Can you see my screen, please? Yes. Brilliant.
Yes, we can.
Let me start by appreciating the organizer of this training for bringing me in, and thank you, Professor Nedo, for making that comment, because Professor, our mama, Professor Olopade, just called me yesterday and said, this is the situation. I said, oh, I can't say no to you, ma, so I have to be here. But I must say sincerely that I appreciate the opportunity, every opportunity, to share what we do is welcomed. And so I appreciate the leadership of SPAC and the PI in particular, Professor Obiageli Nodu. It's a great pleasure meeting you virtually, ma, and all the organizers, I appreciate you. So the topic before me this morning, scheduled to be with us for 1 hour. We'll see how it goes. So I'm presenting medical data presentation ownership. Data presentation and ownership. This is hugely important. Who owns the data? So at the end of this, I will be able to form our own opinions about ownership and what should you present. So this talk is actually divided into 2 sections. In the first section, I will try to do justice, about the data, about the topic, so I will drive through the importance of medical data. I will start with actually the different forms of medical data, and we'll talk about the importance of medical data and the challenges in presenting medical data. There are some challenges that are common, and then I will talk about the ownership, which is the second leg of the talk, and then the legal, ethical, and the rest. And I will wrap up that section with best practices and probable solutions. Then I just want people to see one of our research efforts, when I was visiting Professor Olopade in 2022, about how time flies. I wanted to say 2 years ago, about 3 years ago. So I will just present one paper on risk assessment. And the purpose of that, although that focuses on breast cancer, but AI tools are generic, and so we need to adapt them. So whatever I present today on that, can be applied to sickle cell anemia, can be applied to stroke, can be applied to any other clinical condition, although they are largely data-driven. Once the models are actually adapted to the data, then that could be done. So I will start off with medical data. I know no need to go to what actually is medical data, but we have different forms of medical data. And if you work in medical domain, you will have seen some of these. They come in different shapes and forms. You can have what we call, numbers, by talking about patient history, by talking about, electronic health records. You can talk about diagnostic test results. Typically, diagnosis starts with symptoms. So when a particular patient presents in the hospital, the medical doctor wants to ask some questions and be able to form an opinion. So data could be acquired from that. And then if that was not enough to run diagnostics, then there might be a need to actually ask some tests to be conducted. So maybe blood sample, maybe swab, maybe anything, data could be acquired through that. And taking vitals, data could be acquired. Patient history, data could be acquired. And then we can go to, imaging, if there is need for the clinician to see more or to get more informed, so that could happen by imaging. So there are imaging data, and genetic can actually, information could be extracted. So medical data comes across, there are different forms of medical data, but as long as you want to use this for medical treatment or diagnosis or management, or you're acquiring from human, they can be described as medical data. Now we're in the era of big data and AI. The time people have been dreaming of several years ago, that there will be a time that we'll have information overload, there will be a time the computer will do certain things that man would only or was only allowed to do. We are in that future now. The future has come. So we have big data analytics, we have data coming in different shapes, we have what we call V4 in data management or data science. You have them data coming in volumes, you have them coming with speed, so that's the velocity. They come in different forms, as I've just explained, on medical data only, and data comes from all fields. As we are even at this conference or workshop today, data is being acquired because we generate data, and they come in with veracity. I will talk a little bit about veracity, courtesy of the question that I really enjoyed at this session, the previous session, talking about, retraction. I will want to put some comments there, as we proceed. Veracity, accuracy of your data, the level of trust, and that, actually links perfectly with the topic that I'm presenting. As much as data comes in different forms and volume and then variety, this presents benefits, but then there are challenges that we need to be careful. And that's one of the main purpose of this particular presentation. Importance of medical data. Yes, we're familiar with some of this, but just to say that you need medical data for diagnosis, for treatment planning and for patient outcomes. Gone are the days that the medic or the clinician just focuses on what he can observe immediately, or information he can glean or she can glean from that particular patient at that particular time. But we can get previous data, we can get access to the patient history. So all these point to improve patient care. So this could be done better. Personalized medicine is really growing now. Previously or up until now, when you have a particular dosage, say you are recommending as a medic, a particular medication for treating malaria, the dosage is standard, and you just recommend that irrespective of the patient's circumstance, irrespective of the weight, irrespective of certain specific, information about the patient. But, now things are changing. So we now have what we call personalized medicine, and you need data to do that, which allows us to tailor treatments to a particular individual. And the benefit of this is that it gives more effective and efficient care, because everybody is different, even though we have commonalities, but that specificity is extremely important. And now another benefit of medical data is medical research and innovation. Of course, that's why I'm connected with all the people I work with, So because of medical data can help us with research. Without data, some of us, like me, no job for me. That would be too bad. So, but with medical data, discoveries of new treatments, yes, things are coming. Imagine if there was no data during COVID-19. Oh, maybe the world will have been wiped off. So we need medical data, to conduct research, to discover new ways of doing things, and disease understanding and predicting the future. That's extremely important. We can even start to think about what will happen, based on the weather, based on the situation, and we could start to mitigate against this. And this comes because we have data. Without data, that was impossible. With public health, yes, aggregated data is used to track health trends. We can start to monitor. Monitoring can happen because we have data. And if we do not have data acquired, how do you get informed decision? You can detect epidemics even before they occur. And when they occur, what can you do? So, and you can inform policy. So it's all about taking better decisions. And so things can be done better, So these are some of the importance of medical data. But there is a caveat, we know that data is important, yeah. But without accurate and timely data, then we are going to be in trouble. So the data must be accurate. It must come when needed. But even when you have that, we need to think about how you present the data, and we need to think about ethical issues, legal issues, and social dilemmas. So what do we do? Who owns the data? How should I use the data? Can I reveal what I've gotten, to somebody? I was at a particular meeting, and a medical doctor, actually a top clinician, was chatting and saw a patient who was a professor, but saw him at a meeting. And when he saw this particular patient that he has attended to, and was chatting with him and was calling his friend to say, oh, this was my patient, I attended to him. And he nearly got a query because of that, because that's not acceptable in clinical practice. So how do we handle all this? So, and that we'll be discussing more about that. So there are challenges that come with presenting medical data. There are challenges. I will go through about 4 or 5 this morning. Number one, complexity of data. Medical data could be quite complex, and difficult to interpret without specialized knowledge. So we just heard about mentoring, and Professor Lokpade kindly, stepped in to say that, yes, we could have mentors coming from different fields. We could have collaborators coming from different fields. So we are at the era that I can't do it alone. The clinician cannot do it alone. Even in the clinical domain, there are specialties. So we need people to come together to interpret data because of the complexity. What I see may be different from what you say because of your expertise and experience. Medical researchers might be looking at genomic sequences, while clinicians may focus on vitals or lab research. So presenting data in a way that is understandable to both specialists and patients is extremely critical. So multi-dimensional approach, a multidisciplinary approach could help in that context. But we have to take it that medical data could be so complicated, and we need to be careful with the interpretation. Now, there is issue of data integrity and accuracy, which falls under the V4. The fourth one is veracity. Errors in data can have serious consequences, and that could lead to misdiagnosis, incorrect treatment, and even harm the patient. So somebody's life may be at stake there. You do, when I teach students and I try to explain sensitivity and specificity to them to see which of them is very important. When I explain sensitivity, that, okay, this is how the degree of accuracy in actually identifying someone who has stroke to have stroke. Or maybe let's actually use cancer. So somebody who has cancer, you are able to say, to this accuracy, to this degree of accuracy, I've been able to identify with my model or with my expertise as a clinician, this percentage of those who have cancer, I identify them to have cancer. Cool. But if you make that mistake, and you cause somebody who does not have cancer to have cancer, there are consequences. And if the converse is the case, there are even severe consequences. So you may be running diagnosis or treatment for somebody who doesn't need it, and that could even prompt another problem. Or you left somebody who has a disease condition unattended, so the person could die. So ensuring data quality and maintaining such is extremely important for us in medical domain, So ensuring data quality and maintaining its integrity throughout the process of, it's not only a diagnosis point. We must think about collection. We must think about the method of analysis, and we must think about presentation. Everything is important. Imagine, we just had a question which I thought is very, very relevant, to this particular workshop. What do you do if you discover an error in a paper you have published before? And, my view, we are lying, with most of what we have commented on, most especially with what Professor Fumi said. We need to be very careful. Don't make the error. That is why publishing is a process. Publishing, you are passing a message. You want to publish something that might be summarizable within 2 sentences. So this comes with a rigor. This comes with peer review. That's why we need to publish only at good conferences. At good journals. If you send your paper to a good journal, oh, blame me. It will be revised and reviewed, rigorously. Yes, there are things they may not pick because of your experiment. And that is why you as an author or as a researcher, run your paper through a peer review at your local university, in your lab. Let somebody read it. Let somebody understand, what you are doing. Make sure that you think and rethink, and make sure that the messages are clear. It's better not to retract. Although if you have to, yes, but the best thing is to avoid it. So if we pass through the rigor, then you are okay. Data integrity is extremely important. I just cracked this joke. It's a common saying that if a lawyer makes a mistake, what happens? Maybe justice will not be served because a lawyer makes a mistake. Justice not served could be that somebody will go to jail. It could even be that somebody will, will face a death penalty, or somebody's rent is not paid or something like that. But now think about, if a doctor makes a mistake, what happens? This joke actually is from engineers, but I want to modify it. So you see, the lawyer makes a mistake, justice not served. A doctor makes a mistake, what happens? Somebody will die, And now an engineer, the engineer says, oh, if I make the mistake and I made an aeroplane or I constructed a building, imagine the number of people in the building. Everybody will die. And, or if there are 500 people in a massive jet, everybody could die because the engineer made a mistake. But think about this. If a data person made a mistake, what will happen? Millions will die. Think about COVID-19. You get one medication because of data not accurately acquired or not interpreted properly, that will now start to affect everything, both medics, both the law environment or the engineering. So data is extremely important, and integrity and accuracy is really key. Now, still talking about challenges, there is what we call data overload. Data overload, with the rise of wearable devices, sensors, you have too much of them. Data is just coming. Just put on your mobile phone. Data, you are generating data inadvertently or even consciously, you know, or the owner of your device or the internet service provider or somebody who has a tool that runs on your device, everybody is collecting data because of that sensor, you know? And so there is overwhelming data, and the challenge is to present the right data at the right time in a way that is actionable and relevant, you know, so there is overload. So which one do you use actually? So you need to think critically about that, whether you are a core medic or you are conducting research in medical domain. Data visualization is another issue. We need, you know, there are different ways to visualize data. Line graph, just common graph charts could do the job. But now we have moved in the era of data analytics to what we call dashboards. Dashboards could be built in a way that you just click things through and data is even fed to your dashboard automatically, and you just click through to interpret things and to take informed decision. So medical and all these medical professionals to make sense from their data and to improve their, you know, efficiency. However, poor design can lead to misinterpretation or misinsight. Yes. So if guys not taking, you run to murky waters. And once the interpretation is wrong, you take a very bad decision. Now, I just want to talk a little bit about, you know, even the type of analysis you do. So I said right tools. Using right tools for data analysis or interpretation is very essential. You know, for example, I tell you, you know, years ago, I was, you know, supervising some students, MSc students for that matter. And I said, okay, do a summary statistics. And somebody did a summary statistics and then wrote the paper, wrote the dissertation and brought the result. When I read it, I saw the way, you know, typically we use one, you know, for gender, we use one for male and two for female. And these are just categorical nominal variables. That doesn't mean that one is bigger or one is smaller. They are just to say that we have two different categories. It will surprise you to know that this student actually computed the average of, you know, on the gender column and gave to me that the result was maybe 1.7. And I said, interpret that. You know, how do you run, you know, mean? How do you run mean on categorical data? It doesn't make sense, you know, and some statistical packages make assumptions. There are tools that you can only use or because of the assumptions in your data. So if your data is normally distributed, that is what you can do. If they are not, if they support Weibull distribution, that is what you can use. So the distribution could suggest what to do. So using the right tools could actually mess up your data completely. Imagine you go and then you say that in this particular study, I found out that, you know, the average of people in my study is 1.8. Everybody will just laugh at you. You know, so it's very important that we get, so these are some of the challenges. There are many of them, but I just gave us some because of time factor. Now let's talk about ownership. We have talked about presentation and I've actually sounded some, you know, cautions on the challenges or things we need to be careful about. You know, ownership, who owns the data? Always a continuous discussion. It cannot be exhausted even in this particular meeting. But I tell you, there are best practices. So I will be talking about that. You know, but who owns the data? Just think about it. There are different ways to say it. Does the data belong to the patient? Does it belong to the researcher? Is it the provider? Is it the funder? Who owns the data? You know, a wise man says, he who owns the pipe details the tool. Does that apply to medical data? You know, so but let's just drive through some of my comments on ownership of data. We start with patients. Yes, there are privacy, you know, acts which enforces, you know, private rights and personal information. So if this is acquired from me, then that means I own it. So it's the way somebody will say it. And the law seems to be on the side of that in a way, you know, because that ensures patient autonomy. It ensures transparency and ability to make informed decisions. So I know that this is about me. So maybe I own the data because my blood sample was taken. I could argue that from today till tomorrow. But there are cons, you know, this can complicate data sharing Because if you say that this data belongs to you, and then that means if we acquire the data from Lagos State University, for example, and then UCH or University of Abuja needs the data, then do we need to go to the patient to get consent first? You know, so this can complicate data sharing between health providers and in that development in research or public health initiatives. So that's the major problem and the disadvantage. But let's look at healthcare providers. In practice, they keep data. They actually, sometimes they acquire the data. So they have access to the data, you know. So providers are well positioned to safeguard data and ensure accuracy, you know, because they have access to the data. They can say, oh, yeah, we acquired the data from someone, but this data, I acquired it. And I even raised the fund to acquire the data. So this belongs to me, and they can keep it. The benefit of that is that, you know, they can safeguard your data because, as we know, you know, a clinical practice or health facility are seriously moderated by laws and the policies. So you can do exactly what you want. You just have to conform with the best practices. Hypothetical, or, you know, maybe I will say you are required. Let me put it that way. Whether we do that, depending on the environment, depending on who leads the team, but that's the requirement. Yeah, but here comes the problem. Patients may feel powerless or excluded from decision about how their data is used. Patients may say, oh, you keep my data, yeah, but how do you use it? Whom do you give the data to? I don't know what people are doing with my data. And that could lead to what we call trust issues. Trust issues. So that's about seeing it from patient side and from health, you know, provider side. Now, two more sides. What of technology companies or data brokers? You know, technology companies, they actually, you know, produce the AI tools. And they can tell you, you acquired the data, or the data was acquired from you, but I have the tool that will interpret it. So I keep everything anyway. Your wearable devices, your cloud storage, everything is there. All the data, irrespective of where it comes from, the AI guy has access. So they will tell you, yeah, I'm in charge, you know. But data analytics and AI can drive innovation. So the benefit of that is that when you have your data in the hands of the AI guy, you know, then innovation can be done or can be achieved. And we can improve healthcare delivery because the guy who understands how to bring insights from the data has access to the data. But that comes with a price, you know. The guy may be somebody you can trust or you cannot trust. He might be thinking about profit. We will know that people now collect your data and sell your data. You know, credit card details have been sold, and there have been, you know, court cases on this. You know, patient privacy could be compromised, and this could even lead to exploitation of data, you know, or exploitation of even the patient. Because if you give, if the data is in the hand of somebody who was thinking about money, and then he will tell you, I'm doing my AI tool, but alas, this guy was doing something else. So we need to think about it when we talk about ownership. Researchers collect data, analyze them, you know, and store them. Sorry, sorry, can I carry on? I could hear some. Okay, now, so researchers collect data. I think somebody should be muted, please. Ganiyu Yusuf, it seems you are distracting us, please. Ganiyu Yusuf, thank you. You know, so researchers collect the data, analyze them, and store them. So that means they can drive innovation similar to the AI tool guy. It can bring insights, somebody like me, and that could lead to improve healthcare outcomes. But the problem is that, you know, patients may feel powerless or excluded as well, because they may say, I do not know the researcher, you know. So now there are ways to actually solve this. The best practices. Oh, that's missing from the 1 minute. I drop this and then share another slide. Just 1 second, please. Just 1 second. I was putting the slide together this morning, so bear with me. Hopefully, I will get it. Where is paper? Okay, so it seems that slide, I will talk of this slide, but I'll put it together later. And then, so I may not share that slide, but I will just talk to it in a way. Anyway, I thought there was something missing there. Yes. Okay, so I stopped sharing the slide, but I will try to talk still. You know, we've just talked about ownership, you know, but then there are legal issues. There are ethical issues. I'm not sharing my slide. I will just talk to it, but I'll put this slide together and share it later. I think I missed it but I will reshare this slide once I finish this section to talk about, you know, the paper I wanted to present. Okay, so there are legal, ethical issues, and there are social implications of all that I've been discussing. You know, there is confidentiality and privacy laws. You know, there are laws like HIPAA, you know, Health Insurance Portable and Accountability Act. And there is GDPR, which is the general data practice that obtains in the UK. So, or in Europe generally, the HIPAA cut across but originated from the US, and the Europeans, they have the GDPR, you know? So this is about confidentiality. So there are ethical issues. So one should think about who owns the data. When you think about who owns the data, think about the confidentiality and privacy issue. So the law protects patients because they must be protected. Their data must not go into a wrong hand, you know, and there are issues about informed consent. So when you think about confidentiality and privacy, then you think about informed consent. Because I did mention that when the data is in the hands of AI guy, the patient doesn't know who is using the data and what will he use it for. So informed consent sometimes, you know, is when we don't force the patient, voluntary consent, the patient, and that's why it's informed. If the patient does not understand your language, somebody who can communicate, a translator, must make sure that the patient understands that this data will be used for research, and this is how it will be used. So who is using your data? What is he or she using the data for? That is very, very important in ethical issue. And now you talk about data security. You know, the data security, we must ensure that the data does not go to wrong hands. You know, there are cyber attacks. So the health facility may have a good intent and put the data in a good place that they think is okay. But if there is a cyber attack, then there is trouble. And that's what led to, you know, some of those cases about, you know, data being sold, you know, and being made available and ransom being requested from patients sometimes. You know, this is data security. So first thing, we need to think about confidentiality and privacy. We need to think about informed consent, and we need to think about data security, ownership. Do you think about the data security? Make sure it doesn't go to the wrong hand. And so there are ways to protect that. And now the social side of it, you know, there is always social implication about the data, you know. So we must make sure that the data does not lead to inequality. You know, if you get to a particular repository and you observe that, you know, certain race is smaller than the other, or certain population, you know, underrepresentation, you know, that could further, you know, exacerbate inequality, you know. And so we have to be careful about what could lead to biased outcome. Because in data science, when we build model, you know, if there is certain proportion of your data is maybe fewer than the other, then you need to be careful in your modeling, because your model may not be generalizable. So that's very important, and that could lead to social issue, because your conclusion may be that you know, this is the general observation, but whereas it doesn't represent a particular group of people. And now I want to talk about best practices as I wrap up the first part of this particular presentation. Best practices. Number one, patient-centered data management. So there are policies, and everybody who is a researcher must be conscious of those, that data management must be patient-centered. You know, patients must be empowered, you know, to have a level of control. They must know what their data will be used for. You know, I remember we did some research in Newcastle several years ago, and we were in the data we were working on lithium and trying to see how lithium, the effect of lithium on bipolar disorder. I was working with a colleague, and I was developing the software to be used that time. And then, you know, David came to me and said, oh, Ben, what can we do about this particular, you know, when people come, can we give them their data so that they have access to it? Oh, we need to check what the policy says. And if the policy lets us, you know, we could do that. So a level of information was required. In fact, we were giving them brain images. They were excited to see 3D, and they could play with it. They could see their brain. But we need to make sure that patients are comfortable, but not that you give them what can even cause problem, you know. So that's one. Patient. So we're talking about best practices. The first one is patient-centered. The second is interoperability. Interoperability is in the context of where you collect your data from data science perspective or data management side of things. You know, you collect your data from a particular system. Can you transfer to another? So you need to tick boxes. I remember when I was visiting Professor Fumi Olopade, I'm glad that she's here, you know, and in 2022 as a Fulbright scholar, when I got to our lab, you know, and I wanted access to the data, you know, I'm a data scientist. What I need is data. I don't need to see the patient, but I need the data. And, you know, and Prof was not around. And she insisted and so much loved that. I must do this training, I must do that, I must do this, otherwise no access to data. I tell you, not because she doesn't want access, but it took me more than 2 months before I got access to data. Why? Because I have to do everything right. I was glad because I learned from that. And we brought data from Nigeria to the US. We were not allowed. You know, we have to do things HIPAA compliance. You cannot just copy data from the US and bring to Nigeria or vice versa. There are policies. There are, you know, there are rules. So, but we need to ensure interoperability, but we need to tick all the boxes. Data transparency is number 3 about best practices. Data transparency, clear communication about how data will be used. Patients must know. If you say that it will be used for research, that might suffice because you are using it for research, you know. So, but patients must know, you know, that this is what you will use the data for. Who will have access to the data? What are the techniques of safeguarding the data? Security measures, you know, and so that these are the things that will help us to build trust in patients. Once they know, because patients, they come to you as a clinician or as a doctor, or as a banker, and they tell you their secrets. But if you can assure them, if they know that they are talking to a safe hand, I bet they will sign off their data for you to use. So that's number 3. I talk about patient-centered, I talk about interoperability, and I just talk about transparency. And now, the other thing I want to talk about is collaboration between stakeholders. Yes. That must be ensured. Patients, healthcare providers, tech companies, policymakers, all of us who are working in data environment to help, you know, health service delivery must work together, you know, and we must work in a responsible way. You know, that is why a responsible conduct in research, this particular workshop is very, very important. I wish I knew before this. I would have blown it up, you know, in Lagos State University and make sure that everybody who does medical research attends. But I still share this with some of my students, the Datican students, and they are here anyway. But this is a very important, you know, workshop about, you know, responsible conduct, you know. And so when we collaborate, we have to do that according to the policy, you know, and that will be very, very helpful. And then we tick all the boxes for ethical and legal issues. And now, in rounding up this particular session, AI and automation with caution. Yes, you know, when you use AI, there are confusions actually about artificial intelligence. You know, I said to people what is AI? You know, AI is not going to replace human being. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about what people say about the theory and all this. Human beings are humans. You know, AI are to help us to take informed decision. I am a technology person, and I know that we can even use artificial intelligence to do surgery, to do so many things, but they are supposed to be used as tools. You know, they are supposed to be used as tools. On no account should you allow AI tools to do your job for you, because they are not humans. So those are my, that's what I wanted to share with us. And I know I've spent about 40 minutes on that. The next 20 minutes, I will quickly talk about, present a research paper. And this is the work I did with Professor Fumi Olopade, you know, in Chicago. So I will share my screen and I will just talk to this within the next 20 minutes. I hope I'm still audible.
Yes, Prof.
Okay,
Very
thank
audible.
you. Okay, thank you. I will share my screen again. Can you see my screen, please?
Yeah.
Can you see my screen? Can anybody see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Yes, Prof. Yes, Prof.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So I just want to present this paper,
Yes, we can
breast
see
cancer risk prediction. And why talking about breast cancer? Yeah, that's what I did. And is technology, does it cut across? Yes, that's it. So this technology is transferable. Historically, I know that we have varied, probably, you know, audience. So I'm not going to talk about everything, but this was presented in another conference. But just to say that there are different views about breast cancer. People thought that breast cancer was actually a punishment from the gods at some point, you know. So in certain century, people use incision, you know. For those who speak Yoruba, that's what we call bere, if you can remember. You know, some of us had many of those, you know. So they thought that was the best way to treat breast cancer in that time. But at certain point, around 400 CE, people use faith rather than do medication. They left everything to prayer. Prayer is good. Prayer is, miracles can happen, but there is a position for prayer. There is a position for science. But later, people understand that yes, we can actually, medical science can help us to solve a lot of problems. And that's why we are here. That's why we are learning. That's why we are doing research. So just to give that background, but what is breast cancer? You know, uncontrollable growth in a particular part of human body called the breast. That's it. And we can have cancer of all kinds, you know. And but what is really striking is that over 2 million cases of breast cancer are diagnosed annually. And every 46 seconds, someone dies of breast cancer. I provided where I got the information, so it's not from me, but there is data to tell us that breast cancer is a major problem. And so globally, I've said about 2 million, you know, diagnoses, but there have been projections that things will get worse. The terrible thing is that half of those who are diagnosed die of breast cancer. This is terrible. You know, in the developed world, there is a strong fight against it, you know, and things are getting better. But in this sub-Saharan Africa, in our side, you know, things are still not doing well. So people still die every time, you know. So there is a need, a strong need for that matter, to do something about that, to do something. Now, I always love to present this data, which is from CDC or GCO. I provided the link just in case you want to follow up, you know, and this tells us the incidence of cancer. And if what is important here, please, is about, look at my column, you know, where you see the regions and see the trend in my curve. Now, pay attention to where I put asterisk. What do you see? You can see that it seems as if in the developed world, you know, there are more cases of breast cancer in the developed world than the developing world, because the West Africa, you can see down. So it seems, but is that actually true? Maybe no, but the next slide we talk about that. But how many cases are reported? Now, but before I answer that, look at this curve again. This is a very lovely one. You know, it shows you mortality and incidence. When you see black line, then that means it's from black people, and the other one is for white. So pay attention to the topmost and look at the incidence rate. You see, incidence is higher for white than black. That supports the previous slide. But now look at mortality. Mortality is higher for black than white. Does that agree? It seems there is a conflict, you know, because if the incidence is high, one will expect mortality to increase proportionately, you know, but it says that mortality is higher in black. But do you know there are ways we can explain this? Incidence started to fall in the year 2000 as reported, you know, because of the fight against cancer led by the US, you know, and I can say that Professor Olopade is one of those who have been doing a lot of work on this. And so results are coming, you know. Mortality started falling down in the 1990s, you know, and if you look at that, you can see from 1990, things started to come down. It seems to be generic, but it's still higher. Mortality is still higher here. So what could explain this confusing graph? From data side of things, you know, reduction could be attributed to screening, more screening in the US, screening in the UK. You know, at certain age, you are screened for breast cancer in the US, but at certain condition in the UK, there are policies on that as well. But do you know what will explain why incidence and mortality do not seem to agree? You know, how many cases are reported? What is our data? So awareness and detection improved, you know, or reduced mortality and incidence in the developed world. But how many people have breast cancer? How many of those who have breast cancer are reported? So it's all about data. And that's the way I will explain it. Because, you know, incidence is very high in Africa too, but people do not report. We're talking about breast cancer. If these cases are reported and data is curated and you give them, you know, to people to mine and look at them, then you see that the graph will change. So why did we do this particular work? Yeah, we wanted to see how to use artificial intelligence tools to actually develop tools to develop models that can help with risk assessment, risk prediction of breast cancer. So we used an AI, you know, tool called machine learning. It's just a generic name. So we use machine learning, which is a subset of artificial intelligence. And because we solved classification problem, just because some of the participants may be medics, so I just quickly talk to you within 1 minute about classification problem. We try to solve classification problem, which is just to separate the disease from non-disease. But you look at this particular pictures, you know, you want to separate an elephant from a tiger. So that's what medical diagnosis is all about. You separate, of course, you do prescription thereafter, but we have abilities, you know, in Nigeria, outside Nigeria, data scientists can develop tools that can separate these two from each other. So what is machine learning? I'll skip that because of time. I will skip this again. Okay, forms of machine learning. You know, machine learning can be what we call supervised, in which case your data must be labeled. So if your data is labeled or tagged or annotated, there could be used synonymously, then you know one group is separated from the other. You can now build a model that will learn what makes those in one group to be close to each other and what makes those in two different groups to be apart from or separated from each other. That's what the model does. So supervised learning works on only, you know, data that are clearly marked. But if you do not mark the data, it's not the end of the world. we can use what we call unsupervised learning. So K-means mixture models, some statistical and probabilistic models can still be used to solve that problem. But that is the third part or third form of machine learning that we call reinforcement learning. So this is about feedback. It's just like you work with someone, your boss rewards you when you do well, and when you don't do well, it penalizes you. So reinforcement learning is about reward. It's reward driven. And the model like hidden Markov model or Markov process is a good example of that. And so we can actually build from when we have nothing inside it, and then that can happen. In this particular study, what did we do? We looked at 11 AI models, and we compared them. Okay, so these are the 11 that we studied, starting from logistic regression, simple one, easy to implement, decision tree, support vector, up to quadrant discriminant analysis. So we look at the 11 of them, and our target was to see which of these has a high predictive value. And don't forget, we had a clear goal when we started the work. We wanted to see how to predict risk of breast cancer. Okay, machine learning techniques. I will skip this. The notes could be made available. It seems time. Oh, I have only 10 minutes, so I'll skip this. Now I skip this.
Prof, you have less than 10 minutes because we want them to come back and dig deeper. They have to ask you questions.
Oh, brilliant. So let me wrap up on what we achieved. I will skip and go to conclusion. Thank you. I was going to talk about the fantastic study. I will still have to talk about this one. African breast cancer study. This was funded by NIH under the leadership of Professor Fumi Olopade. This data has been, there's continuous acquisition for more than 10 years. It will surprise you that I didn't have access to this data as a Nigerian in Nigeria until when I got to it. I have a lot of testimonies, but time will fail us. But I appreciate accessibility to this particular data. So I worked on this data. And I skip all this because I want us to see if we can talk. Okay, what did we achieve? Yes, we compared, the 11 models that I mentioned to you. And then we found, that AI tools has good potential at predicting breast cancer risk in African women. There have been studies for Caucasians or outside Africa, and you can do study for Africans in the US. No. We were talking about Africans in Africa. So they're totally different from, other Africans who live outside. So we found out that one, machine learning models can do the job. And we've found that, artificial neural network gave the best result because it can handle non-linearity that we found in the data, complexity, hidden relationship, heteroscedasticity, and collinearity. All this can be handled by, ANN. It's not all models that can do that. But look at the last bullet point. What did we find? What makes sense to a medical scientist? What will make sense is the most predictive risk factors: a physical activity score, age, number of full-time pregnancy and telarchy, breastfeeding, diabetes, education, use of contraceptive and menopause. Some of these are known outside Nigeria, yes, but we were able to say that using our data acquired from Nigeria, from Nigerians, these are risk factors of breast cancer, and this was empirically, identified. So with that, I think so that we can talk and I can respond to questions. Yes, so I just want to appreciate Professor Fumi Olopade and everybody who has contributed, UChicago, Fulbright, for giving me the opportunity to visit the lab, of Professor Fumi. And that was, if you like, a revolutionary visit, because from that, we got the project we are running, which is DATICAN, and some of the DATICAN trainees are on this call. So I appreciate Professor Obiageli Nodu for bringing me to share this tiny, experience of mine with the audience. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank
That's
you
me.
very much, Prof. Thank you so much. So quickly we'll take questions. As previously done, you can type into the chat or you raise your hand and you'll be identified to ask your question.
Okay, so I can see some questions in the, do you want me to go through the chat room or let me know what to do, please? Or people raise up their hand. Oh, there are hands up, okay. So moderator, there are some hands up. You may want to recognize.
Yeah, the good thing about this group is they always ask questions. I hope you will give us some time to go through the questions.
Okay,
So,
there is one hand up. If you want to recognize the person, then I'm going through the chat room now to see.
Okay, so please indulge us. Let's start from here. Please, then we'll recognize all those who are online, whose hands are up, once we are done with this first question, and then we can take the chats last.
Okay, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. You know, we followed it very keenly. So I just want to, let me just go straight to the question. I just want to ask about, you know, you talked about data collection management and then data security. So I want to know, you know, about data sharing. You know, I want to know more about like the security in sharing data. Like, okay, you have your data on your computer and you need to share it to somebody who is, you know, like maybe by email. You need to share the data by email. So what do you do about that? Because I noticed that sometimes, like when we need data from international data from abroad, maybe just laboratory data that we have done, they don't want to share it. They just insist that we must do some things to make sure that this is done. So how safe is data, like when you share it over the email like that? And then secondly, about the artificial intelligence tools, the machine learning. I'm just wondering, these softwares, the usual traditional softwares that we use to do data analysis, are they going obsolete? Because I'm aware that there are some artificial intelligence tools or software that can do data analysis for you cleanly. So what's your take on using those artificial intelligence tools, maybe like, for example, maybe just an example, there's one called Julius that is used for data analysis. What's your take? Are they okay, or how do they compare with the usual traditional SPSS or Stata that we usually use to do the analysis? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. I will quickly respond to that about sharing data via email. It depends. In the first instance, on no account will you share data that has patient information. So whether you share by email or you put on Google Drive or on SharePoint or you put in the cloud, patient information must be removed completely. So that's what we call anonymization and de-identification. So that's hugely important. So, but I would think, and additionally, there are some data sets that they're not even, you can't even share them via email. It's just impossible. But I'm guessing you were talking about numerical data, maybe in a spreadsheet or CSV. You know, if it doesn't have patient information, then there is no problem about sharing via email. But there is a caveat. Sorry, you may need to mute somebody. You know, but the caveat is, you know, there are policies of engagement, or there are rules of engagement and there are policies. You know, I can say, you know, that I've given an example when I needed access, even to my host. I needed, you know, data access from my host, and I still have to tick boxes. So policies, you know, you just have to comply. So you have to comply with the policies. So once that is done, whatever medium that you want to use must be secured. Email is not that secured. Somebody will just hack into your system, then it's gone. So security, you see, I mentioned about security today and cyber attack. So we have to be very careful. I will say, you know, you can share CSV file, you know, Excel file, but there must not be anything called that can identify the patients. So that's about that. About the tools, whether the existing one or the previously used one are now obsolete. I would say yes and no. You know, I would say yes and no. Some of these tools, because we build models, any tool you see is a result of rigorous work. You think about SPSS. What is SPSS? You have all statistical, you know, formulae, all of them put together in a way that you can do certain things. Some of these particular equations have been improved. They have been improved to make things better because discoveries happen at all times. That's why skilling, upskilling, every time training. In fact, even as a data scientist, in 2023, 2 years ago, I still had to, who is Evelyn? Just, he's been muted and he's unmuted himself. Somebody should talk to Evelyn. You know, now we need to use tools that are actually, you know, current. But SPSS is good, MATLAB is good. I will not say all of them are obsolete. No, 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 no. Because even you may like to know that AI tools are built with those tools. Artificial intelligence, you know, tools that you see, they do crawling. They go and get, you know, information from different sources. And some of those sources are the things you use. They make life easy, but you have to be careful. Ask ChatGPT to write some report for you. Sometimes you see that it gets some things wrong. So we have to bespoke whatever we get from it. So yes, some could be obsolete, and no, because some of them are still required. So, and if you just depend on AI tools only, then there is this knowledge acquisition side of it that could be a problem. I will not say don't use AI tools. I will say use AI tools and still use the existing statistical packages because they are good. So I don't know if I answer your question. So I take more questions.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you. I can see a hand up, Yotola Olabode. Please, can you unmute? Yeah, and ask your question. Please, just before you ask the question, just to ask all the participants to keep their microphones muted, please, so that we don't have all these interferences. Thank you. Ayotola, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Benjamin, for the presentation. My question is, when you were about to end the presentation and you spoke about, I was wondering why education is a risk factor of having breast cancer, because you listed some factors like contraceptives, breastfeeding. I was wondering why education is also a risk factor in Sub-Saharan Africa, considering the awareness for women left and right. So I was wondering.
So thank you very much, Ma. I love that question. I actually anticipated question, I confess. You know, education, the way we will interpret it is that the more you know, then the better things become for you. So those who are educated, you actually use a key word, awareness. I think that's actually could answer the question. So the more you are educated, you know, the more you know about it. So the way we could interpret is that those who are educated, they know that physical activity is important. Do you know, madam, that in the olden days, they will say that, okay, you speak Yoruba, and so we thought obesity was a sign of good living. But now that we are educated, we know obesity is a disease condition. So those who are educated, Collins, please, can't let mute yourself, Collins. You know, Collins Ugo. You know, so education will help you know that, okay, the number of full-time pregnancy, the use of contraceptive, all these are very important. So we can interpret that education is coming, although it's from data, not that we thought about it, but the way we interpret it is that when you are educated, you know more. You know that there are things you should do. You can change your lifestyle. You know the type of food you eat. You know that you shouldn't eat eba in the morning and pounded yam in the afternoon, and you wrap up with amala in the evening. So education could help you to know that. So education helps you to know what to do. So we believe that the educated people are more informed and they are more aware of things, the risk factors that are biological or that are physical and that they could work on. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think there's a hand up from the Bado site under Shola Adeyemo's name. Please, can the person ask the question before we go to the chats? The questions in the chats.
Thank you, Prof, for the presentation. My question is, you talked about what level do you go to provide information to clients who have participated in the research? And is there some, I think that the haze is actually in the hands of the participant, because the participant has not surrendered completely. I mean, we shouldn't take it as surrender. Surrender in the sense that, oh, you do the work, you get the data, and that is it. And then you decide on what to do with the data. Yes, you are the scientist. But do scientists actually discuss how the data will be managed with the participant from ab initio? I doubt if that happens all the time. Even in clinical practice, you find some clinicians, they don't disclose everything to the client or to the patient. They hide somehow. They say, oh, you won't understand. But I think it is the responsibility of the researcher to provide adequate, and adequate is determined by the need of the client, adequate information to the client that will help the client to improve in quality of life. I don't know what your comment is going to be on that. And I will refer to that when we discuss the topic on community engagement. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. It's like you made life so easy for me. You provided the answer. I agree 100% with you. It's a responsibility of the researcher to give information. You got to let the patient know, but we are guided by policy. And every patient has access to his data or should have access to his data, But you must tell, it's the responsibility of the researcher. I love your practicality. You said many people don't tell them. And that is one of the reasons why the SPARC team put this together. As many people as we can talk to, we need to tell them under the best practices. I did mention, you need to do certain things. You have to. So those who don't do the right thing, that's not good. But when we come for a meeting like this, we are reminded of doing things right. So the researcher must tell the patient. There is a requirement, strong requirement on that. So I agree with you. Some people are not doing it, but we need to make sure they do it. We need to make sure they do the right thing in whatever way we can. So I agree with you. And I believe that patients should have access to their data, and they must follow the due process. And, and the responsibility, the onus lies on the researchers to provide information. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'll just quickly read out questions from the chat for you. So about who owns the data, can all stakeholders, patients, sponsors, and investigators not be part owners and agree before data is used for anything?
Sorry, I missed it. Can you kindly read it again?
Okay, so there's a question on about who owns the data. Can all stakeholders, patients, sponsors, and investigators not be part owners and agree before data is used for anything?
Oh, okay. Okay. My view will be, I talk about collaboration, and I did say that, stakeholders should actually work together. Now, to use the word agreed, it's not bad, but we need a level of we need to be cautious, because for every study there is you have clear goals. But how you use the data, you may not need to invite the patient to tell the patient to agree as to how the data will be used before you start the study. That may not be practicable. But in the area of the research, yes, there must be agreement within what is allowed by the law guiding data, sharing. So the policy. So agreeing is good. Agreeing is good, but then we need to be professional with that. I don't know if that clears it, but
maybe I can add a little bit to that, right? Because you use the example of the data that we've been collecting in Nigeria on the Nigerian breast cancer study for the last 25 years. And one of the areas that I think we all agreed on before we even started the work was what is going to be the benefit to the community and then the benefit to the patient, right? So those are some of the ethical issues that I think we all now are grappling with. When we started the work in 1998, and I think we've also had discussions about what is the level of knowledge at the time that you started the work. So in 1998, everybody was believing that there would be artificial intelligence, but nobody actually knew that there would be artificial intelligence. The only thing that was sure in 1998 was that every patient should be consented to give their consent to participate in research. And then the consent was that if there's anything that is meaningful to you, and this is to go back to Professor Ojengbede's question about community engagement, there's some results that you can give back to the patient at the patient's individual level. Then there will be some results that you will give back at the community level, because at that moment, we didn't even have any gene called BRCA1 or 2 identified that could benefit the patient. And as research continues to evolve, the question is, who owns the data that you collected over these years? And I can tell you, I'm at the National Institute for Medical Research, and we're now really coming together as the National Health Research Committee to begin to talk about who owns the data. Is it the patient? Is it the community? Is it Nigeria? When there's no rule governing research, then it's like you're in a jungle. When there's no rule governing artificial intelligence, then you are in a jungle. Anybody can do whatever they want. And this is why we're actually at a pivotal moment where we have to all engage and ask ourselves, who owns the data? Now, data is the money, data is monetized. Even when you don't want to buy anything, Google will be pushing something at you. Meta will be pushing something at you. You can't turn before somebody wants to try to sell something for you. So I think that these are some of the things that we as a research community have to begin to grapple with. Yes, would be ideal for us to be able to tell every patient the outcome of our research, but it's impractical when we don't have any funding. The funders are the ones who are going to say, give us the data. So people have just been taking data out of Nigeria, taking materials out of Nigeria without leaving anything behind, because there's no place to leave the thing. So I'm glad that you've asked the question, because those are things that we all have to grapple with and create our rules of engagement. Please mute yourself if you are not speaking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the additional. So we'll just take, there's another question on the chat. I think we'll just take that. I know our time is spent. Prof, so there's a question on what is the status quo about data privacy laws in Nigeria? Is there anything equivalent or close to the HIPPA in Nigeria?
Okay, yes, actually, there is one that is being worked on and that I'm privy to, from, there's a ministry that is working on it, but I don't know if that is in the public domain, because I tried looking, I couldn't get at some point, but I know that as Professor Olopade said, there are some works ongoing. But as to whether there is generally accepted or what is available in Nigeria about, there is data privacy, you know, but I don't think there is any, I think there is one that is very obsolete, and there is current efforts going on about improving it. But in the medical health data, I don't know of any.
Thank you very much. Prof, please, I want to plead that because our time is gone and we need to move on, I want to plead that you just look up the other two chat questions and you can respond to it on the chat so that everyone can benefit. There are two additional questions, one from Agnes Aderinola and then Kelechi Okeke. So you could respond to them on the chat so that we can move ahead.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I saw the one from Agnes Aderinola Oyeniro about, it says, on the predictive risk factors, could you better elaborate on factors qualitatively? For example, is it low level of education, or is it contraceptive use that is linked to the risk, or is it increase in number of pregnancy, etc.? It will be nice. Although time will fail us for me to go into details.
Yes, Prof.
Yes.
Let me just thank you for coming up and giving a brilliant talk. I think you can see that we have engaged the community, and there will be many more opportunities for us to do this work. And I just want to thank you on behalf of everybody, because these are the questions that we should be asking, and the opportunity to further refine all these tools, to further, I mean, the data set that you looked at probably has, what, 5,000 patients or and participants?
6,434.
6,434.
34, yes.
So how applicable is it to 250 million Nigerians? This is why we're in the era of big data science. We ought to engage our government. We ought to engage our universities. We ought to engage to make sure that we can begin to do research and collect more knowledge, more data, because the more data we have, the better the algorithms will work. So thank you. So the answer is we don't know the truth yet, because this is the beginning of a new way of doing collaborative research. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're going to move on. Any other questions will be answered on the chat. We've eaten into our break time, our tea break time. So we basically have just 5 minutes. I will advise that at the respective centers, people could pick up their tea break materials and sit back in, because in 5 minutes time, we'll start the next set of lectures. And please, we want to also ask that you use this period to also take group attendance within your various sites. Thank you very much. In 5 minutes, we'll be back.
See this one. Let me now put it. Your voice now is strong. Your voice now you can hear me. Okay. So I'm a bit late for the meeting. The issue here is because of code that I could not access. Yes, everyone attendance to you. Okay. Maybe it should be this. It's fine. It's fine. Maybe this one. All right. So sure income. Okay, let's stop this one. It's three. I'm supposed to be found. You are on. Yeah. I leave it like always show your thing count. So we go back, Abby. The audio. Excuse me, please. I'm Sadis Elizabeth, a participant. Please, here do I enter the attendance list? Here do I enter my name in the attendance list? I can't find it here. Okay, is it chat?
There is a link that you tap on, and that takes you to a form that you fill in. It has your name, your email address, and your profession. That's all is been asked of you. So tap into the link that is in the chat box. Thank you.
Ada atọ moto mmadụ ebe a. Ada atọ taya mmadụ ebe a.
Okay, yes, so I have the pleasure and honor of introducing our most revered senior colleague, Professor Oladosu Ojengbede, whom I met here in Abuja in 2011. I listened with rapt attention as he communicated his research in the community. And I really loved what he was doing. And I'm glad that today I'm getting to do a little bit of that. So he is going to give us the next presentation. So I want to ask you to join me in welcoming Professor Ojengbede. Thank you, sir. You have the floor. And Shola will project the slide for you from Ibadan. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
You can, okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to be part of this meeting. And I think the questions that have come up at the past two presentations, they're strong indications of the need for similar activities to take place among scientists, not only among those who are participating now, but generally in all the institutions, anywhere where there are scientists, where there are researchers. So as we have seen, the topic I'm supposed to be leading, which I love to actually make interactive, but even though we may not be able to do that now, but we'll have discussion at the end, is on community engagement in the research and conduct of responsible research that we do. Let me start on a lighter mode. In the years of Guinea worm eradication, one of the village, I'm sure some of us may have heard this story before. One of the areas very endemic for Guinea worm was visited. It was UNICEF and the others that were sponsoring this project at that time. And so the researchers decided, of course, to intervene, which is part of the design of the research, by sinking boreholes and wells, deep wells, in those villages that are highly endemic. Now, naturally, from science, the scientists put the well very close to the village, to the hamlet itself, hoping that people will fetch water from there, and then subsequently, Guinea worm will dive down. A year later, when they came back to revisit the study, what did they find? Guinea worm was still just as endemic as before the well. And really, the pump that was fitted into the well appeared as if nobody had used it. And so it was a great surprise for them. And they then asked the village, what happened? We expect you to have been using this. We sunk the borehole for you, a lot of money. If your children were fetching water from here, then Guinea worm would have reduced. And they said, well, you are the one who sunk it here. If only you had asked us where we would like the well to be, we would have told you. Because you see, in the morning, our children go out to fetch water. They play on the way, they joke, they laugh. They give us time to have intimacy with our wives before they bring the water. So if this well, we want to use the well, if you had asked us, we would have told you to put the well very close to the stream. And they would have still gone there to fetch water. We would still have had our time to enjoy ourselves and our wives. So it's just a pointer to why communities that we want to serve, our research, why they should be very much involved in the conduct of the research itself. And as the proverb says, you can't shape the head of a man who is not present with you. And the second one says, who wears the shoe knows where it is, where it pinches. You may have the technology to relieve the pain, but the fellow who has the pain is an integral stakeholder in that work. So with that brief introduction, let me go to the subject of the lecture itself. Please, next slide. I can change it myself. Next slide. Okay. It's not showing. All right. So the next slide is just an outline, which shows the areas that we want to cover, a brief introduction, what the community engaged continuum of research, what it's like, what are the responsibilities of the community, responsibilities of the researcher itself. Okay, I think it's showing now. What are the characteristics of engaging a community, and how do we actually, what are the processes involved in instituting a community engaged research? And then we will look at some of the few common significant challenges, and then we conclude. Hopefully we'll be able to do that in the next 40 minutes. Next slide. Okay, so the first thing is, we talk about community. What's a community? A community will be regarded as a group of people that share common perspectives. They have common interests, and then disease state, if you are talking about a disease. So, and this community doesn't have to be physical only. You can have a community of lawyers within a Badon. And it doesn't mean they are all living in Bodija and so on. A group of people with diverse characteristics who are linked by social ties, they share common perspectives and engage in joint actions in geographical locations or settings, will also be regarded as a community. A community of obstetricians, a community of those who have had cesarean section before, a community of people who are living with sickle cell disease, because that's what this current D43 is focused upon. A community of stakeholders, it could be policymakers, it could be the Ministry of Health, healthcare workers, community-based organizations, opinion leaders within a community, a group, and other community gatekeepers. Now, so what is the process community engagement? Meaningfully, this involves communities that are affected by research finding in research process. Now, the thing is, should even communities be part of the design? How much should we, how far should we engage? When should we begin the engagement process? Is it when we want to conduct the study, which is what usually happens? Or is it when we are even thinking about it, about looking at doing a scoping process within the community to see what their challenges are? Should communities be consulted to ask them what their own priority, what they think their priority is? One, it can occur at all stages of research, really, and preferably it should occur very early. Either in identifying the research topic, because like I said, who wears the shoe knows where it pinches. In planning the study itself, in designing the study, in the recruitment of study participants, the communities can help us a lot. And currently, most of the studies that we're doing, particularly the one on FGM eradication, the communities are actually the drivers. They are in the front seat. They are the ones telling us what we should do, how we should do it, who to be consulted, who can help us to, all of us, when I mean us, the researchers and the community, to achieve our goal, even in data collection. And I'm happy that we just heard about data collection. In data analysis, maybe not so much, but don't think that because they are not statisticians, they are not large data analysts, they can't help us. In the interpretation and dissemination of our findings, what we see generally is that people just involve them at the point where they want to recruit participants or when they want to collect data. Usually that is what happens. And in many instances, the research that we conduct are funded. And the funding agencies already have their own agenda to spend their money. They know what they want to spend it on. So they come, they bring the money, and they say, oh, we want research on why the low prevalence of family planning. But that may not be. If you remember what happened in Kano the other time, and they were talking about family planning, and the Emir of Dukse said, no, the family planning is not our problem. Our problem is malaria, fever. So we take your money away. I'm sure you remember that story. And they put them away. Next slide, please. Next slide.
No, yeah.
Next slide. Next slide. This is the slide I've just finished with. All right. So so in other words, engaging the community should actually be a continuum. The depth to which you go with them at each stage may vary. Okay? Because one, the subject of your research may not be something they automatically understand because it's not been given to them in their own language, in their own texture, in their own practice. So it should be a continuum. And therefore, first, the outreach should provide information and services. Outreach. We have to reach to the community first. And then you consult the stakeholders, the gatekeepers. Part of the outreach will help us to identify who the gatekeepers are. And you need to be integrated in some way, in many ways, with that community itself before you can identify the gatekeepers. You even need key members of the community to help you identify who the gatekeepers are. Who are the people you need to talk to? Who are the people that will help, in mobilizing the community to support the research you want to conduct? Then involve and invite the community participation on specific issues. I gave the example of the well. That's the classical example. And also collaborate to partnerships. That was, I think, was strengthened or emphasized by the first speaker about partnership with the community. And remember, the community does not mean the community as we understand it in social circles, that community like Agbowo community. So a government is a community because the essence of your research is to make eventually an impact on the lifestyle, on the quality of life of community members. And that may involve policy change. Actually, research is supposed to inform policy direction. If your research is just conducted because you want to do research, and nobody is going to benefit, or community is not going to benefit, and community, like I said, can be government, can be a form of policy direction. And then you share the leadership from strong partnership structure among the participating entities, among the stakeholders. So that means that even within consulting, the community, different sections, different leadership within that community may have different roles. And your engagement doesn't have to be one size fits all. It doesn't have to be exactly the same thing you say to everybody. A general one, and then you now pick key stakeholders, those who are going to engage those community members to be part of what you are doing. Now, so these are the principles of community engagement, and I think it is important for us to understand it. And the first thing is that we should be very clear about the population or the community we want to engage. If if you go to a place and you say you want to engage the community, and you have specific, let's say you are talking about people living with vaginal fistula. So you have to have specific identification of the community you want to engage. It may be a community within a community, by the way. The next thing is know the community, okay, by clearly defining the population that you want. Okay, there must be collective self-determination and responsibility of that community members. So they all have to agree to participate in what you want to do. They may not be all that will participate eventually, but the community as a whole needs to engage. And when I mean community as a whole, it doesn't mean every individual will agree with what you want to do. But in general, the leadership structure of that community must accept and go with you and agree that they believe that they will benefit from it and they will participate from what the research that you want to do. Then being clear, sustainability results from mobilizing the community. Actually, many times that research is done, a project is established, and as soon as the organizers of the project leave, what usually happens? The whole thing dies down because that community was not adequately engaged. They did not adequately participate and agree that, yes, we want to do this. We are doing eradication of FGM and GBV. And I tell you, it's amazing how much communities can support what we want to be their understanding. They form communities themselves. They with their obas and ballets, and we have over 50 communities that have now abandoned FGM. And you can't do female genital mutilation in that community. They even erected signposts that don't say you don't know in this community. They put it in English, they put it in the local language, they set up surveillance officers, teams that actually go around and they collect data, they give us, they let us know where they think there's a risk for FGM. So that is very important for sustainability, community engagement. Knowing the community also involves partnering with the community, which is very, very necessary to create the change to improve the health of the community. And also, be prepared to release control to the community. Now, we've talked about sharing data. To release the control to the community and be flexible enough to meet its changing needs, because things may change within that community and you should be able to adapt, shift your research focus to fit into their own current need. And also build trust and relationship by recognizing and respecting community structures. Okay? Sometimes, we do things that we think are unorthodox. Even politicians, this is like the politics of research. You see, somebody who are talking about prostrating for others. That how General Obasanjo, who is 82 or 85, anywhere he goes to see any urban, no matter how small the urban, prostrate. They say that you pour water on the ground and you step on what? Soft soil. Then community collaboration requires long-term commitment. Surely, next one. What are the importance of community engagement in research? Like we said, the first lecturer also talked about trust, about integrity, and about engagement. First, community engagement helps us to build trust and respect. We let them know we respect their views, we respect their culture, we believe in what they know, we don't condemn them. We can change by providing evidence, from what we do, but we shouldn't condemn or vilify what they believe in. It also promotes equity and inclusion, and that's a major part of research now. co-creation of research is important. So those who are going to benefit from that research, from the beginning, to join the researchers to co-create the topic, the design, the management, and they should actually be involved as much as possible as they can cope with technically. Also ensures cultural relevance and sustainability and addresses local priorities effectively. For next slide. A framework for conducting research that uses relationship between researchers and community. That is a community engaged research. And research conducted through partnerships with community stakeholders and researchers is another definition of community engagement. So, involving community members directly or through indirect representation about for those who have knowledge of the phenomenon being studied, as well as academic researchers. And also by having research that is primarily relevant to the need of the community. If you conduct research, like we said, and that does not benefit the community in any way, I don't think that research will be worth it. Okay? I think any research that does not lead to something that can improve the status quo is not. It's supposed to, they said that by this research has significantly added to knowledge. Isn't that what they say? Okay. Then aiming to produce new knowledge that can help community generate a change in the way, in what they know, in what they believe, in what they practice, and therefore impact on the quality of life that they live. That is what a community engaged research will do. And this example, I think we already gave some of the references, which it will circulate to everyone that is participating, whether physically or online. Okay, so community engaged research, like I said, is a continuum. And this is just to show, I think I mentioned this already, just to show the degrees of engagement of communities, okay? From full participation to community being involved in or consulted on the research itself, or the research just conducted, within the community with their really specific input into the research. And that, the bottom one is not the one you want. The one I think that is currently recommended, beneficial, and globally accepted or promoted is where the community is really, really highly engaged. And to use the word, they co-create the research that you want to conduct. I don't know whether clinicians who also rely on collecting data from case files and so on, that's a different kettle of fish of engaging communities. Okay. Okay. Community stakeholders are involved in various phases of the research. Study design, in implementation, and in determination. And during the discussion, I would love some of us who have conducted research in which communities were really strongly engaged to give us examples of how communities can be involved in the design, in implementation, and in dissemination. Next slide. Next slide. So what are the features of community engaged research? Shared decision making, okay, ensuring that there's mutual benefit of scientific publications to the researcher, of improving the knowledge of international organizations and local organizations, but also of making data information available to the community members who are, or to the participants in your study, and not just providing information. It's also part of the responsibility of the researcher to assist or to help. Part of the engagement include helping community members who require further intervention to be able to access it, either by referral or by you providing it. In some instances, actually, if you discuss with the community very well, some intervention, no matter how little it is, may have been built into the conduct of the research. For instance, you want to check who are the people who have malaria, okay? And you get those who you diagnose malaria, and it's irresponsible researcher that will just leave the client at that point. Either you provide an initial remedy, an intervention, or you refer, or you treat completely, absolutely. Follow-up may not have to be necessarily conducted maybe by referral. Then emphasizing on trust building. I don't think I will waste more time on that because that was very well discussed at the first presentation. Next slide, please. How can researchers promote shared decision making when working with community? That is shared decision making process. Next one. There should be short and long-term benefits that accrue to the researcher are made clear to the participant. Because usually what happens is if you don't make it clear to them and you let them know what is in for them, I think we will get to where what is it, or is even here on this slide. If you don't make it clear to them what benefits you derive and what benefit they derive, usually what they come is the next set of researchers are going to meet with a brick wall. Has that happened before? Has anybody experienced that before? You find that somebody has conducted a research before, or you yourself, you did not engage the community after you research, you collect your data and you disappear, and then you come back, you want to conduct even very much more important research, and they're not going to participate. Okay? They're not going to cooperate with you. A community stakeholder at a community engagement session asks, what is the need for me and for my community? Work on a short-term basis and on a long-term basis. How would researchers respond to such a question from a community member? And I think the truth is to be honest. Integrity, honesty have been discussed. To let them know what exactly they stand to benefit. Because if you say things that you think will promote their cooperation, which you are not able to provide, that is inappropriate. And actually, it's part of things against conduct of responsible research. Next slide. What are some ways to build trust between researchers and community members? The first one is by engaging them from the beginning. I think, and the next one is to be open and to be honest with what you want to do, how you are going to do it, what their own responsibilities will be, and what their expectations should be, and what your responsibility will be, and what your expectations will be. That will build a strong trust, especially identifying with their views, and even if it's not scientifically correct or beneficial, how you explain to them, engage them to ensure that you make it very clear to them. This question of a patient asks for explanation, and you say, oh, well, you can't understand. I don't think should come into research. It is part of the responsibility of the researcher to let participants understand. In fact, the consent note does say that you have explained it in detail to the understanding of the participant. And if you don't, and you just mention it and you sign, you know, sometimes in clinical work, people, it's directly done on them without knowing. It may be necessary to save their life by doing it. Maybe rupture uterus, for instance, but they don't know. And they go out, they're still from clinic to clinic, trying to re-establish their menstrual cycle and their fertility. Next slide. Okay. Then short and long-term benefits that can accrue to the researcher are often made clear, but the one that will accrue to the community are often not made very clear. A community has been repeatedly used for research without seeing any benefits. The community members have taken a collective decision not to allow any researcher to work in their community any longer. That has happened to me before. And apart from that, the fact that they get bored of it, but you can encourage them. You know, for how many years research was conducted in Igbo, and it's still being conducted there. I believe, Professor Ajay, I believe that. How would you address this as a researcher who wants to work with this community? Okay, and I think the thing to do is not to condemn the other researcher. Are you supposed to praise them, but to explain precisely what you want to do, how perhaps that initial relationship would have been better, and what they now stand to benefit from this one, emphasizing the reason why you are engaging with them from the beginning to co-create, co-manage, co-implement, and co-access and disseminate the result of your findings. Next slide. So, increasing the understanding that health problems are underpinned by factors within the context of the lives of the community members and research participants is a very great reason why communities should be engaged by in a research work that is being conducted by researchers. Also involving community members in a meaningful way is key to describing and studying this problem and the success of implementing solutions so far. And implementing those solutions, most of the time, if not all the time, will have to involve the cooperation and the participation of the participants. There have been studies that have shown that failure of treatment of diabetes mellitus and hypertension actually have been majorly to lack of participation by the ill because they don't understand. Okay, and you find that you wonder why, for instance, 2 weeks ago, a young man, came to me. I know the family, and one of his brother had had amputation due to diabetic ulcer. Okay, on one leg. 2 years, only 2 weeks ago, the second one was amputated again for the same reason. I think one major fault there is that those who are researchers, they're not researchers, but clinicians who have managed that fellow have not engaged them truthfully or deeply well enough. A community engaged research approach promotes translation of research findings. Next slide. So what are the characteristics of community engaged research? Once again, community stakeholders contribute to various phases of the research. Trust is key, and efforts to build trust must be intentional. I mean, they must see that you are doing so and be consistent, okay? Then parties recognize one another's expertise and competency, and opportunities for co-learning, opportunities for such are provided within the conduct of their research. The knowledge acquired from the research is beneficial both to the community and the researchers themselves. Researchers and community members to strive for a long-term partnership, not a one-off engagement. One-off engagement is not usually sustainable, it's usually not a permanent benefit, especially to community members who have participated in their research. Next slide. So what are the tips for conducting community engaged research? This should have actually been an experience sharing period. But yes, next slide. key practices for researchers in conducting community engaged research. One is get to know the community, seek the support of a mentor or another researcher who has been involved in research, especially in that subject or in that community in particular. Network, reach out to others who have similar interests as you have and have worked with that community and with the community interest in mind. And then select your partners based on those characteristics. Work with your partners to develop and agree. These partners are community partners to and agree on the organizational structure to be used for the engagement. Embrace cultural humility, including things as simple as dressing. You see that most of our workers have, when we work in the northeast, we do a lot of work there. Different attire, not like this. It's something not necessarily that you want to deceive, but you want to make the setting culturally enticing, culturally acceptable for the community. Achieve and maintain a balance between research and community action. Build a very strong trust. Okay, we started. We're working in local government currently. A lot of work. And that started with a breast cancer survey in partnership with Professor Lokpade about over 10 years ago. We're still conducting research there because we have become part of the problem. Let's put it that way. We have engaged them for long. We started with engaging them so that we can have a long trajectory for our collaboration and the benefit that we have put to them. So not only subject that initially took us there, on other subjects, we're doing also effect on women, on outcome of birth and so on. Whereas we started with research on community assessment for cancer, cancer of the breast, that is. Then achieve and maintain a balance between research and community action, build trust, disseminate research findings promptly, and provide opportunity for authorship. Authorship for community members, yes or no? Depends on how deep they participate. If it means the policy of authorship, if they meet, we should also include them. If they really include, if you have engaged them from beginning, from identifying the challenge that you want to research, in designing, incorporating the design of the study, in running it together, why not? Stay engaged with the community after the project ends. That is a strong step for our sustainability. And I think it's one of the weakest in our research endeavor, that we just do the research and we forget we leave. Next slide, please. Hello, please, can you hear me now?
Excellent, sir.
Yes, it's better.
No,
Much better. Much better.
Okay. Is it better?
Much better, much better, much better.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Before the battery goes on, let me just quickly rush through the remaining slides. Yeah. Okay, so what are the challenges? Okay, so the last slide, the one with the previous one, immediate one. was supposed to show us exemplars of community engagement. And we've also sent out some publications that show it. And I was going to share, but I don't have the time to share the study we did on adolescents in vulnerable environments. And we tried to let them tell us what they think their own health challenges are. And they can tell you, I mean, that was the first time I would see photo voice. You know, your voice in photo, they designed it, they showed us how they are fearful in dark areas, in dirty environment and so on. Those were the things they were telling us through photo voice. Their communication was through photo voice. And we got a very useful from that. So the challenges are power imbalances between the researcher and the community, and also between community-based actors, time-intensive processes, which may actually disturb their own natural plan, funding constraints, which usually, because researchers not often think of the need of the communities. If they are fully engaged, they will have needs as due researchers fully engaged. They may have a bit of a compensation also for travel, for things like that. Then community expectations may extend beyond what the researcher can address, and that really just happened. You know, honestly, after you've engaged a community for long, like I said, you become part of the place, you become part of the practice, you celebrate Easter, you know, in Del Malud, and you celebrate all these things together. So in Akinyele, I'm like part of, I'm from there. That also helps. Then, what are suggested solutions? One is in ensuring that they understand their own responsibilities, limitations, and expectations. You should do MOU with the community, especially the participants. And MOU will spell all these things out to their understanding. Leverage the existing resources and apply for community-focused grants. This also, you can even add for community-focused grant to a grant you already have for the study. Okay, next. The community engaged. In conclusion, community engaged research refers to research conducted through partnerships with community stakeholders and researchers. It is surely an important approach which improves understanding of outcomes. And key features of community engaged research are shared decision-making, benefits, and trust building, including building into sustainability of the work. Researchers need to embrace this approach to foster shared learning, decision-making, and community inclusion in research, which will promote the uptake of the research outcomes and sustainability of ensuring information that you have provided. And I think the last one is just to say that it says nothing about us without us. So if they are not there, they are not there. And your work is probably not just applicable to that community. If the community has not participated, the outcome of your research really is circumspect in its applicability to the situation of that community. I will stop there, and maybe there are questions and comments. Sorry for the disruptions, but I hope we have taken something out of the presentation. Thank you so much. I would like to take them now.
Hello, please, we'd like to know if we are audible enough.
Prof, may I just thank Prof. Ojengbede for the brilliant lecture while we're waiting to get questions. Is that allowable, Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am. It's allowable.
Okay, very good. Yes, one of the things that I noted and I wanted to ask Prof about is really whether you can speak on this question of project versus program. So since we were in medical school, you had a program of excellence focused on women, right? As a OB-GYN expert, a whole career has been focused on improving outcomes for women, whether it's addressing postpartum hemorrhage or vesicovaginal fistula. So for those in the audience who are looking to build a career and they get asked to do one project versus the other, projects would always depend on who is funding it. So my question is, how have you been able to sustain your research from when you were a senior resident, because that's when I was a medical student in Ibadan, and you are still going. So what is this idea of engaging the community and then sustaining a program of research excellence?
Okay, thank you. Very nice question. But I think the first thing is about engaging the right communities. And the priority one that I thought, if there must be a change in the quality of life of our pregnant women, in their performance in delivery, in reducing mortality and morbidity, obviously the government that provides 90% as of that time of the healthcare delivery system must be involved. So when we started work on maternal, and by the way, Pumi also joined us, in this study, in this great work. We went to the ministry. The ministry, I wrote the proposal, and I got the ministry to be part of the researchers. Okay, and all the trainings that we conducted, okay, are participants from the relevant divisions in the Ministry of Health, from reproductive health division and so on. And as much as we did when we knew that in the North, for instance, we needed to engage the emirs, because the emirs had a strong power influence on the communities that were in their emirate. And if you tell them that go and consult an hospital, they will. We also engage them. In fact, I have pictures there of where I was speaking with the meeting of the Northern Emirs all together about what they can do, how they can participate in reducing maternal morbidity and mortality and improve their environment, their leadership. Okay, we in fact took them through training on leadership in Nigeria, and I also still took some of them, the key ones, to America for training on leadership and how that leadership can benefit their community. So the first thing is we have to look at from perspective of transformation, the research that we want to do, not from project. You said it right. A project is you want to do this, and if like I said, the funding agency bring the money, you take it. No, we designed that, and then we took it to the Gates Foundation. And fortunately, the Gates Foundation, they were so happy with it because it included, in fact, we got permission from the Federal Ministry of Health to conduct it. They were part of it. The emirs were part of it. And so they are still part of it. All the ministries that were engaged in the work are still performing. They are still improving on what we left behind. And that is why the trends in Kaduna State, in Katsina State, and Lagos State have changed tremendously. Started changing from there, from 15, 20 years ago up to now. So I think that is one of the things. And the thing is, we have consistently improved on what we did before and bring new ideas, if it existed, into that same system so that they are contemporarily, they are current and they are doing the right things, even with changes in global knowledge and technology. So that's what I will say. And we also engage partners abroad who, from Chicago, that's your unit, and from University of California, and from Johns Hopkins University. And today, actually, many of our of our tutors there have either MPH or PhD from Hopkins University based on that research engagement. Because we thought of beyond them, that look, leaders of tomorrow also must be adequately exposed and be participants. And I'm glad that up to now, in the last 5 years, everybody we have engaged on our research, the young people also, we've also engaged them along with University of Chicago to register for advanced training, improve knowledge, so that they can contribute better. This center, all our staff have registered for one. Here, Mrs. Ogun is on my left. She got a PhD. I've gotten PhD. 3 others have registered for PhD at the work on the things that we know will benefit the future of our people and the communities that we are currently engaged with. Thank you. I'm sure you two may want to add 1 or 2 things for me. Hello.
No,
Thank you, Prof.
I cannot add to that. You are a leader in this. So thank you very much. You have said everything. Yes.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think there's a hand up. So you see, Rahim. We'll just take that question and then we'll have the next presentation.
Okay. This is a physical.
Okay. Thank you. Hello. Am I audible, please? Hello.
Yes, I go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. I am happy to be part of this discussion on community engagement. And I have to appreciate Professor Ojengbede for the detailed presentation and indeed the previous presentation. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My question, I am Toyosi Rahim. I work at Nigerian Institute of Medical Research in Lagos, Yaba. I want this discussion to assist in profiling solution to one of the challenges that in one of our research. This community claimed to have been over-researched on, and the outcome of the research finding has been negative to the response of government and other agencies after the outcome of a research finding in their community. So they are unwilling to allow any further research in the community, and they have been very hostile. So Ojengbede has presented. I want others to be part of how we could be assisted. We are, and the leaders were willing to assist us to be part of the study. But the community members generally are unwilling, and they are even accusing their leaders of betrayal. How do we handle this kind of scenario? Thank you. I hope what I said was clear.
Yes, I think so. I think I
Hello.
got the gist of it.
Hello.
I got the gist of it. Hello, yes, I got the gist of your question. Very interesting.
Oh, great.
Yes. Well, my response would be, why will I undo this? I think the first thing is to look at what the previous researcher, what they did. Okay.
Well, based on your
what they did, what the research was focused on, and what the community is not happy about, you know, precisely. And you'll be surprised that there may be some subset of the community that are actually leading that upheaval against the other researchers. So you will still need to engage people within the community who are sympathetic towards research and who can engage, through whom you can engage the ones that are not happy with what our predecessors did with them. And I confess to you that it may not be easy. It may take some time. So don't think that we just started and they will fall for it. No, especially in Lagos. I believe these communities in Lagos. And you know, Lagos community is an enlightened one, and they will know their rights fully. So I think you need to engage them, and then to let them know that this current, the current research, if you actually take them into being fully part of it from the beginning, this is what we want to do. If they suggested a topic to you, it will even be easier. But if it's something that you thought of, then you need to let them know how it may benefit them. I think you just have to start all over again. And hopefully not necessarily dissociate yourself from the other research, especially from NIMA as well.
Yeah, thank you.
But hopefully you'll be able to convince them to be part of it. Thank you.
Yes. Maybe, Prof, with your permission, maybe I can add to the answer to that question, because I'm actually at NIMA now, and it's a real question that I think the National Health Research Committee has to address. So imagine all of the research that has happened in Nigeria, and ask yourself how much of that research has actually benefited Nigerians in general when we talk about access to, one, affordable healthcare, and two, a trust that they can go to the hospital and get care. And if we talk about Nigeria, that's just an example. Take the United States, for example. We know we had a vaccine, and yet people distrusted the government. The National Institute of Health could not convince communities that getting COVID vaccine was going to be good for them. So you can ask that question too, that the billions of dollars that have been used to do biomedical research, why does the public not trust science? And you are at NIMA and you believe in science, but your community in Yaba does not trust you. I think those are questions that we're now beginning to answer. Why is that the case? So, you know, I've been studying breast cancer among African Americans and Black people and all of that. And if you look at how many people participate in clinical trials that bring drug to the market, you will find that 90% of all the research is being done on white populations funded by European countries. So why is it then that people in sub-Saharan Africa would say this research is benefiting me? So I think those are philosophical questions that I hope the next generation will begin to answer. If we want to be part of the solution, then not only do we need to engage, we also need to develop our own capacity to actually ask the questions that are relevant to these communities. So the reason why Dr. Professor Jengbede has been successful is that when I was in medical school, seeing young women die with from pregnancy, seeing maternal mortality, women who want the age of joy. We had a documentary called The Age of Joy. You are pregnant, you want to have a baby and have joy. But you know what? So many women after that pregnancy will either die or the child dies. How can that family now believe that you have done something to help them? So I think it's really a question of prioritizing what is important, what do we need. One investigator cannot do it all by themselves. The whole ecosystem, the whole systems reform, I think we all have to begin to do research that will inform policy. And I'm glad that after so many decades, Professor Jengbede's work is now benefiting not only pregnant women in Nigeria, but pregnant women all over the world. Everybody's now talking about preeclampsia. How do we treat it? How do we get Black women to not die, even in America, from pregnancy? So a lot of work needs to be done, but we have to do it as a global community. And part of why we're doing this training, and don't forget, it is for sickle cell disease. Sickle cell disease is a genetic disorder, the first one that we identified with the best chemistry, the best biology, and still in Nigeria, we don't have patients benefiting from all that research. So let's begin to ask ourselves the question, how will our patients benefit? The Sickle Cell Consortium, all of you are getting data sample from the patient. What will benefit that infant born in your community with sickle cell disease? So her life, his or her life, will be different from the life of people born with sickle cell disease 30 years ago. Those are the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think we're going to move on, but Professor Jembede, I want to thank you so much for your presentation. As you answer this, Professor Nodu will be coming for the next presentation. We'll just take the question on the chat. Sorry, I'm not trying to cut people off, but we need to move on. There's a question on the chat that says, what are possible ways of scaling the obstacle of a community that demand immediate pecuniary benefits, which may not be possible or practicable? So, Prof, help us with that. Please help us quickly address that as Professor Nodu prepares her presentation.
Okay.
I think that if actually we engage the communities from the beginning, okay, what we cannot meet up when within their demand will be very little, in the sense that as you discuss, what is possible would have been emphasized, what is not possible would have been explained to community members. And I can assure you that community members, if you let them understand what you want to do and what the benefits will be, like Fumi said, they are ready to cooperate with you. They are very ready to cooperate with you. I mean, and the globally, we will just begin to get more money to do better things. So I think still we go back to community engagement. If we engage them the right way, using the proper steps, okay, and we are open and honest with them, I'm sure they will. Pecuniary demands will be very little. I mean, all the where we're operating now, doing a lot of research, they don't ask us for money. You know, at best we give them tea break, admitting lunch. That's even the help us. If I wanted to take cheap temps, I would have had plenty. Yeah, but I'm not interested in it. But I go there, you know, I see some of their needs. You know, one time they made, no, I'm telling you, so you said popularity thing. They made their help first class over in your state.
What am I saying?
Please, can you? I went and I bought a chair for the man. No, you shook your head, madam. You shook your head in disagreement, right? Okay. So those peculiarities will not come. Okay. Wait, see you identify with them and they see you feel the pain they feel, they will support you. Because they know that what you are aiming for will benefit them both in the short and long-term basis. I want to, it's a good opportunity also to thank me because that edge of joy she mentioned came out of the work of reducing maternal mortality. It's everywhere. In fact, I was on American radio for 1 hour. I spoke to the whole of America for the study, and now everybody can benefit. And that has been made into a film where I was suddenly turned into, I was first of all, for me, you remember, in US, I was taught how to act, then I had to act on the film for maternal mortality. This is something that we even interest to yourself, and you feel fulfilled with it. And I do feel fulfilled. I mean, to be honest with you, thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. So we'll hand over to Professor Obiageli Nodu for our presentation.
I'm really smart today. Yes. So thank you very much, Professor Jembede, for that brilliant, never ceases to amaze me presentations of yours. I've learned a lot again today, what to emphasize, how to get the community, properly engaged and carry them along and make sure that whatever we are doing is relevant, to the community. Please, can you pull up my slide? So I'm here today to talk about conflict of research, conflict of interest, research and industry. So usually when you hear about conflict of interest, it's usually with respect to financial conflict of interest. Today, we are not talking about financial conflict of interest. We are talking about conflict of interest with industry. And this is very pertinent to where we are, in our work in sickle cell disease in the country at the moment. So I'm going to follow that outline. Just by way of background, because I know that there are so many people who may be new to CESTAR and new to SparkNet, and just to say that I work at my name is Obiageli Nodu. I'm a professor of hematology and blood transfusion, and I work at the Center of Excellence for Sickle Cell Disease Research and Training at the University of Abuja. This center was set up as part of Nigeria's 5-year strategic plan of action for non-communicable diseases in 2015. And the center was set up to carry out basic clinical and translational research in sickle cell disease that is aimed at addressing existing knowledge gaps, finding cheaper and safer therapies, as well as innovative ways of reducing the prevalence and burden of sickle cell disease in Nigeria. We were tired of being known to be the country with the highest prevalence of sickle cell disease, and we want to be known as the go-to solution for sickle cell disease. And so CESTAR, please, can you mute all the devices in the room? So CESTAR is the Secretariat of the Sickle Cell Support Society of Nigeria, which was formed at the first Global Congress in Sickle Cell Disease in Accra, Ghana in 2010. So if you look at the map, you will see, I'd rather have, is it possible for me to have a full, yes, a full slide, not showing the, yes, please. Because it's a bit distracting. Please pardon us. But if that is the way you want to set it up, I'd rather, because it's a
Are
bit
you using two
distracting.
screens? If you are using two screens, just
Okay. Okay, so just go into slideshow. Is it possible? Okay, that's fine. All right. Is that okay? Slideshow. Okay, fine. That's fine. It's okay. Thank you very much. So if you look at, I wanted us to be able to see that a little bit better. So if you look at this is a map of Nigeria that shows where the collaborating sites of the Sickle Cell Support Society of Nigeria are, and you can see it has a countrywide spread. And that is why most of what we do, you have country representation of our activities. So we have the following ancestral research, training and education, outreach, and we have clinics in pediatrics and adult hematology. And then we are following up patients that are enrolled in the registry. And then we have a number of research studies in sickle cell disease, one of which is relevant to SPACTRAIN, that is the Sickle Pan-African Research Consortium Network study. And then we have the patient-centered management of sickle cell disease in sub-Saharan Africa, PACT, that's in conjunction with Kumasi and the University Teaching Hospital in Zambia and Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine. We are also involved in genomic research, as well as part of the consortium, a 7-country consortium of the American Society of Hematology Consortium for Newborn Screening in Africa. We are also, because of what we noticed, the low utilization of hydroxyurea, which we noticed among the Nigerian cohorts at 13%, that has not actually increased in 4 years. So we have an implementation science study to increase the adoption of hydroxyurea in the management of sickle cell disease patients in Nigeria. That is a study, implementation science study, that we are recruiting patients in 14 sites across the country. Then the most important part of what we are doing, I believe, which is across 25 clinical sites in Nigeria, is that we have enrolled patients in the registry as a result of the SPACNet study, and we are trying to actively follow up the patients in the registry. And then we have also, in response to what we have noticed about the government's attempt to initiate newborn screening in the 6 MDG clinical centers, MDG sickle cell centers, and failing to do that, we have an implementation science study on how to upscale newborn screening in Nigeria in the SPACO newborn screening program. Then we also want to address the issue of malaria chemoprophylaxis as part of the SPACNet trial. Then we have a number of clinical trials of novel treatments in sickle cell disease, as I believe is ongoing in some SPACNet sites. So the SPACNet, you have heard me talk about it, is the NIH infrastructure grant for sickle cell disease in sub-Saharan Africa that is in 6 African countries. And you have the Clinical Coordinating Center in Tanzania and the Data Coordinating Center in University of Cape Town, SADC in South Africa. And you have our own Professor Olufemi Olopade committee of that consortium, and I happen to be the Nigerian principal investigator for that study. But the interesting thing is that if you look at the red map here, you will see all the bright white lights there. And that means that when we went into SPARCO, unlike other countries where they just use one institution, we went into SPARCO with from the Sickle Cell Support Society. And so we have a countrywide presence within SPARCO. And this is really something that excites me. So what we are doing is all over the country from Maiduguri to Uyo. And that is why you have so many people on this call, because they are all stakeholders in the process. I want to. Yes, I need to be able to change this on the side. Okay, all right, great. So what are we doing in SICO, in SPARCO? We wanted to develop a centralized, secure, web-based database of sickle cell patients. And we started in 2017. Today, we have over 34,000 patients enrolled in the registry and REDCap that are being followed up across the 6 countries. Then we also wanted to develop and implement and evaluate standardized guideline for the management of sickle cell disease. And that we have done. We have a multi-level standard of care guideline for the management of sickle cell disease that we are trying to teach stakeholders at different levels of the healthcare system to know about its existence and to use it in managing the programs. And then we also wanted to organize training programs to strengthen sickle cell disease health services and research skills. When we did the first iteration of SPARCO, we did not really do so much in terms of the training and research, and we felt that there was a gap there. And so that is why we have SPARC-Train. And then also we wanted to establish cohorts of sickle cell disease cohorts in sub-Saharan Africa to facilitate epidemiologic, translational, and clinical research. So we are looking at the problems, and then we are trying to design solutions, to this problem. And I really owe a debt of gratitude to my distinguished site principal investigators across this country that have, stayed in this network, through thick and thin, and we have a wonderful, a relationship. As you can see, most of these names, you can see that they are here in the study. So please know, because often when industry comes, they say, do you have a standard of care guideline? Nigeria has actually had a standard of care guidelines that was developed in 2012, 2013, and revised in 2022, but yet to be disseminated. And the Sickle Pan-African Research Consortium, this guideline was used in updating review the standard of care guideline in Nigeria, as well as the one we just did in WHO Afro. So what is the progress that has been made? And I'm just saying this because I know that there are many people who are hearing about us for the first time. So it's good to know what is there, so that when you want to do research studies, you know what resources are available within the country and who you can work with in order to take it further. Because we must bring a solution to the problem of sickle cell disease. So we have over 10,000 patients, pediatric and adult sickle cell patients that are enrolled in this registry in Nigeria as of today. And then we've been training staff to recruit, use standardized CRFs to enroll patients in the registry and to manage the data in the registry. And then we need to we felt that we still had some gaps in research skills, and that is what we are paying attention to at the moment with SPARC-Train. And then we also noticed gaps in genetic counseling, because for a country that has over 250 million population and sickle cell trait status of between 23 and 25%, we do not have up to 500 genetic counselors in Nigeria today. And so it doesn't make sense that what you know, how to prevent not to have, you're not able to give the counseling that will make people make informed decisions on not to bring more children with sickle cell disease into the world. But the most important aspect is the implementation science research projects that we want to do to see how to upscale a newborn screening and to see what to do with the problem of malaria chemoprophylaxis. So SparkTrain is a training grant, a D43 Fogarty International Center, NIH, sponsored training grant to address that gap, in skill for research. So we are we have 4 MPIs, myself, Professor Priska Adejumo from University of Ibadan, Professor Fred Safo from Kumasi, and then Emmanuel Pepra, from New York University. And believe me, Professor Olufunmi Olokwade dragged us to apply for this grant. Dragged us, to apply for it. So we are focusing not on cancer, but on sickle cell disease, which is a problem that we have, and which is we are building on the infrastructure that is there, and we have identified the skill gaps we were not able to meet in the first iteration of Sparkle. And so we are looking at how to raise young people, identify brilliant young people, multidisciplinary, to train them to do research in sickle cell disease. So this is what this is about. And as I go, I want to know this workshop is not just a talk shop. We want to have definite implementation, coming out of this workshop. So please listen carefully to see how you can benefit from it. So the expected outcome is that 1, we would have gained knowledge in responsible conduct of research. Number 2, we want to interact with you. This is not the first time we are doing this. We want to find out the challenges that you're facing in your institutions in conducting research. We want to find out what kind of access do you have to ethics committees, because every research has to be done according to standard laid down procedures. And then what sort of approvals, your ethical approval processes, what are the costs, what is the turnaround time, do you get feedback from reviewers, when you apply? And then we want to identify approaches to how to overcome these challenges. So please let us engage, just for the next few minutes to see how to answer some of these questions, because at the end of the day, we want to have a product, right? From this, we want to have a manuscript that will address all of this. And at the end of the day, not just to have a manuscript, we want to be able to design an implementation science study that will address those challenges so that we are better off, for having had this training. Then we want to identify priority research questions that can be developed into small studies to be funded for mentees that will be trained under the D43. Then Professor Olopade is going to give us a talk. I think you should call your friends, because it's not often that you have somebody that her research grant, if you look at her profile, feels, the ongoing research that she has, several A4 papers. And if you go to her lab, the Olopade building in University of the lab is at the top of one big building. You cannot look, from one end of it to the other. just students doing research in her lab. So she's going to give us a talk tomorrow, and believe you me, if you know what is good, you come and listen. And then what we want to get out of that is to brainstorm on research ideas on neurological, renal, and cardiovascular complications of sickle cell disease using a team science approach that is suitable for the development of such proposals. So when we were sending out notices, I said you should come with your team members. You should come with your gynecologist, your hematologist, pediatrician. Everybody who is working in sickle cell disease should be working among a team that you use to deliver comprehensive care. Here at CESTA, we have computer scientists working with us. On our team at CESTA, we have basic scientists working with us. We have social people in education, and that is what we should try to replicate along the center. Now to my talk. How many minutes do I have? So the conflict of interest, research, like I said, this is research and industry. So the NIH is committed to preserving the public's trust that the research it supports is conducted without bias and with the highest scientific and ethical standards. So the conflict of interest refers to situations where researchers have interests that could interfere with their professional judgment. These interests could be personal, intellectual, financial, and professional. So, but the best known one is the conflict of interest, financial conflict of interest. So if you have anything to do with any institution abroad, maybe they want to give you like $1,000, they will make you go through, sign a form that says how you're dealing with money and how you're dealing with research data. And then if you're like a sub-award or awardee to a grant from a proper institution, they will put you through the same process. Then, of course, if you're getting a grant from the NIH, you have to show your institution's conflict of interest policy. So financial conflict of interest policy, as well as a research policy of your institution. So managing these situations, that is, conflicts, either personal, intellectual, financial, or professional, is critical to maintaining the integrity of researchers, the research process, and science as a whole. So the NIH says this training is mandatory. As a matter of fact, when we were doing the RPPR that was due December, they asked about this training. So I said, okay, we haven't done it yet. We are going to do it Q1. And then, of course, Professor Olopade is in the country, and she's a major stakeholder in this. So that is why we kind of crowded you into this program at short notice, so that we can have her expertise. So this is a very important slide for me, because this demonstrates the SparkNet, the network that we have, the institutions, the number of people in the network, the institutions, the geographical spread. So we have the infrastructure that is described and is there at this site to do the clinical work. Then we also have clinical trials that are already ongoing. And then we now want to get everybody ready for clinical trials at all the other sites that are not already participating. That's why this training is important. The NIH wants to know who are the faculties at this training, and they want to know who are the participants at this training. And you'll be given a certificate at the end, to show that you have done this training. Okay, so now the world is coming to Nigeria in 2025, in Abuja precisely, June 3 to 6. The World of Sickle Cell Disease has given us the opportunity to host the world. So they are going to come. Are we ready to manage the conflicts of interest that may arise as sponsors come? Are we ready to, they are coming ready to try their products at a clinically naive, trial naive populations. Are we ready for that? How are we going to manage the conflicts that we have as investigators? How are we going to protect our patients? And how are we going to do this? So the conflict of interest with the industry can arise when there's prospect of financial gain that can affect the design of an investigation, the interpretation of data, or the presentation of results. You heard what Dr. Manvem said. You know, sometimes you didn't quite you went in with a preset mind, you went in with a hypothesis, and then you get the result and it's not tallying. And then you want to tweak the result for a predetermined end. So, but most importantly, as these people come, we do not want to allow people to conduct risky experiments of patients with sickle cell disease. They already have so much going on, and we need to protect them. And this has always been my idea. As people come, oh, Professor Nodu, we want to do this and that. I look at it carefully and I say, why do you want to? Often I see that maybe they just have a remedy and they're looking at a big population and they want to, you know, have a very quick trial that they can easily register their products and then unleash themselves on our population. We got to protect our people. So, and then as if we are lucky to sit in boards of these pharmaceutical companies, we want to push for them to design trials so that the endpoints are those that are important, you know, for our patients and the ones that we are interested in. A case in question is where almost anybody that wants to do any trial for sickle cell, they will go for the sickle cell pain crisis. But if you look at our patients, you find that anemia is a big problem for us, but very few of the trials are looking at hemoglobin as an endpoint. And we should advise them, you understand, because 64% of the patients in our registry, they are receiving blood transfusion in a situation where you have very, very poor inventory of blood and products. And then you have a very unsafe situation, which will even get worse as the energy level falls and things are not being stored properly. So we also need to be sure that clinical trials are not being conducted without the standard of care for patients, because the one question that they will ask you, what's your standard of care? So they kind of justify themselves that if you don't have any standard, actually we can come and help you now and do the work with those, you know, for those poor people, without the kind of standard of care that they insist on in their own countries. And then we should not agree to do research where we don't have access to the data. And then we should not agree to do research where they will suppress negative results. You understand? I remember some years ago, I think it was 2012, where some company wanted to do a trial of omega-3 observational study, 12 weeks of omega-3 fatty superbacquee oil with a South African. So it was just 12 weeks. Of course, the patients felt better, but they couldn't see anything. And they want, you know, I could see that the way they were going. I said, you need to do this study for longer. So they were trying to push for approval. Okay, Tuki smiling. Push for approval to rush to NAFDAC. I said, no, you haven't done this for long enough. We are not going to report this. You understand? So sometimes you have to stand your ground. You don't have anything. You must protect your patients. Then we shouldn't accept clinical trials with unfavorable terms just so that you can get into one. Then conflicts can arise within industry when you have pressure. So they'll be following you. Oh, are you at this meeting? Want to have a meeting? We have a meeting. So they'll be following you, you know, and then they will bring trials to you that you know you cannot really carry out, given the condition of the infrastructure. I remember at ASH, some people wanted to do phase one trials. Where is this? Maybe it's my phone. Can you? Okay. I'm sorry about that. So I said, no, Juliet, please put that thing off. So I said, no, I don't think I can take part in that. Then, well, also, sometimes. Rush to publish results or falsify results due to financial gain. We have to be careful because sometimes they want to do that. And then, sometimes okay, I think I've already made that point. And then conflicts can arise when we agree to participate in clinical trials with unworkable budgets. You understand? They are not giving you everything you need to do that trial properly. And then you just agree because you want to do clinical trial. You have a personal conflict, you have a professional conflict of interest, and then you just want to get into. So we need to be careful. And then it's good for us to know that now NAFDAC, so we have six sites in Nigeria that are participating in clinical trials of novel treatment. So when we saw that they will offer people different budgets, right? So we started talking amongst ourselves and we agree that this is a budget for Nigeria. This is a budget. If you want, you can go and they will give you some substandard. Then we also found out that within Africa, they are giving us the lowest, but you understand, budget. For instance, the amount of money you give for patients to come to they will give Nigerians the lowest. And I also found out in terms of equipment, maybe they think that the money is here or whatever, or we agree too easily. But they will place equipment in other African countries, and they will come here, instead of placing them, they will sell them to us. So we have to be careful, that we are managing these conflicts that can arise just by being principled, by wanting to protect our patients, and by wanting to make sure that they do right by us. So now it's good for us to know that NAFDAC requires our sponsored build capacity at participating institutions, regardless of how suitable they found those institutions. So they have to put an equipment, not the one that they'll come and carry at the end of the clinical trial, but they have to put them, and then they also have to help to put archiving facility at each trial site. Okay, we've talked about falsification of data, because sometimes the result is not okay, and then they don't want to show that. Then they can delay publication, they can suppress negative results. Industry, they can do funny things, so you have to keep your eye on them. So then, because industry funded projects are more common than government funded project, so we have to, as we go in with all our with our eyes clear. Then when conflicts arise, because they may arise, we need to recognize them, we need to declare these conflicts, and we need to manage these conflicts. So one thing again I want to point out is that we have to be careful about the agreements that we are signing. Make sure that your institutional head knows what you're doing and they are the ones signing. You understand? Make sure that your legal department is involved. When you're just starting, your legal department may not be that knowledgeable in the nuances of those things. So it's up to you to make sure that you expose them to get the appropriate level of training. That was what happened with Harvard and different institutions in the wake of the HIV pandemic, when they deliberately built the capacity for ethical research in sub-Saharan Africa, and we are all beneficiaries of it today. So where the capacity does not exist, you understand, then you have to organize training for everyone to be involved in the process, in the approval process, to get the training so that the trial subjects can be protected. So please, they are going to go after you, especially if you're young, you attend conferences, they go after you and they want to use you, right? So you have to be careful. Let your patient's interest be uppermost in your mind. Reach out to your colleagues in other, in other institutions, and then countries to ask questions rather than just accepting unfavorable clinical trial conditions. Be open and transparent. Ask questions when approached. Read the small print and be careful what you agree to. I know often I will go to our ethics, health, national health ethics, research ethics, the chair. I will say, okay, they want me to do this. What do you think? So there's a template. You understand? We have a template. Use the template. We have designed those templates to protect you. So be aware of existing guidelines about data transfers and about material transfers. So we need to do more. Personally, I feel, especially with what has happened with the GBT clinical trials, that the whole, the drug that people in the US and UK said worked for them, but we had so many deaths coming, within Africa as a result. And what was the problem? Some people were just dying from malaria. You understand? Because they give you maybe like $20 for SAEs. How is that going to admit someone who has malaria infection? And they will come down with malaria. So let us be careful. Make sure that what we are agreeing, so now we are talking about that. We say you must provide this. It's not the same, you understand? If you want to do clinical trial in Africa, you have to put more down in order to get the same results. So we need to do more, and then we have to insist that our patients get insurance, and insurance companies come to explain to us what we can benefit and how we can work that insurance for the benefit of our patients in the course of the clinical trials. So I want to say a big acknowledgement to Professors Christopher Olopade and Olufemi Olopade and Professor Jengbe. They came all the way from Ibadan in 2011 to Abuja in a nascent medical school, and they just came to train us. They brought an army of NIH Clinical Research Center people from the NIH just to train us. Professor Olopade, you can see that your investments did not go unrewarded. So many of the people whom you trained at that time are doing very well, so much so that about 50% of the NIH funding in Nigeria is at the University of Abuja. So we are really grateful for that intervention. I came to a workshop in Ibadan. I loved what I heard, and I felt that my people deserve to hear the same. And you obliged me, you came, and then we had this wonderful workshop that is yielding fruit till today. So thank you very much. I know sometimes I may be a bit stubborn, but I quite appreciate. Okay, having said that, like I said before, what we are doing is in the context of a network. So if you look at this slide, you will see many people that you know, and these are the PIs of the SICO of SparkNet. So when we did our first assessment of a point of care, low-cost point of care testing device for sickle cell disease, we got an amazing outcome, really amazing. The trial design was very interesting because we compared with known standard, and then when we had discordance, we went on to go to molecular, and so we published that paper that was, actually drew a lot of attention, from industry. And then they came to us. That's why I'm putting managing conflict of research with industry. They came to us and they said, Okay, so Professor Nod, no, I wasn't a professor then. So they said, we want you to be the distributor of this product. Also, my head was going, oh, I'm going to be rich. You know, I will distribute this, you know. So I said, but if I am a distributor, then what about the next? So we talked about it and the Sickle Cell Support Society. We said, no, we are not going to be distributor, but let's ask them that at each point we want these products, they will give us a distributor price. And that is the arrangement that we've had with the company. So much so that when we are now doing a 6-country study on this same point of care, seeing how we can use it to upscale newborn screening, we were able to get it at that price for all of those African countries. So we managed that, the get rich quick Nigerian mentality. We managed it in order to help people, make sure that anytime we wanted it, we order, and then we are not for profit, so we get it at the same price. Okay, so you're going to come, where people are going to come to you. They will see your patient population. They will see you as an uprising investigator, and they will come. They want your patients. They want your patient. They think they can do research at a fraction of a cost of what they use for in North America, in the northern countries. But please, let us, manage ourselves, right? Let us manage our professional interests, academic, career, financial, manage it in favor of our patients. You understand? So that's why we want people to be trained. Please, we need to be open and transparent. Don't do coco in one corner. You don't sign one deal. You don't begin they do. You understand? No, it's not necessary. Okay, they are doing it in Kano. So they just come to you, quick, you have signed, and then you're shortchanging yourself and your patients. So we need to be open, transparent, work as a network. We ask questions and take decisions in the interest of your patients rather than for personal or career advancement or financial gains. So where these policies, safeguards do not exist, you have to train people. That is why this training is necessary, it's mandatory. So we should develop research policies that recognize and manage financial conflicts of interest, you understand? And then we also should be able to manage those conflicts that arise between investigators and industry, and by setting strong guidelines for this to be declared and managed. So I didn't think, I'm seeing a couple of people sleeping. I thought I was making some good points. So you're hungry for lunch. So I want to thank you all for listening, and I want to acknowledge, I want to acknowledge the support of Professor Olopade through these years. I'm really grateful. So we have a website, you can go to that website, you get to see what we are doing, and we are working to make sure that we put Nigeria on the map, and I think we are doing that. I want to thank all our colleagues, across the country for the amazing collaboration and the amazing work they are all doing. And I want to thank you so much for doing, rising to this occasion at such short notice to pack your venues and then show this kind of online presence. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Nodu, for the wonderful presentation. So quickly, we'll take a few questions. I guess we've learned quite a lot. We'll take a few questions. Please, if you have any questions, just raise your hand. We'll acknowledge you. And then you can also type in the chat box. And please, if you type in the chat, but just know that because of time, we may not take them. They will be answered on the chat box. So please, the floor is open. Are there questions, comments, clarifications? Okay.
I saw you were sleeping. No, sitting the whole morning, so I guess.
Any questions before the next present? Okay.
Yes, I've raised my hand. Oh.
Please go ahead with your question.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Please, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. My question is to Professor Nodu. I am Toyosi Rahim from Nigerian Institute of Medical Research in Lagos. I'm pleased to listen to Professor Nodu's presentation. I'm hearing from her again after many years of meeting her at National Orthopedic Hospital in Igobi. Thank you, Prof. I'm happy to hear from you again. Now, my question quickly is there any ongoing research on stem cell transplantation at the Center of Excellence for Sickle Cell Research at the University of Abuja? That's my question. Thank you.
No, we're focusing. No, thank you. No, we don't have any ongoing research, but we're looking at the ethical implications of stem cell. If you look in the literature, we are looking at the literature, we are looking at the ethical implications of these kind of treatments in our populations, but we do not have a lab, studies on that yet.
Okay, thank you.
So if you don't have any questions, it's either I was very clear or maybe all of you were sleeping.
I'm serious. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a question on the chat. Okay, so Prof, there's a question on the chat. It says, in collaborating with researchers from other countries, what measures can be taken to ensure that data shared is protected?
Okay, absolutely. So we have, if you notice when I talked, we have a data coordinating center in South Africa. And for the past 7 years, they have been doing this work of setting up guidelines and setting up a data working group that is looking at the data. The data is in REDCap. The data is transferred under very strict protocols, and the data is being managed in that way. So we are training people to manage data, and we are working in collaboration with the H3 Bionet, in this respect.
Thank you very much, Prof. We don't see any other questions. So we want to thank Professor Nodu for her presentation.
The lead for that study is Professor Anazeze Madu. We are, okay. So that's another point of appreciation. Professor Lopade actually brought to Nigeria the DBS cards that will help us to start. Every other thing is ready. We were just waiting for the DBS cards. So right now we are waiting for the cards to be conveyed from Lagos to Abuja and then to be disseminated to all the sites in the usual way. So we are ready. to start that. We are not, it was initially a malaria chemoprophylaxis study, but because of certain issues, it's going to be an observational study in the first instance, and then we hope with WHO to do the malaria chemoprophylaxis study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please let's appreciate Prof again. So without much ado, Dr. Fakuri.
Yes.
Yes, okay, so please, you have the floor for your presentation.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm Dr. Akinyemi Ofakuri. I'm a consultant pediatrician. So I want to appreciate God for the opportunity to speak, and also importantly, to appreciate my mentor, Professor Inodu, for the opportunity that she gave me, and not just only this one. It has been since the first time that I met her was in August 2019, when my mentor, who is an obstetrician, decided to hand me over to her because of my interest in sickle cell disease research. So, and since then, she has been mentoring me, supporting me. So I want to say a big thank you, Ma. So the presentation today, mentoring, what can we expect? I want to say that it's going to be like a sort of a practical presentation, and especially it's going to serve as a motivation for early career researchers. Yes, everybody can benefit, especially the senior researchers, at least as a mentor, but from the mentee aspect, the early career researchers. So, and I want to state that, this kind of opportunity that we have in the Spark Train, which is a D43 grant, actually helped me like some 8-9 years ago. So I want to say that I've trodden this path, and it has been very rewarding. So it's just to encourage the early researchers that just try and leverage on this opportunity as well. You never know where you can end with it. So now to start with, well, we're going to consider the topic under, just 3 short to explore the roles, responsibility, and benefits of mentors and mentees. Then I'm going to talk about my own practical experience to drive home the points, and also to just mention some pertinent questions, and that will be all. So we're not going to waste any time. So, there's actually this adage that states that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. So what this is actually trying to tell us is trying to emphasize that, while individual effort may appear to lead to, quick and limited progress, but true success and long-term growth come through guidance, collaboration, and mentorship. Very, very important. And today we'll be talking about, the mentorship aspect, the mentoring. So I want to state that, okay, what do we mean by mentoring? Well, simply put, we can just say that it's a collaborative relationship where a more experienced person, that's the mentor, helps a less experienced person, who is the mentee, so that they'll be able to develop their skills, knowledge, and eventually have professional growth. So I want to state that I've actually enjoyed this, and I'm very thankful for that. So I stand on the shoulder of giants, even to speak to everybody today, especially the early career researchers, so that they too can actually start the process. So mentoring is actually, it has a vital component, it has a vital role to play in research training, very important, as it shapes the careers of early stage researchers, as I said earlier on, and could actually create a supportive environment that will allow mentees to thrive. And as previously put by the speaker, that's I think Dr. Marvin, talking about research integrity, mentoring is actually critical in ensuring research integrity, so that if a mentee is well mentored, then the person will be able to uphold good research integrity. I mean, we'll have a good research integrity. So, and studies have found that those that are properly mentored, they go ahead becoming, the mentees that are properly mentored, they go ahead becoming mentors themselves, so that the cycle continues and the world and the research environment will be better for it. So mentoring is actually great for the mentor as well as for the mentee. So now this takes me to this point. What is a mentor? Mentor is actually encompassing. As a mentor, you are not just only a coach, you're a role model, you're an advisor, everything put together, not just only one part. And, there are the people that provide guidance, wisdom, and support. And usually a mentor combines teaching, coaching, and counseling together, so that to be able to impact their mentees. Then talking about a mentee, it can actually just be simply put that a mentee is someone who is willing to grow under a mentor's guidance. So being a mentee is not actually age dependent or whatever dependent, although we know that most mentees, they're actually young people, and they're young in their stage of research. So, but anybody can actually be a mentee, so that you can, if you are willing to learn and gain knowledge in certain area. So, and it's important that mentees actively participate and learn from their mentor. There's this adage that you are the architect of your own fortune or your success or your fate. So that is it. So that if you have a mentor, the onus is also on you to move the relationship forward. So the extent at which the mentee will want to go, then that's where your mentor could actually take you to. So that is very, very important, as in being to actively participate in the process. Now, I'm going to talk briefly about, what expectations that we can have in a mentoring relationship. So what are the expectations? What are those things that we're actually expected to do? So the number one thing, as in the relationship between a mentor and a mentee, is that there should be clear communication. Very important. The mentor and the mentee, they should establish open, honest, and regular communication, so that they can ensure a productive and supportive environment. This is crucial. So not just a matter of assumption, as in whatever is actually being done, there should be a clear communication, so that a mentor should be someone that, has a listening ear, that you can actually listen to your mentee easily. Not, you can't be a successful mentor if you are being perceived as being rigid, being difficult, because your mentee will not be able to open up to you to tell you, oh, these are my area of weaknesses, these are the things that I'm going on, this is actually the feedback from my research. So it's important that there will be a clear communication and allow the mentee to be able to communicate whatever they have in mind. Even no matter how stupid it may appear to be, in quotes, it's because they are starting. Later, you will now be able, you see that you'll be able to build them and they can actually be good eventually. So then it's also important that roles and responsibilities should be appropriately defined so that, you should be able to clarify the expectations from the mentee-mentor relationship, the goals, then also to make sure that the boundaries are also well respected. Then there's the aspect of the mutual respect and trust. This is very, very important as well. So it's important that you enable your mentee to be able to share their concerns and ideas, then that you listen to your mentee, then to be able to provide guidance while respecting their autonomy and also the decision-making process. So it should be like a sort of a mutual thing. It's not going to be like a boss-servant relationship. So, but again, it's also expected that mentee should give due honor and regard to their mentors. So then also the aspect of professional development. So we should be able to encourage and support our mentees to grow professionally so that we provide guidance on their research skills, be able to connect them so that they can network with their peers as well, and so that they can also grow in their career. So all these things are very, very important. I remember that there was actually a time that Professor Inodu, introduced me to, that there was a clinical trial that is expected to be conducted, by one of the pharmaceutical companies. So I was actually able to guide me that, this is the way you go about it. This is the way, these are the portals there. These are the things that they can tell you, like what she just told us now. So all those things are very, very important that, a mentor can do for a mentee. So now, responsibilities of a mentor, as I mentioned just now, providing guidance and support. Then mentors should set realistic goals and expectations. So based on the level of the mentee, so that, the mentee they don't have the same capacity like you. So you won't expect that, what you can achieve, your mentee will be able to achieve it immediately. No, that will not work. So, but if they have realistic goals and expectations, then you'll be able to, work with that. So, and this is important in establishing achievable objectives, milestones, and deadlines. No laziness, but things should also be realistic. Then another responsibility of a mentor is to ensure that they foster independence. This is by encouraging the mentee to take ownership of their research, to be able to develop problem-solving skills and make informed decisions. And also, it's important that a mentor should promote responsible research practices. So that brings us to the aspect of the ethics in research, the integrity and the transparency in research. So if a mentee is properly mentored, you discover that such mentee will understand and adhere to principle of a responsible conduct of research. So it's not just all about, the mentor alone. There are also some expectations, the responsibilities of mentees as well. So that it's not your mentor that will do everything for you. Even as a matter of fact, it's you that you need to drive the process. You know what you want, then your mentor can actually shape things for you, signpost you to where you'll be able to get to your destination and even go further. So that is very important, that as a mentee, you need to be proactive and communicative. Ask questions, ensure that you maintain regular communication with your mentor. So thank God that, this is the era of technology. It could be in form of, virtual meeting, video conferencing. There could be in-person meetings. And even at times, especially if your mentee is not where you are, if you go for conferences, then there's another opportunity to meet them. So all these are very important, that you have a regular meeting with your mentor. Then also set goals and priorities. Is this similar to what we've said before? As it's coming from the mentor, you need to set goals and priorities so that you have clear objectives, prioritize the work that you want to do, and make sure that you manage your time effectively so that you'll be able to achieve your research milestones. Then, as a mentee, always make sure that you seek feedback and learn from criticism. So always be open to constructive feedback. Use it as an opportunity for growth. So not that, your mentor decides to, give you feedback that, this, you can do it better. And you now start feeling that, why should he or she be telling me this? So all those things, if you have that mindset, then you won't be able to grow well as a mentee in such a way that you develop resilience in the face of criticism. So not that you'll be chicken-hearted. Yes, once you get the feedback, try and work on it, develop yourself more, solve whatever the problem, and you move forward. Then it's also important that you maintain a record of progress. Because if we don't keep record, if you just do things haphazardly, then you won't be able to measure even how far you've been able to go. So keep a record of your research activities, the progress, and even the setbacks that you've had, so that this will help you to reflect and evaluate your processes. And eventually, it will turn out to improvement on your own part. And lastly, I want to say that as a responsibility of a mentee, don't be lazy and avoid procrastination. The good book says, he said, see a man that is diligent in his work. He will stand before kings and not mere men. So hard work, avoidance of procrastination, you really need that as a mentee, because those are the qualities that will take you far. So now, what are the best practices for effective mentoring? It's still what I've said before, but just to summarize it now. Regular meetings, very important. Clear and constructive feedback from the mentor to the mentee, and the mentee should receive it in good faith and act on it. Then, mentors should encourage autonomy and independence. For their mentees, so that this is not just a one-time thing, as in just gradually increase the mentees' independence, allow them to take ownership of their research, and develop decision-making skills. What we're saying about this, a mentee will always revert back to a mentor. A great mentor, is like a lifelong relationship. I just keep on reverting back, so that cannot be also. That is a very important point. Then we should also foster a supportive environment, so that we make sure that the mentees are comfortable, then they can easily share their concerns and seek help. So on the part of a mentor, you know that mentoring takes time, as in it's time consuming. But I want to say that, again, mentoring can be effectively managed. It's not about how long, but the quality. A little advice, a little guidance can actually go a long way in shaping the career, the destiny of a mentee. So it's not about that, oh, time must be, must be consumed. You have to do it for hours. It could actually be a regular 30 minutes meeting here and there. And it can go a long way to make a very important mark in the life of the mentees. So I want to say that mentor is actually like a destiny helper to the mentees. But again, that doesn't mean too that the mentors are also not going to benefit from whatever they are doing. As a mentor, for you to see those that you've mentored, that they are growing, that they are doing well, it actually brings some level of satisfaction. That you are happy with that. That's okay. These are the seeds that I've sown, and they are growing and they're germinating. So it's like the picture of the candle that I showed the last time. One big candle that actually lit all the others around. Then it makes the environment very bright, and it makes science to progress and the patient's health to be adequately addressed. So summarily, what are the benefits of mentoring? We said it before, it helps in professional growth and career advancement, personal development and confidence building, skill enhancement and knowledge sharing, networking opportunities. It increases motivation and job satisfaction. It helps us to sharpen the leadership and management skills on the part of the mentor and eventually the mentee. Then we'll be able to help us to overcome challenges and solve problems. We've been talking about trying to design studies that will positively impact the lives of our patients, that will meet their needs. So it's through all this mentoring too that we can actually raise the generation of researchers, which is what Spark Train is trying to achieve now, that they can come, and find solution to, the myriad of problems facing patients with sickle cell disease and even some other specialty. Then it helps to foster supportive organization culture. And at the end of the day, it brings long-term success and fulfillment in such a way that even when the mentor will have grown very old and will have left the scene, then your product will still be doing well, and they can also hand over the baton to others. And that's the joy of, a grandmother, a grandfather, the giants in the field. And at least I know that many of them are present today, and we're happy to have them and to learn from them. So somebody actually mentioned this, as in one Dr. Crowder, I quote it as in from, is a hematologist, that if I've been successful, it's because I was able to assess and learn from a group of people who had experiences that were vastly beyond my own and who helped me to accelerate my learning so I could spend more time in the areas where I actually add value to bring. That's Dr. Crowder. This sums up the benefit that a mentee will get from a mentor. So now this takes me to the practical aspect. We are done with the first learning objective, as in to talk about the practical aspect, how I also benefited from such a grant like the Spark Train grant that we have now, the D43 grant. So that's the aspect of what can you expect. So I tag it as my MEPI / stamina story. What do you mean by MEPI? MEPI is actually a medical education partnership initiative. It was a grant, a D43 grant that actually started in the University of Ibadan. I think it started 2015, maybe ended 2015 or thereabout, as in the first stage. Then in the second stage of the grant, then they decided to also, in the first stage, University of Jos, where I'm from, participated in it. So, but in the second stage, then they made University of Jos and University of ABU, Ahmadu Bello University, to also get their own grant. So for the University of Jos, we call our own support of training and mentoring in Nigeria for academics. That's the stamina. So others, as in then in the second round, University of Ibadan call it MEPIJ, Medical Education Partnership Initiative. Then University of Lagos, they call it BRAINS, and so on and so forth. So now, as a way of background, as in before then, I've always been interested in research. But I would say that, well, I was a bit clueless. So why would I say that I was clueless? Because at a point, okay, I was interested in research, and one day I just woke up, just developed a questionnaire, and decided to administer the questionnaire, even without knowing that, oh, you're going to you're going to get ethical clearance. And after collecting whatever the data that I collected, I now took it to the biostatistician that will look at it, as in just to have a look at the data. And it told me that the data was not analyzable. So just to tell you that, you know, we need guidance, we need mentoring, we need support to be able to actually conduct a good study. So then the D43 grant, like the Sparkling grant that we have now came. So we taught, we had formal research training, responsible conduct of research methodology, data analysis, and hands-on training, manuscript writing. So, and there was also the aspect of one-on-one mentoring that, okay, you actually choose a mentor from your local institution. Then there was also another mentor from the US, because it was in partnership with Northwestern University and I think University of Chicago. So then there was also the aspect of panel mentoring, that the different mentees will actually come, and there will be like a group of the supervisors, mentors, that you present your work, they will critique the work and so on. So, and at the end of the day, we also conducted a funded, the work was funded, like what is being planned for SparkTrain. So that's why I'm saying that I'm encouraging us that we should latch on to this. So because of my time, I'll just quickly rush through this. So what impact has Stamina made on my career, on me generally? So I repeat again that all these, I stand on the shoulders of giants. So I'm just saying this because of the impact of mentoring. So as at that time, before all this, well, I had 3 articles that's in the area of publication now, in which case the articles that you help your consultant to collect data, then at the end of the day, your name will just be inserted there. But after understanding, you know what, research, then collaboration and all the stuff like that, at least I want to say, by the grace of God, I have over 40 now. That's impact of mentoring. Then for the Stamina project, I was able to, you know, publish articles from there, make presentation at even American Society of Hematology in the US, ASCAT in the UK, AfriHealth that went to South Africa. Those are actually part of the benefit, that you'll be able to also interact with other peers, and it will be able, you see what others are doing, and you'll be able to, as the other young researchers, and to be able to motivate you. Then in terms of collaborations, as I mentioned earlier on, that I was handed over to another mentor who was able to work on me, give me responsibilities, shape me, which I'm very grateful. I was able to join Sickle in Africa, the SparkNet, the Sickle Cell Support Society of Nigeria, which was mentioned by my mentor, President Odu. So all this is because of the little mentorship program that was started. Then, since then too, I've been able to build like a sort of a resource faculty, you know, as like, for instance, a coordinator of SparkNet Fellowship Program, courtesy of Professor Enodu. And I'm still emphasizing that that's part of mentorship. Then, member of Skill Development Working Group, journal reviewer. I've been able to now serve as reviewer for so many journals. Then also to be able to mentor others as well. Never mind that I myself am still a mentee, but even with the little level that I've attained, I've also been able to mentor, and I'm still mentoring resident doctors, research fellows, and even MSc students. Just talking about impact of mentorship. So Then in the original work that was actually done, it was published at that time. So there was a time that Journal of Tropical Pediatrics, they actually in 2021 sent this to me that, oh, at that time that the work was highly cited. You know, all these things too tend to bring joy that, oh, you are making impact. People are using what you're doing, and it can also influence others. What is this? Mentoring. Then now, as in, I actually decided to cut this one out, you know, from Google Scholar, from like not having citations to now having at least some level of little citation now, as in 901. I've not said that maybe it's actually a big achievement because I can still do better, and I'm aiming to do better, which is what a good mentee should do. So I'm still a mentee. Yes, I can mentor others, and I still desire to grow more. So why am I bringing out this? It's not just to showcase anything, but just to emphasize that, as in, with good mentorship, that you can go places and achieve so many things. So it's not just only in the area of that. I'm about rounding off now. Also in the academic career, you know, at that time, I was lecturer 1. I was able to move, you know, to the position of associate professor, and even ready for being a professor, even this year by the grace of God. Then currently, through still the same program and the same exposure, I'm doing a fellowship, like I'm having a sabbatical in the UK, which I'm rounding off now at Guy's and St. Thomas's NHS Trust and University College London. So I'm just saying this just to let us know that this that we're talking about now, the Spark Train, the early career researchers, put yourself into this. You never knew the opportunity that this will create for you. Then it's also not just about me and me and me alone. The patients too, they benefited significantly. From the research, it was obvious that, oh, hydrozole was working, and even the patients were asking for at some point for the medication, and they did better, and they are still doing well, at least compared to what it was in the past. Then also for the providers, as in the doctors, the residents, they were able to also do more research in sickle cell disease related hydrozole research, and they were able to support their patients. Then the health facility, as a result of the program, we discovered that we had more patients coming in, and at that point, we're able to establish a registry, which is now as a fully part of the SPARKLE registry. So, well, as I said, that ends, you know, the other part of the learning objective. The other one, very short, in very few minutes. So why am I saying all this? I'm just saying it to emphasize the importance of mentoring, and to let us know and to encourage us that we should take this that we're doing seriously. So now briefly, how many mentors should a mentee have? You know, this question was asked before, and Professor Olopade answered it. Traditionally, mentor-mentee ratio is 1-to-1, that you've been mentored at a particular point, but there's no rule that states that mentees need only one mentor. As a matter of fact, with what Prof actually said, multidisciplinary mentoring, that is what is important, because with many experts, the mentees can benefit from their multiple, you know, knowledge, so that you have different perspective and approach to development. So I'm not saying on a single particular thing, you have different mentors, as she put it. If you need knowledge in data analysis, you can actually get a mentor there, and so on and so forth, and different aspects. So it's not just only one. Does gender in mentorship matter? Gender doesn't affect satisfaction level, according to previous study. It doesn't matter. So, but having said that, do not generalize. People should be allowed to make their choice. So, meaning that a man, a male can have a male mentor, can have a female mentor, it doesn't matter. Then should your mentor only come from your institution? No. It could be anywhere across the globe. And there's so many people that are willing to mentor you. If you are doing something that is of interest to them, they don't mind to mentor you on it so that you can get better and you move on. Must you be in the same specialty with your mentor? No. As I said, that my mentor that introduced me to Professor Inodu was actually a gynecologist, mentored me and handed me over to her. Then my mentor, a pediatrician in the University of Jos and Jos University Teaching Hospital, was actually mentored, according to him, was mentored into research by a zoologist. So doing excellently well in malaria. So, but it was a zoologist that mentored him and so on and so forth. So it doesn't matter. So in conclusion, effective mentoring is crucial for the success and development of early stage researchers. By understanding the expectations, responsibilities, and best practices, mentors and mentees can foster a productive and supportive relationship. You know, this will promote responsible research practices, facilitate professional growth, and contribute to the advancement of scientific knowledge with positive impacts in the lives of our patients. So I want to say a big thank you to the people of America. You know, it's from the tax that they pay that, you know, we're actually enjoying. I mean, that we enjoy the D43 grant from. I want to say a big thank you to NIH and Fogarty International Center for what they did several years back. It's really helping now. And the Stamina PI, Professor Sagi, the person that I've been referring to all the since, then, and my mentors that they mentor me in different areas, the Professor Oguche and Dr. Adekola from the US, they mentored me on the mentored research that we conducted. Then I want to say a big thank you, Professor Kolo, Professor Kwe, Professor Bode Thomas, Professor John Collins, Ige, Professor Imade, and even to also say Afolaromi is actually like my contemporary. It is my peer. So, but you can also have peer mentorship. Is that, you know, very good in biostatistics. So was actually able to also help me in that area. Then I was able to, you know, fine-tune my knowledge in that. So a big thank you to the management of Unijos and Jude, all the children with sickle cell anemia who participated in the mentor study. And also presently, Professor Inisa Baba, I said that I'm currently on sabbatical because was actually able to facilitate that so that I can actually have a fellowship to learn more about sickle cell disease. So summarily, again, this is what mentoring can achieve. So I want to say a big thank you once again. So these are my references. Thank you so much. I'll be
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Fakunri. Thank you. That was a very practical presentation. Please, I want to state that we are running behind schedule. So if you have any questions, just leave them on the chat. Dr. Fakunri will go to the chat and address them. Please pardon us. We wouldn't be able to take any questions now. We need to get into the very next presentation. And the person who is going to be giving that is Professor Ayani. He's a professor of ophthalmology working with the University of Abuja. And incidentally, he's also a member of the Health Research Ethics Committee of the institution. So please welcome with me, Professor Ayani, as he presents an ethics of research. Please, Dr. Fakunri, can you stop sharing so that we can share Professor Ayani's slides from here? Good.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have to especially thank the organizer for putting up this workshop. because I want to believe that those of us that are participants in these events will have gained one thing or the other. Clinical research is crucial for advancing medical science and improving health outcomes. Developing countries, because of its sheer population and burden of ill health, has been hosting a number of worthwhile researches. As we all know, that all these researches, they are full of toxic outcomes. So there's need for us to actually go through certain ethical consideration if we really want to make a research fair, safe, and effective. So we look at clinical research is a methodical collation or collection of information. It is analysis, and then you now come with inference. So, but we are specifically interested in clinical research here. Then development countries. Nigeria is a typical developing countries. Because you look at the definition, there are two major things. They consider what we call Human Development Index, as well as industrial development of that particular country. Though it's a relative thing, when you compare it with those countries that have a high level of those two indices, those ones that have lower indices, when you use those two, then you can have something like pollution, the way we are having issue with power here, having issue with water, having issue with our waste. Those are characteristic features of a developing country. Then ethics. Ethics is a very big topic. But you can divide it as acceptable norms or standards by a group. It may be scientific group, it can be political group, it can even be people of the underworld. You might have seen when the assassin, when they kill their victim, they won't take pain. It's ethics. You may not like it, but it's ethics. So also, when you are talking of clinical research, there are certain ethics that whoever is an investigator must obey. So developing what? The area with light blue, those are developing economies. And that is concern of this interaction. So importance of it is in clinical research. Like we mentioned before, we need to protect participants because the researchers, especially human beings, you know, we are very complex people. You don't know what you are thinking of me. I don't know what you are thinking of. You don't know what I'm thinking of. Something like that. So there's need to protect participants from harm and exploitation. Then we need to have informed consent because we have seen what we call infractions offers that dated back to century, even as we are talking here, despite all coded information guiding research, you still see infractions here and there. So there's need to make sure that before anybody conduct research on human being, that particular human being accepts that he wanted to participate in that research. Then there's what we call equitable distribution of benefit and risk. If you go to chemist now and you pick paracetamol, just know that many, many years ago, some people, they were used as what we call guinea pig though we frown at that kind of, we prefer participants, even subjects. Some people may find it very offensive. So participants, some people, they participate before paracetamol they get to where we are buying it today. So then how do we distribute both the risk and the benefit? Do we just use the participant and then just, after we wound up the research, we just say, okay, go back to your respective places, something that generations will benefit. Then build trust in scientific research. We don't have much time, but as we go along. So let's now look at the core theories or principles that guide human clinical researches. That's what we call consequentialism. It's about welfare. It's about welfare. When you want to do any research and you are not convinced that the benefit of that research outweigh the cost. Cost may be in terms of money, it may be in terms of discomfort, it may be in terms of loss of life, or coming down with a disability. When you are not convinced that, okay, this research I want to embark on can actually have more benefit than the cost, then that research is not ethical. Then under the ontology of Kantianism, there are a lot of maxims, but the two that are very relevant to this discourse is what is the versatility. If you are conducting a research, can you also say somebody elsewhere to conduct that same research? That is, that research must be worthy enough that it should be reproduced somewhere else. Then the participant you are using for your study, are you just using them as a means to your end? Not also including that they should be treated as an end. If you are convinced that that research you want to embark on cannot meet those two conditions, it's not ethical. Then factual ethics. The research you want to do, can you say, okay, we know researches are very good, Abi, it's the right thing to do, but are you doing it for right reason? That's about factual. Then equipoise. You want to conduct drug trial now, but probably you know that drug A is better than drug B. There's no point embarking on such. It's like a waste of resources. If you embark on a study that you two know that, okay, the results, okay, paracetamol is better than ibuprofen, you have known. So a researcher must be in a state of what we call neutrality in terms of knowing about the efficacy. Once you know a particular molecule is better than the other, there's no point. Then smart, your study, your research must follow what we call SMART principle: specific, measurable, achievable, then realizable, realistic, then time-bound. Then key ethical principle, what we call principle is in respect for person. That is autonomy. You let whoever is participating in that study to willingly, voluntarily participate, not that you are coercing anybody to be a participant. Then beneficence. Just like we mentioned under the consequentialism, the benefits will outweigh the harm. Justice in terms of distribution of risk and benefits. Then accountability. The investigator must be transparent and must be responsible. Then guidelines and frameworks. We have declaration of Helsinki, which is a World Medical Association declaration done in Helsinki around 1964. So there are 5 cardinal highlights of that. So is it beneficial? Any study that you want to embed must be beneficial. Then there must be consent. You take the consent of the participants. Then that declaration also wants us to be careful when you have what we call dependent relationship, like teacher want to conduct study among students. You know, students, most of them, they will not want to say no. So study like that, you be careful in carrying out such study in the first instance. You can use, assume you are a teacher in this class, you can use other class where they don't know you, something like that. Except you cannot help it. That is dependence. Then that's what we call ethical review board. When you want to do any study, it has been codified that that study should be peer reviewed by what we call early research ethics committee before you now start. Let other people peer review your methodology. Let them peer review how you want to go about that study. Then there's what is the Nuremberg Code. That one was unveiled in 1974. And then essentially that one followed the, you know, there was this Nazi regime where you have a lot of inhuman experimentation in Nazi Germany. So that one also wants the participant to consent. We need to look at, is he having any public interest? Unlike the Declaration of Helsinki, that is the patient, the participant interest should outweigh that of science and society. But in Nuremberg, you have to look to the public interest aspect of the study you want to carry out. Then it should not be harmful. Then you should, the participants should be able to say, I'm no longer interested, that you withdraw. That is part of what you're supposed to let the participant know. Then in Nuremberg, they want a senior person who is scientific, who is experienced, like all this mentee-mentor relationship we have just mentioned. It's not just coming from nowhere, no supervision, no mentor, nothing. Just say you want to carry out study, especially those studies will consider carrying more risk than ordinary. You are getting what I'm saying? There's a way we classify the study. Any study that the risk associated with it is more than just maybe you are just working during your normal daily life. So the such study is supposed to have somebody that have what it takes to carry that study as the principal investigator or lead investigator. Then Belmont report, you know, there was an incident in the United States of America where the 5 Black American, but Black African American, they were monitored. Once they diagnosed you of syphilis for a period of over 40 years. And there was penicillin that time. So they would just be studying them, giving them appointments without giving them any treatment. Something like that. There was a whistleblower, then this report package. In that one, they want any study to actually follow what we call autonomy, that is respect for individual person. Then they want beneficence. Any study, any investigator to show beneficence, and then to also include justice, fair treatment of everybody in terms of the risk and benefit. Hence, the Council of International Organization of Medical Sciences, which most of the national research ethics committee, which they have domesticated. If you look at our National Air Research Ethics Committee, if you Google it, most of what is in the Council of International Organization of Medical Sciences, they are already codified. Then local ethical review board. In our respective institution, we have local or institutional review board. We have one here. So they are like a subsidiary of National Air Research Ethics Committee. All those ones, they have what we call guideline or framework of how to conduct researches. That is there's no time, but we can go through it when we get this slide. Then ethical challenge in developing countries. We have issue with informed consent because many scientists, many researchers, they just, by the time you go through their protocol, you know that it's not informed consent they are taking. So then exploitation risk. There is a lot of power imbalances between researchers and the participants. You know, maybe the researcher or principal is high up there. Then the person they want to investigate, you just slow down. Whatever that person say, you just say yes, yes, yes. Or they may not even understand what the research is all about. Then there should be fair participant selection. Like I mentioned before, you need to avoid the group of vulnerables. It may be children, maybe those in confinement, like prisoners, people in IDP camps. If it's possible, you should avoid those people when you want to carry out your story, except you know that, okay, you can't help it. The problem is only them that can give you the answer. Then post-trial benefits. You know, this is a very topical issue. You see some people, they will say, okay, they are coming to maybe do some drug trial, but there's no discussion. After the trial is wounded up or rounded up, you discover that those participants, they are just left on their own, something like that. Then regulatory oversight is a regret that even the so-called our local Health Research Ethics Committee, you know, they are not empowered to do oversight function. Most of the time, what they do is just to go through your methodology and give you letter. There are some researches that they're supposed to, maybe if it's researches that will last more than 1 year, they're supposed to do oversight function, come there, maybe they just interview some participants, or they do their own investigation, even not necessarily telling you the principal investigator, to come and get their own information. Then reflections. This reflection is just from some of our researchers, those we know and those we don't know that they have done one researches or the other. So they summarize their own feeling about what researches is all about, especially in Africa. Yet, the worst possible outcome in these times are unacceptable, and at any time will be for African malaria researchers to resign themselves to being conduit to feed material for northern partners. Who are northern partners? If you did geography, you will know that the world itself, you have southern hemisphere, northern hemisphere. You are getting what I'm saying? What this person is saying in essence is that the researcher in developing economy, they are more or less like, you are getting me? They are not real participants in that study. Then what about us as scientists? Nigerians and Africans have become irrelevant to our people and turned into mere sample collectors. We are burying our head in the sand of ignorance, complacency, and surrender. That is Tamari. So then this is another one. The time is not time. I don't know how long that we have gone, because this video will take about 10 minutes. But Okay, it summarizes the essence of research in Africa on developing economy. I read so what essence the video is all about is this is an African from Cameroon. There was this lady who was enrolled in a HIV drug trial, but after the research ended, she was just left without any medication. But this lady just accidentally stumbled on the person. And when she interviewed her, she discovered that those people who came for that drug trial, they didn't have any post-trial care in place. So they now discuss all the ethical implication. Ethical implication. I don't think, unless we create time, I don't think we will have time to. But if you have the slide, you can go and listen to what he's trying to say. Part of what he discusses is what we call informed consent. Then the review board, the post-trial treatment, because ideally from the time when you are writing your protocol, that is when you're supposed to include all the post-trial treatment for all the participants. Ideally, if it's possible, the fund for that trial supposed to even cover how those people will come, because most of them, they are very poor, how they will continue to receive their drug after the treatment, because many of us, we are just fond of putting whatever our findings in high impact journal. Some of us will get promotion. Some of us will get fame. Some of us will be known all over the world. But the real people that were used in the trial, they are just, many of them may die, many of them may. So then the role of stakeholders. What are our roles? Researchers. We need to design and conduct ethically sound studies. And then we also need to update ourselves. All those guidelines which have itemized the declaration of Helsinki, Berman reports, SIOMS, and our local FSI review body. We should go through all those guidelines to guide. And then when you have a forum like this, we should also try to participate so that we learn. Then we should also look at mentors. Those guys can mentor us so that we become good in whatever we are doing. Then participants, we should give them informed consent. When you say informed consent, you provide information. It's not all that paper they sign. It's the information. There are like 7 or 8 items under the information you will provide. Information about what you want to do, information of benefit, alternative thing, if it is treatment. Then information about confidentiality, information about what maybe their rights, that is, they can withdraw if they feel that at any time. Then information about who is picking the cost of that, maybe you have to do tests, all those things. And then ethically it's wrong, because that is what I see some of our people do, because they are treating patients. Immediately you enroll any patients for study. That patient, if the all the investigation you want to do is necessary for the treatment of that, immediately you say this is a participant, you must source for the funds to do those investigations. Not that after all, it is no, it's not like that, it's unethical. Then regulatory authority ensure compliance and oversight. This oversight is a real issue, because as far as I'm concerned, most of our local refill board, they are not doing it. And there is a reason, because it's like a charity work. They hardly get support. Our institutions are supposed to support them. Then community leader, where the community, where the study is taking place, the community leaders will also be involved to protect interests of the participants from that community. They're supposed to set some guidelines, not that somebody just come under diaspora. They do cataract surgery. After 1 week, when they round up, you don't know what happened to those patients you operated. You didn't hand them over, maybe to the nearest hospital. There must be arrangement, proper handling over, not just say, okay, you have done cataract surgery and you don't disappear. Then strategy to enhance ethical practices. We have to strengthen local ethical review boards. Then we have to provide culturally sensitive participant education. Then we have to ensure transparency in funding and reporting. So I have to just be fast because of time. Then we have to implement robust post-trial access plan. When the drug trial, when it ends, those participants that you are giving antiretroviral drug, or you are giving sickle cell molecules, how do they access that same molecule after the trial has ended? You must discuss all those things. You must plan for all those things before you round up. Then we must build capacity for local research oversight. You see, this oversight is a recurring decimal. Unfortunately, but though it's good, because you two, you are growing. Some of you become maybe chief medical director later. Maybe some of you will be big principal investigator in future. Some of you will be CEO of where you're supposed to know that, okay, research ethics committee needed to be funded. You are getting me? So that you won't say, what are you talking? Review is a charity something. You don't need to be bothering me, all those things. They are very important. Ethical research practices are essential for trust and progress. Addressing challenges require collaboration and commitment. Developing countries must be active partners, not passive participants. Thank you.
No, you did
that. You can play it.
Yeah. Yes, can you while you're setting up for the question time, you can quickly play the video. Please, let's appreciate Professor Rani for a very beautiful presentation. So because he helped us gain some time, we just want to quickly play the video. And then we can prepare our questions. But let me just say that we have a panel discussion coming up, and it's supposed to handle most of what the presentations have been done. So if you have any questions, we could still take them during the panel discussion. We have well.
18 months providing antiretroviral therapy, and she was I want to share with you a story of one of my patients called Simone. Simone is a housewife and lives in a rural district of Cameroon, West Central Africa. 6 years ago, at the time of her HIV diagnosis, she was recruited to participate in a clinical trial which was running in her health district at the time. When I first met Celine a little over a year ago, she had gone for 18 months without
Sorry, there's been some changes. We've just posted the link to the video on the chat. So please, it's available for people to watch later on. We want to move on now with the next segment. The next segment is a panel discussion. And we have, for the panel discussion, notable and erudite scholars who will be sitting on the panel to discuss various topics, and many of them are related to what has been presented thus far on ethics, the challenges we'll have with conducting research, especially within our environment. We want participants to share their challenges, ask questions regarding things that they've encountered in the course of their research, and how good the support system has been, because for you to conduct good research, you need an effective support environment. So that's what the next session is all about. And like I pointed out, we have a group of erudite scholars to help us do that. We have people who will be discussing the panel, who will be the panelists. We hope they are online, please. So you need to let us know, please, if you're online, identify. We have Professor Shola Olapade. The profiles will be part of what we share as the e-brochure. So you will have them for the participants who registered, when we are sharing the certificates, we are going to share this as well. We also have Professor Adebayo Adejumo. These are very erudite scholars. I don't know if Mr. Ado Danladi is online. He's from the National Health Research Ethics Committee of the Ministry of Health. I don't know if he's online. And then, most importantly, to this set of panelists, we still have our resource persons available in various centers, and also other experienced researchers in various centers across the sites where we are, that are part of this program. Like I mentioned, Professor Yani is a member of the University of Abuja Teaching Hospital Ethical Review Committee, and he's still here. So they will help us in the contributions. By the way, my name is Maxwell Mwebu. I'm going to be facilitating this session. And I don't know, have we gotten indications from the panelists who are available? Is Professor Adejumo online? Professor
Can you hear me?
Ajayi is the director of the Institute of Advanced Medical Research. I'm going to believe she's online.
She's in with us. She's here physically.
Oh,
yeah, she's physically here with us.
Thank you very much. You're most welcome, Prof. What of the director of IMRAT, Professor Ajayi? Is she also there physically? Hello.
Okay. Sorry, can you hear me?
Oh.
This is Professor Ike Ajayi. I'm
physically you're most welcome, man.
Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Thank you for inviting me.
You're most welcome. What of Ado Danladi? Okay. You're most welcome, sir. Who else now have we not identified? I don't know if Professor Is Professor Olopade, Shola Olopade? Oh, is he? I don't know if Dr. Ben is online. Okay, so I think we can start off now, and like I pointed out, we still have quite a lot of scholars who are still on the program, so they can chip in where necessary. So this panel discussion, once again, I want to welcome everyone. Thank you to the professors, Professor Ajayi, Mr. Danladi, and all the other people who are on the Professor Dejumo. Please, you're all welcome. This discussion is centered around the presentations we've had today. And it's a sort of feedback from participants who were part of this meeting today. We're talking about research. So we want to hear from them. What are the challenges that they have with conducting credible research within their settings? And I myself, I also have, I'm supposed to be the facilitator. I have questions already. I have some questions, but I think I'll leave it open first so that we can begin to hear from various site leads, researchers. What are the challenges they have? Is it challenges with the ethical board, their ethical boards? Do they even have ethical boards at their centers? How do they manage those things? And so the floor is open. Please, if you have any questions, please, you need to type them into the chat or raise your hand so we recognize you and you will ask the questions. Yes, we may, from the facilitation aspect, we may require a particular person to address, but please, it's an open house. So our panelists are more than able and they will be able to contribute and add and all that. Please, that's the way we want it to go. So, okay, so there's a hand raised, Dr. Olariwaju. Please, can you ask your question to a set of panelists? Just to also note that Dr. Manven is here physically, right. So we have our complete house. So please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. You spoke about a local ethic research committee. Now, talking about clinical trials, several of the local ones do not have capacity to do such reviews. And many of them, even after the NHREC approval had been given, they still insist that we send the protocol to them in the local branches. That happened to me twice. So I don't know, how do we, if we have such studies, how are we going to scale that hurdle? Hello?
Yeah,
hello,
thank
sir.
you. Yeah, thank you. I think your questions are, we heard it right. Okay. How do, for places where, yeah. Okay, so please, can you let us know your center, please, as part of introduction? And I want to ask every other person who has any question, please properly introduce yourself, just so that we.
To ISTH Irua.
Okay, Irua. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. You're most welcome. So please, Professor Adejumo, could you help us start off the discussion about that? I hope you heard his question. Hello, Prof. Please unmute yourself and.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So this is one of the experiences we often come across in the business of conducting research that is beyond one-site research, multi-site research. But occasionally, a kind of foreign collaboration involved. We need to be a little careful because the NREC may be interested in having a look at the protocol. And when NREC reviews the protocol, oftentimes there may be the need also for the local side to still want to make one or two inferences in terms of whether the protocol actually fits into institutional standards. NREC will look at the science and ethics of that study within a global space of the country called Nigeria. But when it comes to specific institutional guidelines, NREC could probably have overlooked that. And that's one of the rational reasons for which it may be imperative for the local HRECs to also give a look. But may I say, most times when NREC gives an approval, the institutional HREC cannot overturn that approval. That's one. But peradventure, there are a few other things that are specific to the local environment that was not factored, that was overlooked at the level of NREC review. Then the local HREC may make such additions. And of course, you that is collaborating or conducting the research within that, the geographical boundary of that HREC, you need to comply with that. But if other questions come, I'll still clarify and make more clarifications. But what the National Code for Research Ethics says is that for any study taking place in more than 3 sites, and of course, studies also that are taking place in more than 3 geographical locations in a country, especially Nigeria, that kind of a study must come to NREC to be reviewed, irrespective of whether even a local HREC has said yes or no, and irrespective of whether the host institution, even if it's a foreign collaboration, whether the host institution, wherever that study is coming from, already gave an approval. NREC will still want to look at it because the issue of research in our time is gone beyond just mere gathering data to find answers to pertinent research questions. There are global implications for conducting research in different environments. Over, thank you.
Okay. Prof, are you done? Okay, thank you very much for that. I hope that has addressed the question. Except if someone has any addition amongst the panelists, if there's any addition to what Prof.
Thank you. I have an addition to this. Professor Ajayi on the line, please. Professor Ajayi is there.
You're welcome,
Can I talk? Okay.
Yes,
thank you.
go ahead.
Yeah, I thank Professor Adejumo for that insight into the working relationship between local IRBs and NREC. But I also want to add from my own experience that at times the local RIBs, when it comes to clinical trials, may not have the expertise to review proposals on clinical trials, but they do not come out to say this, and they just says the proposal as if it's just another study. Meanwhile, we know that clinical trials review is really tedious and requires so many issues to be addressed and met. And that makes it a very, very difficult thing for NREC, because if you just submit to the local RIBs and it's not well assessed, the patients may be at risk. The other thing is that I found out that some researchers, they want shortcuts. We must be truthful to ourselves. Many of the should I say well established, or yes, or the earlier institutional review boards. I would say very thorough, and they have the clinical expertise because most of them are in higher tertiary institutions and where there are hospitals, and they can actually do justice to review a clinical trial proposal. Because some researchers, I must say, maybe with some reservations, not all, just a few, want to avoid that detailed review of their proposal. Then they also want it out sooner than it should be. So they get the local RIBs to review this protocol. It is now left for the hospital or institute where the trials will be carried out to let the researcher know the RIB they would honor. I want to say that there was a proposal presentation I attended, and this person was doing a trial and didn't get the institutional approval or review. Went to the state. But from that presentation, there were many flaws and even risk to the patient. But the person has been granted ethical approval. So the question was, where did you get your ethical approval? And he said, oh, it's at the local, I would say, state RIB. Who are the people? Are they clinicians? So some go there and they don't get proper review done. So this we should bear in mind, and researchers should actually take the pain to know who and who have the capacity to review a clinical trial for ethical approval. The local RIBs can be co-opted by NRED for monitoring of clinical trials. So still getting the local RIB is also would also be useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's quite.
Hello.
I will want to still add a point based on the matters arising from Professor Ajayi's comments.
Okay.
I think that everyone will need to know that when it comes to clinical trials, the www.nchra.net website, that's the website for the National Committee for Health Research Ethics in Nigeria, spells out that any clinical trial protocol should not be taken to any HREC below category B, and the categorization is available at that website. And if any HREC...
Can you speak up?
Okay.
The audio is into... We can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Okay. You can hear me now. Okay. What I said was that we have to be mindful. People may not have the information that the National Code already specify the nature or category of HRECs. The word in Nigeria is HREC, RDC elsewhere, IRB elsewhere, ERC elsewhere. The information is available at www.nchra.net that any clinical trial protocol should only be reviewed at, HRECs that are labeled D+. So if anybody takes any protocol to any HREC below that category, that HREC also could be in problem subsequently. Because we do periodic monitoring at the level of NREC. NREC is National Research Ethics Committee, and there is a protocol, there is a template, there's a checklist to audit what HRECs do. And if going through the records, it's found that clinical trials were reviewed when their categorization is below B+, that HREC will be disbanded.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you. That clarification is very important, and I guess every other. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can see Mr. Danladi online, so please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Looks like we lost him. Hello, Mr. Danladi, are you still there?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. We lost you for a while.
Okay. I say thank you very much for that clarification. So for phase 1 clinical trial, it's called trial. But as Professor Adejimo said, ethics committee in Nigeria, we categorize the ethics committee into 5 categories. For now, it's only NREC that is operating as category A. So if an ethics committee is registered as category A, the ethics committee can review phase 1 clinical trial. For now, it's only NREC that is reviewing phase 1 clinical trial. We have few ethics committees that are registered as category B, like the UCH ethics committee, AKTH ethics committee, UNTH ethics committee, LASUT, LUT ethics committee, NIMA ethics committee. All these ethics committees are registered as category B. And if an ethics committee is registered as category B, the ethics committee can review phase 2 clinical trial. The ethics committee can review phase 3 clinical trial, phase 4 clinical trial. If an ethics committee, they can also review vaccine and genetic researches. But if an ethics committee is registered as category C ethics committee, the committee can start reviewing phase 3 clinical trial. They cannot review vaccine and genetic researches. If an ethics committee is registered as category D, the ethics committee cannot review phase 3 clinical trial, but they can review phase 4 clinical trial. And if an ethics committee is registered as category E, that ethics committee cannot review clinical trial at all. And most of the ethics committee in the states are registered as either category D or E, or at times C. So the ethics committee cannot review, you see, phase 1 or phase 2 clinical trial. Committee, based on the experience, expertise of the members, the history of the committee, the resources available for the committee, even the infrastructure, the personnel available for that ethics committee. So that's how we categorize this ethics committee. So, you know, at times researchers go to the states because the ethics committee may be lenient to them, so they may not review the protocol the way it's supposed to do it. So that's the categorization as the folks mentioned. So thank you, and over.
Yeah, this is Fumi. I just raised my hands to maybe have add a comment to what Dr. Danladi has just said. At some point, if somebody can let me speak about all this categorization. I don't want to go out of turn. I just raised my hand so that somebody can be aware that I'm listening.
Oh.
Okay, so thank you very much, Prof. Professor Olopade, do you want to go ahead and contribute?
If you think I can at this moment, I'm happy to. Oh,
yes,
okay.
Please do. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. You know, I think this panel is really been put together very thoughtfully, and I'm glad that we're having this discussion, because for most of Nigeria, and for most of the people who are participating in this workshop, they have no concept of what the different categories are and why those categories even mean anything. But I was really glad that at the beginning of this workshop, we focused on what it is that the obligation of the investigator is in terms of making sure they take on the responsibility to conduct research ethically. So if an investigator really wants to conduct research ethically, the onus is on them to say, oh, who has the expertise to actually review my protocol? And I'm really glad that the National Health Ethics Research Committee has been reconstituted, and the Ministry of Health is investing in making sure that they have the resources, the trained personnel to be able to review research. And I really want to commend Professor Adejumo for his comment, because the onus is actually on the investigator. So every time I come to do research in Nigeria that involves a clinical trial, not only do I have to make sure that I am a responsible principal investigator, all the people who are going to participate in my research, I have to make sure that they are responsible principal investigators. So the question I'm going to throw at all of us is, how many responsible principal investigators exist in Nigeria that not only have the CV, that is the qualification to do clinical trials, because you cannot do clinical trials unless you have experience doing it, and you can also train other people to do clinical trials. And this is where I think the responsibility lies on every single one of us who want to do intervention studies, implement studies where patients can be harmed, that you need to make sure that you send your protocol to the places where they will have a required expertise. And this is really one of the things that has come up. We had a very good meeting in Abuja between the National Health Ethics Committee and the National Health Research Committee, because they are two separate things. We can do research and we want to promote research and we want to get funding for research, but to protect patients, that is the job of the ethics committee. And those two committees don't have any overlapping roles at all. And I think that once we, even NAFDAC, because earlier on in the day, we were talking about regulatory. Who is monitoring the research? Whose responsibility is it to make sure that patients are not harmed? And it's that building trust that our whole research enterprise can build trust, that we have qualified people doing it. That's why you have all this categorization. So I don't want us to leave thinking, am I category A or category B? States are available to do it. I think the important thing is the competency. And competency relies on who has trained, who has devoted their time. I'm a medical oncologist. My entire specialty program was designed to train us to do phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 studies, because we don't have cures for cancer yet. And if you don't have cures for cancer, it means you have to have people who are going to be dedicated to learning how to do clinical investigations and put new drugs into patients safely. So that's why capacity building and training is so essential. It's not just, let's take this drug, it's a phase 1 study, let's just do it. No, it is the onus of the principal investigator to know that they know how to do the study. That's all I wanted to add, because sometimes we don't know, is it regulation banning us or putting laws and say you are going to be disbanded? It's not about the disbanding or the law or protecting yourself. It's about you responsibly doing the clinical trial and making sure you cross your I's, you dot your T's. We have had several examples. The Pfizer example in Nigeria is the reason why all of us in Nigeria must take the responsibility of being a responsible principal investigator seriously. You cannot just ask somebody in the ministry to sign your paper. That's not ethical. And if anybody has done that, I hope you will go back and say that was not ethical conduct of research. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much. I think we've gotten clarity from all the submissions on how to go about this. So it's also important that we check what levels there are and the competence for where we are submitting various categories of research for. There's something on the chat that, there's a question on the chat, and that's from Professor Nodu. She's asking a question, and I'm going to leave it open for the panelists, because this is something that I think everybody should chip into. Should institutional review boards insist on payment for preliminary proposals to funding bodies that have not been funded yet? So maybe I can give an example to buttress the question. For instance, you're applying, let's say, to National TED Fund now, NRF, National Research Fund of TED Fund, and they require that in the proposal you're submitting, you should state whether you've passed it through the ethical board as part of the submission process. You've not been given that, you've not been awarded that. And the ethical board will say, you have to make a payment because this is a funded, in quotes, funded project. So that's the question here. Should institutional review boards insist on payment for preliminary proposals that are to funding bodies that have not yet been funded? Please, the floor is open for our panelists to help us. It's also good that Mr. Ado is here. Okay, so someone.
Okay.
Yes.
So thank you very much for that. So to me, if you go ahead and ethics committee, that you have to pay for the review because the money is not refundable. Nothing is wrong for them to collect that preliminary fees, because even if you get the fund, you are not. So the truth is, nothing is wrong for the person to pay the ethics committee that fees, because it's not refundable. So I think probably say.
So, Mr. Ado, I don't know if you understood the question. You know that it's a preliminary proposal that has not been funded yet. Yes. So, and they require the proposal to be submitted to the ethics committee, and the committee is requesting for funds. So I would say in my own experience, really, we haven't had anything like that. Most of the proposals that come to us are, I haven't seen anything like that. So that's what about Prof is saying otherwise. So, but I'm just suggesting, yes, that if, you know, because most of the proposals that come are already being done somewhere. So that they bring them here, okay, that they want to co-opt this center as another site. So in that case, we see that, okay, there's been some funding or there will be funding. So we still review the proposal. We still review the proposal. So I think you should go ahead and review the proposal, and then maybe if the funding comes, if they can pay in retrospect. Or when they come for the renewal of the project, they can pay.
Please, it's very, thank you very much for that contribution. So I'm speaking directly now to the chair of the National Research Fund, Professor Lokwade. See, the National Research Fund of TED Fund requires prospective applicants to also include ethics approval before they even submit the grant, the proposal. So something happened recently that someone in my institution wanted to apply. The deadline was very close, and then he wanted to apply. So they asked him for the letter of ethics approval. He came to our own institution and they said no, that he has to pay 200,000, right, for a pre-proposal. That's the preliminary. We couldn't give him. He went to another institution and he got it. So should we be expecting people, because that's, as far as I know, is going to discourage people from even applying for grants.
So I think in that case, maybe if you approach the chairperson of the committee one-on-one and explain to them that this is this.
Oh, okay.
And then maybe it's a case of being just aware. Just being aware. So moving forward now, we can, have a meeting, talk to the chairperson of the committee and tell him that going forward, just not to discourage people from doing this. This is so and so, and this will not happen.
Yeah. So this is, let me maybe just tomorrow, maybe we'll have a little bit more discussion about the value of research. Shola is not here today, but if he was on this panel, this is what he would have said about ethics. There are just some things that are not worth studying. So are you listening to me? There are just some research, there's some questions that are not worth studying, especially if you are going to involve patients. And I think sometimes this gets lost in all of our researchers. If you really think that your question is important and that you really must get it funded, what you would do as an investigator is you would have already had some pilot results to make this an important question for you. How much is the IRB charging? There's no IRB that will be functional if you do not pay for IRB approval. And this whole idea that everything in Nigeria should be free is the reason why we do not have the quality of research that we should have. So I know that Professor Unodu threw it at me as I'm chairing the National Health Research Committee. And the question is, every penny you spend on research, every patient you ask to participate in research is precious, precious. And if you treat your research participants as precious research participants, you will not just use them for research that has no chance of being funded. So that's why we actually are now asking the question, how should we fund research? What is impactful research? What evidence should we have before we start saying we want to research it? Remember, one of the first presenters today talked about false discovery. You started a research based on somebody having falsified data or having said this was correct, and then you go and build on it. This is the challenge we have as African scientists and why we are not publishing in high impact journals. There's no high impact journal that would take your research that has not gone through rigorous evaluation by an ethics committee. So I feel for all the ethics committees that are being asked to do work without getting paid, that are being asked to spend hours reviewing very complicated trials. So if it is a clinical trial, remember, there are different categories of research. Some research are just surveys. You are not going to be, putting the patient at risk. You can go and do your survey. It's not going to put any patient at harm. But if it's a clinical intervention study where you are putting something patient-oriented, somebody can have a side effect, you better have money to pay the IRB to review it ethically. That's how I come to it. So I don't know how, we're actually looking at how TED funds are administered, because TED funding is education mostly. But when it comes to health research, quality matters, impact matters, and I hope that we will get feedback from all of you on how we should upgrade the quality of our health research. Because as you know, human subjects, this is why we've read about Nuremberg trial, vulnerable populations, pregnant women, poor people who just want money. We've been talking about all of that. We have to hold ourselves to the highest standard. And if you are going to be paying people to participate in your research, and you as the investigator think it's just a project for you to make money, I don't think that is going to be published in anywhere that is of impact. That is just my own personal opinion. Having spent all my life trying to cure cancer, I cannot imagine putting my cancer patients at risk when there's no benefit to them. That is wasting their time, the precious time they have as to live, peaceably with their family members. So exploitation of vulnerable population is unacceptable, and we have to hold ourselves accountable for that. That's what I would say, is that if the research is worth doing, then pay your IRB and pay the fees.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that very insightful contributions, and all getting educated in this. So just moving forward, I'm glad that Mr. Ado is with us here. So still on the NREC, I just want to find out at the time with which proposals are being reviewed. Dr. Mamven. I want to find out how long it takes for proposals to be reviewed, because we've had some submissions. It's almost getting to 1 year now that we haven't had any responses. So how long on the average does it take? And when should we start getting worried? And I don't know what the challenges are, even though it was newly constituted, a new NREC has been newly constituted. So these are the questions. Please, can you clarify what can be done to hasten reviews of proposals that have been submitted?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So according to the National Code of Health Research Ethics, it takes a maximum of 90 days from the date you submit the valid document. So then it takes 90 days, an average of 21 days. Even though the 21 days is not mentioned in the code, but that's the maximum, 90 days. Can I know which application is that? That is submitted for almost 1 year?
Across to you personally. So I'll get across to you personally, so you can work on. Yes, because
excuse me, this Professor Ayani, on that in the National Health Research Committee document, if a local health research committee, if they fail to review the protocol after 3 months, the researcher or investigator can write to the NREC. But if the researchers will write to, or who will foresee the NREC?
Sorry, sir, I missed what you have said.
So no, he's just saying that if NREC defaults and it's more than 3 months, we really should have expected to have replied. So who should we report to? Is it the Ministry of Health that we should write to say that you haven't responded to our proposals?
Yes, so we can write to the chairman directly. Hello, can you hear me?
Can we comment from this end, please?
Yes, we heard you.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Chairman.
Yes, please go ahead. Go ahead. Ibadan, go ahead.
Yes, it's just to add to the response on the issue of TED Fund or any other agency requesting for ethical approval at submission of proposal at the preliminary stage. Well, just as Professor Lokade mentioned, I think the RIBs should charge. Just she had mentioned the reasons, but to add to that, any researcher that is committed to a project or to a research should be able to pay, and not just saying that I'm paying, but should realize that going through the IRB and responding to whatever reviewers' comment would improve the quality of the proposal, such that when it gets to the granting body, the quality could be a plus in terms of getting funded. And it also makes the research work, gives some integrity to the research that is being proposed, because a lot should have been done. I know that many researchers would come late to the Ethics Review Committee to request for such approval. So researchers, knowing that they plan to apply to organizations or granting agencies that will request such approval, should be well prepared and get to the Ethics Review Committee in time for review. There is also the facility for expedited review. If this is communicated to the chair of the Ethics Committee, and if it's clinical trial, that even makes it that they should really apply in time, and they get a proper review, detailed review of their proposal. And I think these granting agencies also uses this ethical approval, having an ethical approval as a screening method, because you can imagine Tenford. I know at some point they may have over 200 applications for a few number of grants. So getting through the ethical committee, it's a way to screen. And I want to say that it's not only TED Fund that actually practices this. I know that even WHO, the World Health Organization, also has this requirement. So people should understand that it's not a local thing, but it could be, I mean, it is international, and it's a prerequisite to some agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. There's a question here, and I'll like Professor Adejumo to help us. He says, how can we ensure the implementation of the outcome of our research for the benefit of the local community, bearing in mind that most researches we do are unfunded and individual driven? Who or what agency is responsible for implementing research outcomes? And this person is from Jos University Teaching Hospital, by name Andrew Shita. When most research are funded by the individuals, like most basic research within our settings, how do you now ensure the implementation for the benefit of the local community. Prof.
Okay. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Let me begin from your last point. Which agency is responsible? That is for ensuring that the research is done the right way and that the benefits of findings are shared with the local community or community that should have information about the outcome of the finding. Well, it's a tripartite kind of a thing, but the onus lies specifically on the investigator. If you look at the checklist for the review of protocols under the auspices of the National Health Research Ethics Committee, there is a section where we ask the investigator, how will the finding of this research be shared with the host community or the participant? Or will it be shared? Something like that. There's a question there. So that means basically the code encourages or expects that you who went out there to seek information from them, courtesy demands, especially remembering that a principle of autonomy and also the need to ensure that their values are fully entrenched in the process of collecting information also should be extended to getting answers to the questions that took you to that research community. So we wouldn't just come there, take the data, publish and run away. It is still expected that you need to get back there to let them know that this was the finding we got from this clinical trial or this study. But again, it's tripartite in the sense that the committee that approved, that gave the approval for that study also has a responsibility. And the responsibility should be that the committee should provide what we call oversight functioning. Oversight. And one of the oversight functioning is ensuring that the research is done the way it should be done and that the findings also were shared with the research community. So the ethics committee needs to do that as part of their oversight function. But I think it would be rhetorical. Just asking the question, do we really do that on a normal day? A committee that is barely surviving, fueling the vehicle, getting a driver, going to different research sites, that may be a tall order. So the extent to which that is carried out, not only in Nigeria, but also in the global space, I think it's something that requires greater scrutiny or more research or attention. So another mechanism by which we should be sure that the findings are shared with people is institutions. For example, University of Ibadan. We have the culture of sharing research outputs with our community, at least on an annual basis. So that could also be a kind of mechanism, a kind of opportunity to share research findings with research populations. But I want to say a few things as additional comments to comments already made earlier. I want to say from the little I know of TED Fund accommodates research, not only, and of course, all studies, whether surveys, whether experiments, they also have their potential risks. The difference is in the level of risk, whether less than minimal, greater than minimal, or higher than or whether minimal, less than minimal, greater than minimal. But one major thing also is that we need to be mindful of the probability and the magnitude of the risk that we are talking about. And these are the things that determine what the ethics committees will do. Because one of the comments also I got from this discussion so far was the issue of expedited review. Whether your study is going to be, the proposal is to be submitted to a granting body, an approval body, you have to factor that into the manner and the timelines by which your protocols are done. Because if you value the people that you are going to include in the subject, in the study, then it's also expedient that you factor them into ensuring that they are sufficiently protected. And of course, what it takes to submit protocols and get responses should be factored into your timeline in terms of research proposal writing. And of course, even the new NREC, because there's also a comment I quickly want to respond to. The new NREC cannot function without, allusion or agreement with the national code, and I'm not too sure that the national code has been in any way changed. So it is still the 2007 version that is being modified day by day, that is still in use in Nigeria, as used by the National Research Ethics Committee. And so expedited review is not just about audit review. It's only in emergencies, public health emergencies, that we can actually speed up the process of review of protocols, especially when there is, the need to conduct investigation and combining with therapy. We need to quickly let the ethics committee know about that. And ethics committees have a mechanism of ensuring that things are done speedily. But that may not perfectly interpret as expedited review, because the criteria for expedited review may be different from what we see in every public health emergency research. For it to be expedited review, it means vulnerable populations are not involved, one, and the level of risk is not greater than minimum. Over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Manvin, one of the panelists, will just add something, then I'll read the next question from the chat.
Okay, so again, I just want to address the issue of funding, the question that the person asked about funding for implementation of the research. So funding is, I think it's really a big issue for us here, because, even our residents, our postgraduate residents that require to write dissertations, they have issues with funding. So a lot of times you see them cutting short the calculated sample size using some formulas so that they'll be able to meet up. So the funding is not there. But even to carry out the research, talk more of doing the implementation research. But I just want to say that there are lots of funding bodies that are coming up now. So we can, like TED Fund now, TED Fund is opening up, and then they should look out, even some international bodies too that can be able to fund. And then in the colleges, we're also looking out, for funding opportunities, even private individuals too. Some of them, there are a few of them that I personally approached one who is very much interested in research, and he has agreed to sponsor one of the researches that I want to do. So just to encourage them that, and we know that funding is difficult. Funding is very difficult to get, and then thank God that, one of the presentations is going to be about how to get funding and then how to write grants and get funded. So let's not be discouraged. Let's continue doing what we can do in the little way we can and continue to search for the funding. So thank you very much. And then I just want to chip in at the ethics NREC. It's just another question I just want to, we know the board has been reconstituted. So who is the new chairperson of the board now? That,
hello? So the new chairman is Professor Richard Adebola.
Okay, so please, can you, Mr. Danladi, can you help us with the contacts on the chat box? I think it would be beneficial to a number of people here.
Okay, the name.
The name and the contact, yes, the contacts, email address or thing that we can, yes, you can use. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now I have a question here. I think we need to encourage the younger people or early researchers. This is a question from someone at University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital in Enugu State. He says, can I take data for my research from diagnostic test investigations paid for by the patient after having informed consent? And then he has a second one. I think this second one will be for Dr. Fakunri. I believe he's still online. What is an appropriate model for establishing mentor-mentee relationship? Can a mentee choose his or her mentor or mentors? So, but the first part is, can I take data for research from diagnostic test investigations paid for by the patient after having informed consent? Professor Ayani is here, so he will address that, and then we can also get additional comments from others.
Good afternoon, everybody. I will start from the person that has question from Irua. when the NREC specifically asked them to go and do local review. In the NREC documents, it's possible to have multiple HREC, maybe one in charge of drug clinical trial, while the other one will have will bother themselves with the other researches. It's possible. It is also possible for those institutions that are lacking capacity to do a kind of collaboration with a sister institution in the local area. For instance, if a state, a local government, the institution is located in a local government, and they don't have capacity for people who can actually do review, then they can have collaboration with institution, maybe in the state capital. So also, if a state is lacking capacity, they can do a kind of collaboration with another state, something like that. IRUA is very close to University of Benin Teaching Hospital because their ethics is global, ethics is universal, but the application is local. There are some protocol that they are supposed to be local touch. That's why community participation is very important, so that the researcher will not now abuse processes. So if, let's say, UBTH has, category A, category B, category C, if they have what it takes to review protocol that fall under category B, for instance, and the IRUA is lacking, then the IRUA, is it Federal Teaching Hospital now? Can now, the HREC in IRUA can now, with their management, make arrangements how UBTH can be refused certain protocol for them. That's that. Concerning the other question, that can you use DERA, the sort of DERA, investigation, the patient pay for it, ethically is wrong to use data that patients investigation, unless you want to do the retrospective study. Once you say you are doing prospective study, you have to look for funding. But you cannot say, okay, because you are managing patients, after all, if those patients, they are not enrolled in a study, they have to pay for that investigation. If you are doing retrospective study, it's understandable. Because this so-called patient, you get informed consent or something like that. How many patients even know what it takes to conduct a research? Something like that. Ethically, it's wrong to be allowing the participant to pay for their investigation. But if it is a retrospective study, it is okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yani. Now, our panelists, you have any additions to that? Do you have any panelists, Professor Adejumo, Professor Ajayi? Any addition to that particular question? Sorry.
So I think regarding the collaboration, so yes, it's allowed for ethics committee to depend on another ethics committee, as he mentioned, but they have to inform NREC. We have a form for an institution that one of the mandate of the institution is to conduct research, but they don't have ethics.
People don't know the national code.
Can collaborate with another ethics committee, but we have a form. They have to fill the two institutions have to fill the forms and send it to NREC for endorsement. Over.
Hello, Professor Ajayi here, still on collaboration.
Yes, go ahead,
Hello?
Prof.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
I guess
Go ahead,
it's
man.
Dr. Danladi, Mr. Danladi, that clarified the issue of collaboration and the need for NREC to know about it. But I'm even thinking that why shouldn't the ethics committee that does not have a facility refer the investigator to the ethics committee that has that expertise and get the approval from them, and they can then recognize the approval rather than they saying they are collaborating. I mean, refer the person. We don't have this facility. You can go to this place, you can go to this, and then you honor such ethical approval. I think we should also consider that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Professor Adejimo on the line. Added to what Professor Ajayi has just highlighted, I rather see the need for all and sundry to actually do business, with reading of the national code. People are beginning to preach with little attention to the holy books. And we need to be very, very mindful of, helping people to make type 1 or type 2 error. That's one. For people who are in the business of doing ethics, you can't do it by logical reasoning or, personal postulations. The code is clear on most of these questions that have been asked here today. The answers are in the code. So if we want to get the better of what we do in terms of the quality of the science and ethics of the research we do, and of course for HREX, the work they do, they have to dig into the national code and to have more information. Funding is difficult, somebody said, but that's not a sufficient reason to compromise standards or to cut corners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you, Professors Ajayi and Adejimo, for that. So it's important that we all get to study the code. That's one take-home message this afternoon. There's a question here that says, how does research ethics handle the situation of participants in the research who die of complications of drugs administered to them during clinical trials?
That's not a question for the ethics board, though. I can tell you, I'm an experienced investigator. I've done oncology research for almost 40 years now. So the issue really is, if anybody is on a clinical trial, anything that happens to them, for example, they break their toe while riding a motorcycle, you first have to assume that it's a serious adverse event related to the clinical trial. Okay? And that is why the investigator must report it. It has nothing to do with the IRB, because the IRB just says, okay, these are the things you should do to protect human subjects. And you are the one that's now doing all of these things. So if you, as an investigator, take your responsibility seriously, as soon as they said somebody broke their toe, you are immediately filling the adverse event form and you are reporting it immediately to the IRB. Do you know why you do that? You do that because the patient signed informed consent. And even though you have said that there is a possibility of death, in that informed consent, you gave a percentage. Oh, it can happen, but it is rare. Okay? And I'm going to use this example for you to learn why this is important. So at that time, my mother, maybe she was 92 years old. Okay? And arthritis. She has arthritis, and I brought Cerebrex. Cerebrex is a drug that is used to treat arthritis. It is very effective. But if you read the label in America, after it's been approved, it says it can result in death. Are you listening to me, all of you? And a 92-year-old woman with arthritis reads that this medication can cause death, and she refused to take that medication from me, saying it's okay. my arthritis, I will manage myself. I do not want that possibility that Cerebrex can cause my death, even at 92. That is what is meant by informed consent. The woman was able to read it. She understood it because she was able to read the English in the label, the fine print, after all the exams. So when I'm giving a consent to my patient, I always tell them that, you know, aspirin, if you take aspirin, you can bleed to death. And many of us would just take aspirin as if it doesn't mean anything. That is what informed consent is. You have to give examples of all the different scenarios, and then you say, but it is rare enough that when we weigh the benefit and the risk of the study, then the benefit must outweigh the risk. And then the patient, especially cancer patients, are willing to take the risk in case it can benefit them. So that's why we, doing clinical trials, say it's not for you, the investigator, to say, oh, it's not related to the study. Let's first investigate it. So now, once you report, then you go and do investigation, and then you have to say probable cause. The woman was riding a motorcycle and fell off the motorcycle and broke her hand. And is it the drug that made her ride the motorcycle? Of course not. So after you investigate and you realize that it wasn't the drug that made her ride the motorcycle, then you will say it's unrelated to the drug. So that's how you report adverse events. And then, of course, the IRB looks at it, the data you gave them, and then they may tell you, okay, you don't need to revise your consent form because you are not going to tell all your patients to go and ride motorcycles. So this is why the IRB needs to know in case you need to now revise your consent form. And I can give you examples and examples. Somebody was on my MRI study and she got into the MRI machine and she felt nauseated and she was so nauseous, you know, she threw up. Well, they made me change my consent that, you know what, you are doing MRI and you throw up because of the contrast, it's an adverse event. Change your consent to let the patients know that, well, if you have to take medicine to avoid throwing up, if you have to do this, it has increased your risk on the study. And that's why you must report anything that happens to a study participant. You report to the IRB and then you file your SAE. And if somebody dies, you file the SAE, then it's one of those things that the NAFDAC or FDA will now collect, especially for for pharmacovigilance and other phase 4 studies. But you have to report every event and then make a judgment whether it is serious and related to the drug or not. Because every drug has a rare event where the patient will die on study. I mean, there's no doubt about that.
Thank you very much, Prof. That's quite practical. And that was quite, for every one of us, including those who are members of the IRB, I guess we gain quite a lot from the experiences that you've shared. There's a question from this side. But before the question, let's just hear Professor Yani. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Ma. This question has re-emphasized the importance of consent. Before anybody participates, whether in clinical trial or
maybe we can listen to it on the something. Yeah.
Any study. Yeah. Some of the protocol I reviewed, I think after going through what the professor have itemized, if eventually the funder is in the know, they usually compensate the family. Then as for our own experience, because ethics and law, they are more or less related. They are related. That's not the time once you now become jittery. I think once you face the reality as it is, the relation of the participants, they may go through some grieving processes, which is about 5 stages, and depends on which one that predominates. They may even want to fight or beat whoever the researcher is. That's not the time. One needs to just go through processes that one needs to show empathy, sympathize with the relation, because it's what nobody actually prepare for, but it can occur. The chance is always there. So that's why then when one is giving informed consent, it's better. All those naughty areas, one iron it out. There's no point hiding. That's what we call disclosure. Holding of information. A physician or a researcher may hold certain information, but if the participant or patient now go out of his or her way to ask for specific information that can this one lead to my death or something like that, now it cause certain complication. One should go out to tell that participant or the patient that, okay, it can actually, because if one is taken to the court, if the relation, because sometimes the time the patient or the participant is getting informed consent, there may be witnesses. So if they now say that, okay, the disease actually has for this particular information, but you said no, it's impossible, or it's not likely to happen, and it now happened in the law court. It will be against such.
The chairman, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Yani. Looking at the time now.
Okay, the chairman, please, I have a comment, a brief one, please.
Yes, you go ahead, ma.
Okay, thank you very much for all the comments. I think this is another, at this point, we should also be looking at the role of Data Safety Monitoring Board. When we, the SMB, when we conduct these clinical trials, it's not enough to just report to the IRB or the Ethics Committee. SMB of that project should also be involved, because if we have more than a death, then so many things would have to happen at the instance of that board. So such as embarking on clinical trials should know that they need to have that board. It is highly compulsory, and they also need to be reporting and also submitting data to the safety, to the DSMB. That is my contribution. Thank you.
Yeah, I know that the hour is late, but I really did enjoy the legal approach. And I also like the comment that Dr. Ajayi just said, because a DSMB should occur every week, actually, especially when you have multi-site clinical trial, because you may be doing okay in your own site and another site may already have a death. And if you don't have a way to share information, so the sponsor also should be monitoring and coming by and doing, I mean, clinical trial is a big deal, but the most important thing that I think this group needs to understand, we can be so legalistic that we then prevent patients from even wanting to take any risks. So this is why there have been very poor participation of Black patients or low literacy patients in clinical trials, because the minute you start telling them all the things that can happen, they're so afraid, they run away and they go and pray and they said, all will go away. So there's a balance between telling everybody all the things that can potentially happen, and then that becomes a barrier to people really preparing that, okay, in the worst case scenario, if something happens, we are prepared to manage the side effects. And I'm going to use one last example. Immunotherapy has become a game changer for us. We're talking about colorectal cancer or rectal cancer, having to get immunotherapy without even any chemotherapy. But to get to that cure, many people had to have a lot of side effects. So we're talking now about precision medicine and the things we need to do to get to cures for cancer. Some people were brave. You could say they were altruistic. They first put their neck forward because they're looking for cures of tomorrow today. So I just want to at least add to everybody's concern that yes, you know, bad things happen in clinical trials, but the good things that happen in clinical trials is the reason why everybody should want to participate in a clinical trial. I just want to say that because if you look at the advances, and Professor Aribisala talked about advances, why we are curing a lot of curable diseases is because people studied it and patients participated. And I think Nigerians have to be educated that clinical trials is the way to go because the cures of tomorrow are happening today. And if we don't get our capacity built, this is why I'm supporting the sickle cell consortium. It's the one gene that, okay, you can have bone marrow transplant, you can have gene therapy, but the minute you start telling them, oh, you may have side effects, hydroxyurea, a lot of people are living longer because of hydroxyurea, yet Black people refuse to participate because they're so afraid to take the drugs. That's all. I just wanted to add that the benefits of all of what we do outweighs the risk, but we need to be able to discuss the risk and benefit in a language that everybody will understand and they will sign up. If you tell it to them in a language where they can understand and they're willing to take the risk. So thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so please, I know we've passed the time, but there's one of us here, a resident doctor, who's been waiting to ask this question. Please, I want the panelists to help address it. Let's just give him that time and then we would close afterwards. He's from community medicine. He's a senior registrar. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, mentors and teachers. Thank you for the opportunity to ask this question. My name is Abubakar Imam. And the question I'm having is we actually do have challenges when we apply for part 2 proposals and we are requested to submit an ethical approval from the training institution. But we are working maybe on facilities owned by the state, for example, primary healthcare facilities. They don't honor that ethical clearance from the teaching hospital, which from the explanation we had today is actually a more, maybe a higher level of, authority, if I may use the word. So what we do in this case, when you request for permission to use those facilities, well, the first thing is you must apply for ethical approval, which takes maybe several months for it to come out, and you can't proceed with your work without getting such ethical clearance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So how do we address that? I don't know if Mr.
Let's just say something very.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello? Yeah.
Yes,
this has
go
always been a question that we've often seen at various sites. But the advice is that every institution should improve their attitude to research ethics, education, and the extent to which they implement ethics content of their curricula. So that's one thing, because people just touch and go some of the topics in ethics, and they think they can just, just touch it and go without delving into the nitty-gritty of what it takes to understand what people will need to do in different contexts. So information, especially concerning those who oversee, who supervise, and each of those units where these physicians are coming from, they should have enough information concerning whether the nature of study to be done, whether the ethics committee in the institution have the capacity to review that kind of a protocol. If they don't have the capacity to review the protocol, they may have to pick a new topic. And if they must do it, it means they have to now look for an ethics committee that in, just as we said earlier, within this geographical area of coverage of that ethics committee, that can still look at the protocol, even though not fully, even if the protocol is not specifically within that hospital or that institution. But if there's another institution that is within the geographical boundary that can help to review the protocol, that is one way. That is, for example, University of Ibadan's coverage is such that everything being done on the main campus, and to a large extent, what is also being done on this UCH campus, UI approval can still cover, and approval from UI UCH Ethics Committee also can still subsist on the main campus. That's one way. But if a clinical trial protocol comes to my ethics committee on campus now, with all humility, I chair the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Ethics Committee. When it's a clinical trial, and I know we don't have all the expertise within my committee, most times I will ask, especially when it's a UI-based study, I will defer the protocol to the UI UCH Research Ethics Committee. That's the way it goes. But everybody should know ahead of time the nature of study they want to do, and whether the HREC in their respective institution, whether the HREC has that capacity to review that protocol. If not, they need to look for another agency, institution that has the coverage, that has the legal, in terms of legal coverage, the ability, the empowerment to review such a protocol. But if it's something that is international, that is more than 3 sites, and it's more than 3 geographical locations, that protocol also will need to still go to NREC. Thank you.
Hello,
Thank you very
good
much.
afternoon. A quick one to that.
Yes.
A quick one to that, Professor Ajayi here.
Yes,
Please, I just want to request that the NREC help to look into this double ethical approval, if I'll put it that way, or multiple ethical approval. Just as the resident mentioned, if a resident should get institutional ethical approval from the UCH, for example, UCH Ethics Committee, and wants to conduct a study in Oyo State, maybe in their health facility or in the community, for the people in the health facility to allow such a researcher to carry out the research, they would ask for the Oyo State Ethics Review Committee approval. So I want the NREC, as they are revising, how can they help? Is it that you will let the states know that they can use or they should accept the ethical approval from UCH or UIUCH committee, but they can say they want to give permission or something using that ethical approval that has been obtained. Even when you get it from NREC, they will still request that the state's approval should be sought, and then that's what the community or health facilities would recognize. So I think NREC should address this. The states also want to generate money, we know. So they can call it permission rather than approval, more so that is coming from a higher level ethics committee. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. That's very good, and it's good that Mr. Abdul Danladi is here. So it's one of the things that you will take back. That's a very valid observation, and it's good that that question was entertained. Yeah, Mr. Danladi.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, sir. In addition to that, thank God Professor Adejimo is there. Professor Olukode is also here. They are, when you are talking of ethics, they are pioneers of the science ethics in Africa. So, but according to the code, an ethics committee should operate within the boundaries I hope you are hearing me. According to the code, and it is committed to operate within the boundary of this institution. But also
Mr.
the
Ado,
code
please,
stated that
can you-
what? Sorry?
Can't hear Mr. Ado. We didn't hear
Can
his
you hear me now?
points.
Yes, we can hear you now. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm on transit. So I said according to the code, an ethics committee should operate within the boundary of its institution. So, but as one ethics committee can adopt the review of another ethics committee if that ethics committee is registered with the National Health Research Ethics Committee. But as you mentioned, we'll take this and discuss with the committee and respond appropriately later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a long day, and I know this is, if we want to continue this discussion, we'll still be here late into the night, but we have to call it a day. So first, I want, on behalf of the Spark Train team, appreciate all our panelists, Professor Adebayo Adejumo, Professor Ika Ajayi, Dr. Manven. Please, can we applaud them? Mr. Ado Danladi, and every other person who joined this panel discussion. And then also appreciate all the resource persons that we had for this day one. These are wonderful presentations. Please, you will take time. Please, we want to plead as we are closing that while you're about eating your lunch, please, you fill out our post-test. We want to be sure that we've made impact. We want to be sure that we've made impact with this set of lectures. That is not just one of those things. It's just not one of those things that we just thought and we left. So please, we're going to flash the link for the post-test on the chat now. Please, can we quickly fill them out? Once again, I want to thank everybody, and we're all looking forward to another beautiful time tomorrow, learning with all the experts and all the people we have here. Professor Olopade, thank you so much for the contributions and the guidance that you're giving to so many things. And to every other person who was part of this panel, please ensure that you registered, because that's the basis for what we're going to do going forward. In terms of the certificate and the rest of them, please ensure the links were shared over and over. They are still there in the chat. If you've not done that, please ensure that you register. And once again, please take time to, as you eat, enjoy your lunch, take time to fill out our post-test questionnaire. Thank you, everyone, and see you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. I say, well, 8:30, because you can start your post-test early, your pre-test early, okay? But the actual presentations will start 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you very much. Bye. Have you sent it? I've stopped sharing it.